Morning, morning. Up for the Krista and Emma shows. Return of Krista. She's back. Maybe she'll have a tan. Is this going to start here? There we go. All right. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for those of you who tuned in yesterday to pay respects to Heidi. Spent a little bit more time thinking about that, and it was a lot more, and I had a little bit of discussion, and it was a lot more low-key than normal memorials, a lot more low-key. So, and I do think well, that was the consensus I got, was that the RCMP treaded a very careful line. So Dean and his family had, and Heidi's family had a lot of involvement, probably. So it was just kind of more about Heidi than the force. And I went back and reviewed some old memorials, and they are quite a show generally, but I think right now they know that they're on a thin line. But trying to, manage that. Paul, I'm very sorry. I'm reading Brother Paul's messages here, and special prayers, Brother Paul. Those of you who can send him good wishes, please do, and prayers. He's having a bit of a trial. He's had some trials. We all need to look out for each other. Morning, Jess, Donna. Sending good prayers his way. Thank you. Banfield will be appearing July 15th. Lawyers only to ask questions, and only MCC lawyers have to support people. Top brass dates also scheduled. Will she be appearing live? Thank you very much for keeping us up to speed. And good morning to you, Nikki. Chris, good morning. MH, Nosy. Jamie, good morning. Good morning, Jamie. Good to have all the family. It was great to see family come out yesterday to support Heidi. Awesome. Thank you. You're all in the same boat, sadly. Okay, now if I can put this down here, balance things out would be good. Blue Nose, Glow Watcher, Janine, Linda, good morning, Christine, Tracy, Trish, Nosy, DVD, no, sending prayers. Thank you. Paul needs prayers right now. Our family looks out for everybody. That's good. Oh gosh, not at all. She's awesome. I need to get busy and put some more out. Okay, so a couple of things wanted to run through quickly before we start up here, because we've got a few minutes, it looks like. The guests on tap today. Okay, so this is the Krista show, which part one. So needs of first responders. Okay, that's what we're going to be talking about today. Because clearly that was what was the problem, was that the needs weren't being met. I don't know how many people they think that they're fooling, because they've got so many eyes that are getting drawn, and they're just going to get a lot more. This is going to be very problematic, and they're only looking more and more foolish as this goes by. The guests, Arja Beriz, Senior Research Associate, Institute for Better Health, Trillium Health Partners. Okay. Senior Research Associate, Institute Better Health, Trillium, postdoctoral work, factor in Wentish faculty, social work, University of Toronto. Okay. Sometimes lots of great things coming down that way. Explores traumatic impacts, violent video evidence. Oh, maybe mad at images on TVs. Like somebody said once upon a time. What are you mad at? Oh, I'm mad at the images on the TV. Also examined gender and work. Okay. So, police communications. Okay, so there we go. We're going to have the gender stuff coming in. Robin Campbell, Dalhousie, okay, mental health of volunteer firefighters. Again, these things are discussions, but for a totally other different place. Associate researcher with Farewell and a reservist. Okay, so yeah, with the Canadian Armed Forces. This one's getting really mixed in. There's a question I had this morning about that. A very gray area, and it's getting more and more gray every day. The division. I don't think there's too much of a division. We've got JTF2 rolling around in the RCMP in Bible Hill there. Okay, Dorrington et al. Dr. Julia McMillan Devlin, former program evaluation officer, occupational stress injury clinic, Fredericton, managed psychological services, OPP. Okay, not that OPP is mixed into this at all. Executive director of Mary. Okay, we have the return of Mary. Mary, who's Mary, who was she liked to read screens. Mary, until she was kind of called on that. I don't know if she'll be reading today. I'm not sure. The pre-scripted questions with the pre-scripted answers, which clearly shows you better get your popcorn ready. No offense, Mary, just kind of calling it as it is. I'm very sorry about your son. I think you have a lot of questions probably about your son, and if you wanted answers back then, I'm sure, and maybe still do, you can really associate with these families. Perhaps maybe Mary, maybe send Mary a tweet. Let her know. Maybe she'll decide to say, I don't really want to be a part of this anymore. Alexandra Heber, Dr. Alexandra Heber, after a decade working with HIV clients, assertive community treatment team, Toronto, enrolled Canadian Armed Forces, 2006 deployed. Oh, okay, so there's nothing going on here. Chief Psychiatry, Veteran Affairs. Okay. Right. Yeah, no, nothing here. Megan McElren, CEO, Chief Clinical Psychologist, Wayfound. Who was that back in the day? His name is eluding me. Went poof. Just when I started talking about him in the psychological services. Whalen. There we go. Whalen. Friends with Cigar Boy there. Well, he's actually an employee. Does RCMP mental health in Nova Scotia now, or did. Poof. Now, Jenga. Dr. McElren focuses on work with the military, public safety personnel, including members of the. So Megan is probably going to know Mr. Whalen, Dr. Whalen. Whalen, who wrote his papers on domestic violence. Yes. Please turn your cell phones off or to silent. Okay, we'll do that. Now, and municipal police officers, and then we have Deborah Norris, Department of Family Studies and Gerontology, Mount St. Vincent University. Okay, I've seen that name pop up a few places. Right. Heidi, I think, is the one at least. Background family sciences, critical theories, qualitative methodology. Teaches courses, family relations. Oh, here we go. Family violence. Oh, okay. Bidirectional relationship between operational stress injuries, mental health, and well-being of military. Okay. Getting the focus here. Now, one other thing before they go up here. There's a document that was removed. Where did I have this here? Balls. I had it over here. This document was removed, I think it was last week. Not sure why. I'm still I haven't gone through it fully. I seem to hop all over the place. But Cheryl Sucherpruck, has anybody read this one? Okay, what was it? COM number? Oh, God, I can't read that. It'll be at the bottom of a page here. Maybe that's more legible. COM 0057341. They removed this. Not sure why. Gerontology, not even sure how that applies. But the other interesting thing I noted was that her LinkedIn page went poof. Okay, she had a LinkedIn page. And no more. I found that very interesting. Not just needing to scrub the document, scrub the person. Okay. Tracy, experts say, I still need to figure out the digital file attachment there they stuck on. I think that has heavily to do with manipulation of the timestamps. I need to have a visit with Odir about that. Good morning, Jamie. That's Tracy and Trish. Where's our timekeeper? I'm getting worried. Hope she's okay. I saw her pop in yesterday. Anyway, okay, now let's get this lined up here. What is this thing called? Oh, this one. Good morning, oh dear. I noticed they put my file into yesterday's video into. I got a, of course, hit with a copyright, and then they put
Bonjour,
it in,
bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from.
They put it into child mode. So they locked all the comments and everything and likes. Nice. Anyway, moving along.
Today we explore more of the related issues in our mandate, which help us better understand how and why the mass casualty happened. This morning we will hear a roundtable discussion addressing the needs of first and secondary responders who are exposed to traumatic situations because of their work. The best practices in exploring those needs and existing models that provide support, promote healing, and foster resiliency. This afternoon, we will hear from a second roundtable that will discuss crime, firearms, and policing in rural communities. These important discussions will allow us to hear directly from experts and others with experience relevant to the issues in our mandate, which will assist us in developing recommendations designed to help make our communities safer. Before we begin this morning's roundtable, I will turn the floor over to Commissioner McDonald.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch, and hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Earlier this morning, we released an overview of the Commission's summer proceedings schedule, including anticipated witnesses who are set to appear in July and August. These updates will be on our website. In our March 9th decision, we stated that the Commission would hear from a number of senior RCMP members once we had a greater understanding of what happened in the lead up to, during, and following the mass casualty. Our questions for these witnesses will be informed by everything we have learned to date. These senior RCMP officers are scheduled to appear by subpoena on the following dates. Superintendent Darren Campbell on July 25th and 6th, Chief Superintendent Chris Leather on July 27th and 8th, Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman on August 22nd and 23rd, Commissioner Brenda Lucky on August 23rd and 24th. Some of these witnesses may take more than one day for oral testimony, so we have planned accordingly to ensure that we get all the information required. In our March 9th decision, we also said the Commission would hear from Ms. Lisa Banfield, the perpetrator's common law spouse. Ms. Banfield has since participated in 5 interviews with the Commission and voluntarily shared materials as part of the Commission's independent investigation. As with all other witnesses, Ms. Banfield has been subpoenaed to address remaining questions relevant to the Commission's mandate. We will hear from her on July 15th. Ms. Banfield will provide testimony in person and may be accompanied by 2 support people. Questions for Ms. Banfield from participants will be asked only by Commission counsel. Commission counsel represent the public interest. They do not advocate for a particular point of view, but rather they inquire into the matter at hand in an impartial and objective way. There are 61 participants, all of whom have been invited to submit questions in advance. They will also have opportunities to identify and bring forward further questions on the day of testimony during 2 caucus meetings with Commission counsel before Ms. Banfield is excused as a witness. Over the course of proceedings so far, participants have proposed a number of potential witnesses. We considered those submissions carefully, and we have already heard from some of those proposed witnesses. Participants suggested we hear from Constable Greg Wiley, Constable Troy Maxwell, and former Portapique resident Brenda Forbes. We agree this would be helpful and have directed Commission counsel to schedule them to appear in the coming weeks. Since being proposed by participants as a potential witness, 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒂 has been interviewed by the Commission and his interview transcript shared with participants. Based on this, we have determined we do not need to hear oral testimony from Mr. 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒂. We have also determined that oral testimony is not required from Constable Nathan Forrest, Corporal Jarrett McDonald, Constable Jeff McFarlane, Constable Matthew Bray, Constable Brenna Counter, Constable Richard Harvey, Sergeant Robert Lewis, and Fire Chief Shane Slack. We have directed a sworn affidavit from Corporal Rodney Peterson. We thank participants and their counsel again for their ongoing submissions. You can see more information about the summer schedule in the Commission's media release issued this morning on our website calendar and through our most recent stakeholder update. If you are interested, you can always sign up to receive stakeholder updates on our website. I will now ask Krista Smith of our research and policy team to join us with her roundtable members, and would ask Krista to facilitate the ensuing discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Krista, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. As Commissioner MacDonald said, my name is Krista Smith, and I'm on the Research and Policy team. And today we will be considering the needs of those whose occupational and community responsibilities include helping when help is required. These individuals may be exposed to trauma as a result of their employment or volunteer activities. Because the risk of harm is inherent to the work, because it can, to an extent, be expected and anticipated, responder organizations, both professional and volunteer, have a role to play in keeping helpers safe as they do this essential and sometimes dangerous work. Before we begin, a quick word about some terminology that you'll be hearing today. I'm going to define a couple of terms at the outset to assist with understanding today's discussion, and then our roundtable members will define a few additional terms once the conversation begins. So I will be using the term emergency responders today, and this is intended as a basket term to mean all individuals who respond to an emergency. So it includes fire, police, and paramedics, as well as others who, by virtue of their occupation or volunteer role, are involved in responding to a critical incident either immediately or in the hours, days, and weeks after a critical incident. This includes everyone from the communications operator who takes a 911 call, to emergency room nurses, to those who volunteer in recovery efforts, and those who process and restore crime scenes, including professional cleaners and tow truck operators. You also may hear some of our roundtable members refer to these individuals as public safety personnel, and sometimes they're called PSPs. So for the purpose of this morning's conversation, these terms are meant to be treated synonymously. A word about the roundtable format. I will be facilitating today, which means that I will be directing the questions, asking follow-ups, and moderating the dialogue. I would ask those of you who are participating in this roundtable to please speak slowly for the benefit of our accessibility partners. Roundtable discussions will form part of the Commission record. They are being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the Commission's website. And the Commissioners may choose to pose questions or ask for clarification at any point. We are so fortunate today to talk through these issues with this thoughtful and experienced group, two of whom you met at our last roundtable last Tuesday. Before we proceed, I would like to pause and acknowledge that much of the work underlying today's roundtable discussion was led by my colleague Nicole Elizabeth, who completed many interviews with emergency responders, conducted extensive research to identify best practices and types of support, and identified the individuals at the table today as having important and diverse perspectives to bring to this discussion. So this morning, specifically, we will discuss the immediate, short-term, and long-term needs of or emergency responders exposed to traumatic situations by virtue of their jobs. We will also think about best practices for addressing those needs and existing models that provide support, promote healing, and restore resiliency. As with every roundtable discussion, the intention is to provide the commissioners and the public with a deeper understanding of the core themes so that everyone is well positioned to engage in conversation in phase 3 about lessons learned and potential recommendations. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our roundtable members, and we will just start with a round of introductions, and if you can explain your connection to this work. So I think I will actually start with our friends who are joining us virtually today. And I'll start with my upper corner, Megan McElhern.
Good morning. and thank you for inviting me to participate today in the proceedings. I would just like to acknowledge, as I start, I'm coming to the proceedings today virtually from Calgary, Alberta, and thus just want to acknowledge that I'm coming to the proceedings from the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina Nakota, and Métis Nation here in Southern Alberta. I also want to start by reiterating the condolences we shared on Tuesday to the families of who lost loved ones and the community as a whole. It truly is an honor to be here today. I'm a practicing clinical psychologist in Calgary. My work for the last 20 years has been almost exclusively with public safety personnel or emergency responders, including military, RCMP officers, and any number of folks who work on the front line in our communities providing essential response and protection services. I'm also the developer of a primary prevention program called Before Operational Stress that we've been researching since 2018 with the goal of attempting to mitigate the impact of operational stressors. So thank you very much for having me back.
Thank you very much, Megan. Arya?
Good morning, commissioners, roundtable members, and those who have joined today. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to participate and contribute to these proceedings. And I offer my deepest and sincerest condolences to the community. My name is Arya Burrs, and I am here today as a researcher interested in stress and trauma in the gendered work of public safety personnel, or PSPs. Some years ago, I worked as a research assistant on a study that looked at stress and job performance in police communications personnel, so 911 dispatchers and call takers, from various services across Canada. In doing that work, it became clear to me that very little research attention had been given to this particular group of PSPs. Their work and the health and mental health impacts it was having. In that study, we saw very high rates of trauma symptoms and could see that there might be some unique organizational context factors at play in that. This led me to pursue my own PhD at the Dalla Lana School of Public Health at the University of Toronto, where I continued working with police communicators. That research examined the gendered nature of communications work. For example, across Canada, about 75 to 80% of communicators are women. It also examined the profoundly emotional aspects of their work, as well as some of the organizational factors that might be shaping their experiences of stress and traumatic exposures in the workplace. For example, as a specific group of PSP, or first responders, communications work is sometimes marginalized or overlooked in the broader conversation about the impacts of trauma on public safety personnel, perhaps because it's done from behind the scenes, or because of their civilian status, or because it's sometimes seen as women's work. I also completed postdoctoral work at the Faculty of Social Work at the University of Toronto, and that research involved potentially traumatic exposures to video evidence of violent crime within policing and other criminal justice professionals. And finally, I'll just add that my partner of 25 years is a senior police officer, and so we often share our perspectives on this important and sometimes troubling work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arya. Mary?
Good morning. Thank you for having me again. And, as Megan and Arya said, I want to offer our sincere condolences to the families and the community that's been so tragically impacted. My name is Mary Fetchett, and I've been a social worker for 29 years. 9/11, we lost our 24-year-old son, Brad. He was the oldest of our 3 boys, and at the time was working in the South Tower on the 89th floor, which was the second building to be hit, but the first building to collapse. So my response to the loss of my son was to start a nonprofit organization. And social work underlies everything that we do. We provide long-term support to the almost 3,000 families that live in 93 countries that lost loved ones, but also to the 90,000 responders and the 500,000 survivors that are still many struggling now with both medical and mental health conditions due to their exposure to the toxic air on 9/11. So we provide a wide range of services. We've provided, we've documented about a couple 100,000 hours of social service support. We've conducted over 2,300 support groups and peer support groups. We hold an annual conference. I think we've had 35 conferences, but we're having our 21st annual conference on September 9th and 10th in New York City that will be live, but also broadcast. And then we just, because we've done so much research, really beginning over a decade ago, we recognized that there were not best practices for responding to these tragedies. So we went to Oklahoma City, Virginia Tech, Northern Illinois University, Tucson, Arizona, and we created a preparing for after manual, and what's led to further research projects, both for the 15th anniversary. We did an evaluation of the long-term needs of 9/11 families, and we're working with communities impacted by other tragedies. We feel we have a lot to share on what we've learned, working with the 9/11 community. We also did a lot of advocacy work. I was one of 12 family members that pushed for the 9/11 Commission to be established. And that led to the implementation of sweeping intelligence reforms. And also very involved with the memorial, from beginning with the planning processes and the commemorative services, but we also created an online living memorial that honors the lives that were lost. And we collected over 87,000 photographs, which are on our website, but we've also shared with the 9/11 Memorial. In fact, we were able to provide them the last missing photograph yesterday, which was really a milestone, that now they've completed their collection. So again, it's an honor to be here, happy to help in any way that we can to anyone in your community that may need support. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. We'll turn now to those of us who are in person. Can I start with you, Deb?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all assembled here today. My name is Deborah Norris, as Krista has noted, and I come to this event this morning with deep compassion and empathy for all of those who have been affected by the mass casualty of 2020. I am a professor in the Department of Family Studies and Gerontology at Mount St. Vincent University, so local contribution here. I have spent most of my research life as a family scientist focused on the military and the families of military and veteran serving members and veterans. Recently, within the last 5 years, my research program has expanded to include the families of emergency responders. I'm grateful to be part of a consortium, a multidisciplinary group of researchers, a pan-Canadian group of researchers. We call ourselves the Families Matter Research Group, which tells you what our central assumption is that families do matter to the mental health and well-being of military and veteran members, but also emergency responders. So I am an applied social scientist, which means I take, we try to take the work that we do and move it out into the community where it can make a difference for those that need support. So I come to this today deeply humbled by the invitation to participate, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Deb. Robin?
Thank you. I'm very honored to be here today. My name is Robin Campbell. I'm a PhD candidate at Dalhousie University through the Faculty of Health in the School of Occupational Therapy. And my research focuses on the mental health and well-being of volunteer firefighters in rural Nova Scotia. So I really explore the occupational environment of rural volunteer firefighters and look at the barriers and opportunities within the services and supports that may or may not be available for them. In addition to that work, I'm an associate researcher with FireWell. FireWell is a national network in Canada working on all areas of health with firefighters. And I'm an adjunct professor at Canadian University in the Department of Community Development. In addition to my academic work, I myself was an emergency responder. So I was a volunteer firefighter myself for 10 years in the Wolfville and Greenwich Fire Departments. I also worked as a volunteer with Halifax Police in the Victim Services Unit. And in addition to that, I am currently serving as a reservist in the Canadian Armed Forces. So all those experiences have led me to do this type of research. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Robin. Alex?
Thanks very much. And again, like my colleagues, I'd like to express my gratitude for being invited to be here. And I'd also like to express my sincere condolences for all those, the family members and everyone who's been affected by this tragedy. So for myself, I'm a Canadian Armed Forces veteran. I'm the Chief of Psychiatry for Veterans Affairs Canada and an Associate Professor at McMaster University. I'm currently on secondment from my role at Veterans Affairs to create a knowledge hub to bring together some projects and information to help the mental health issues that are affecting healthcare workers and public safety personnel affected by COVID-19. One of the other things that I did, so I've had over 20 years experience working with military veterans and in the last several years with public safety personnel. I was also a member of the Chief Coroner's Expert Panel on Police Officer Deaths by Suicide, which was held in 2019, which reviewed the 9 deaths by suicide of Ontario provincial police officers. So I'm very honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. And just for the record, I'd like to note that that report that Alex just mentioned is Exhibit P-002632. Thank you. Julie?
Good morning, Commissioners. It's a privilege to be invited to participate in this, and I wish you peace and the best of luck in the work that you continue to do, so thank you. I'd also like to offer my most sincere condolences to family members and the communities who've been affected by this tragedy. I actually have my doctorate in psychology with a specialization in complex systems, and part of that is mental health. So I've worked with various provincial, federal, and international organizations helping to develop mental health strategies to care for people, when they begin work with a specific organization, right through till after retirement, and their families as well. It's mostly been with public safety personnel or first responders. And I was also part of an operational stress injury clinic in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And during that time, our clinic assisted in both the coordination and the provision of support after critical incidents in the province of New Brunswick. So again, I'm looking forward to the results to see what kind of change can be affected from this commission. So again, I appreciate the work you're doing.
Thanks, Julie. So I'd just like to start us off today by setting the stage with a few key terms so that we all have a common understanding of some of these words that we hear so often. So I'd like to invite Alex to explain to us some of the aspects or concepts associated with the word trauma, and maybe give us a bit of a primer on that, especially in occupational settings.
Thank you, Krista. I will start off this conversation. I'm going to start by giving a definition of post-traumatic stress disorder, which I think is one of the, kind of key diagnoses that we hear talked about all the time. I'll go through a few of these terms, but then I really invite my colleagues to add to this because there may be just things I miss, or there may be something that they can add to enrich understanding. So to start off with post-traumatic stress disorder, this is a diagnosis, and it's basically a very severe mental health condition that follows exposure to events that involve severe threat to one's life or bodily integrity, or to the life or bodily integrity of someone close to you, or something that you've witnessed. The symptoms, the experiences have to have lasted for more than a month. And the reason for that is that after severe traumatic events, it's not uncommon for people to have some of these symptoms for a while. But that generally within a few weeks, they tend to fade. In PTSD, they don't fade. So the symptoms need to have lasted more than a month. They need to cause significant distress or severe impairment in functioning. So often people can't work, they can't do their normal activities of daily living. It affects their relationships, their close relationships. And another important aspect is that other causes, possible causes of these symptoms have been ruled out, such as other medical causes. Then to talk a little bit about some of the classic symptoms. We talk about intrusive, involuntary. Often clients describe them as movie-like memories that come involuntarily into their head, are very, very vivid, and they can't stop them. That's a very, very classic symptom. Sometimes these memories can be so vivid that the person actually experiences that they're back in the situation, and like they are within that movie, if you like. People experience nightmares, often nightmares chronically several times a week, sometimes every night. And certainly when I was working in the military, it was not uncommon to see people with PTSD who would describe how they had had almost nightly nightmares for a decade. Another very classic symptom is distress or very strong reaction on exposure to cues. So something that is a reminder to the person, and it may be an unconscious reminder, in fact, they're not thinking about it, to that original traumatic event, so that they have a very extreme reaction. So often they get quite frightened. Again, if I think about examples with military or with public safety personnel, they may hit the ground like they would have in a truly an event where their life is at risk. There's also people then, they start to isolate themselves, of course, because and one of the symptoms that then becomes really prominent is avoidance, because of course they're trying to avoid all of these places where they're being triggered in these different ways, which is very, very distressing. So it's not unusual to see people beginning to isolate themselves. Of course, this affects their relationships with close loved ones and with everyone in their environment, in fact. People can become also quite, besides avoidant, they can become quite suspicious. And just again, if you think about, and again, with public safety personnel and with military members, they often describe this, it's like they're on alert all the time and they're looking for the next situation of danger. So then let me talk, just sort of talk about a couple of other things about PTSD. So if you ask, why does one person develop PTSD in a certain situation, and perhaps the person, if there was somebody standing next to them, that person may not develop PTSD. And the truth is we don't really understand completely why that is. These are the kinds of questions that we still have, and we have some ideas, but we really, we don't completely understand. Another question is, what are the factors that can be protective of the individual who is, especially if we think about that their profession constantly puts them in situations where they are exposed and at higher risk of developing these symptoms? Again, there are a number of factors that seem to be protective. A number of factors, if you look at the other side of them, can increase risk. But the one that has the most significance is for increased risk is lack of social support. And on the other side of that, of course, for protection is having good social support. So, and I think it's one of the things I'm hoping today we can talk about the importance of that, of having that community, having those people and those relationships around one who can help support them through this. So that I think that that's probably all I want to say so far about PTSD, and I don't know if anybody else wants to. I mean, there's many terms that we use that are kind of offshoots of this that are used kind of in public discourse, but I wanted to kind of explain this as this what we call a mental health problem, and that's diagnosed. This is what PTSD looks like.
Any follow-ups? So I would like to take that term and expand it out a little bit. Julie, I might ask you to talk about PTSI.
That's one of the terms Alex was referring to. So PTSD is a diagnosed condition. Post-traumatic stress injuries are a group of injuries. It's not a diagnostic term under which PTSD is one of those. We also have depression as a PTSI. We also have anxiety, adjustment disorder, any kind of substance use disorders. So that includes a variety of mental health conditions under that umbrella of PTSI.
Okay. And a couple of other terms that we've heard in this conversation generally are things like direct, vicarious, and cumulative trauma. I don't know if we should spend a bit of time pausing over those terms, Alex?
Sure, and again, I can start, and please jump in and add. So cumulative trauma, again, would be it can be a number of things. It can certainly be people who go through this kind of big T trauma that I've been describing, or it could be events, like a number of events that perhaps are not as distressing and traumatizing, but that over a person's lifetime or over, say, their career, they have a number of these events. And that certainly affects people's well-being to a large extent. And after a number of these happen, people may, in fact, develop full-blown PTSD. Vicarious trauma is it's an interesting term. It is often applied to those who work with those who are suffering from PTSD. So, for example, I have heard therapists talk about how when they're doing intense psychotherapy with somebody suffering from PTSD and hearing about these stories, that they will sometimes in their own life, they will start developing some of these symptoms. They will start having nightmares, which are not nightmares about their own life, but are nightmares that are like what their patient or client has told them. So it's also something that it's being studied, and I think we don't have a total grasp on it, but we do know that this exists.
Anyone else to add to that?
I think I might just say, sorry.
Go ahead, Megan.
Something I might just underscore, especially in this conversation about emergency responders, and I think this is true for other subsets of our population, is that it's not uncommon for multiple types of exposures to traumatic events to be happening at the same time. So direct exposures, vicarious exposures, oftentimes a single emergency responder can be experiencing things that are happening directly to them. They're exposed to things that are happening to their colleagues in their community. So I think we have to understand that, because that potentially complicates the picture somewhat when we think about chronicity and intensity and the repetitive nature of trauma exposure in some subsets.
And Megan, I wanted to follow up as well. Alex had mentioned some of the symptoms or the way that PTSI or PTSD can manifest. What might stand in the way of an emergency responder getting help for some of these symptoms?
I think it's a bit of a complicated picture, quite frankly. I think there's a few things that probably compete. One, significantly and simply, is that across Canada, most of our emergency response organizations are tremendously stretched in terms of resources, in terms of personnel, in terms of budgets. And so simply from a amount of time and resource to access help or support, or to identify that help might be needed, there's oftentimes very practical things that get in the way of help-seeking behavior. I think significantly in our work and in various projects I'm involved in, we're looking at culture in emergency response organizations. We're looking at variables of psychological safety. And oftentimes there are factors at play in particularly in emergency response or public safety organizations that can leave people to feel as though perhaps they don't have a right, or if they are seen to be struggling or needing help, that in some way they're less competent or less effective in the dissemination of their duty. And so there can be a tremendous pressure and a tremendous need to present as though, regardless of trauma exposure and regardless of symptoms that might be developing, there's a need to present as though I'm good to go and I'm able to do the job as demanded. And then frankly, I think when we look at help-seeking behavior and the fact that we have seen some improvements relative to mental health conversations and stigma in public safety organizations, the vast majority of emergency responders working in volunteer capacities, working in rural and remote regions, they may simply not have access to help. And so that can also create its own kind of pressure, where I may identify that I'm starting to struggle or having symptoms. I may take a very courageous step to try to say I need help, and help may not be there to be received. So it's a complicated question, and I think we have to understand there's many, many factors at play that really influence early intervention, ongoing intervention, and potentially the mitigation of some of these symptomatic presentations occurring.
Thank you. I'd like to try to untangle some of the complexity around the factors that you've mentioned. And I think a useful way to do that is to have a conversation around what has been called operational or occupational type of stressors versus organizational stressors. So, and I'd like to ask Robin to give us a little background on those two concepts.
Yeah, so a lot of times we hear those terminologies used interchangeably, especially occupational stress and operational stress. But if we look at occupational stress as sort of the overlying umbrella, that concept, we have organizational and operational stress that falls under occupation, because an occupation kind of covers both, at least in the literature. So when we look at operational, we're looking at things that are sort of happening on the ground when people are doing their tasks for their jobs as emergency responders. So at the scenes, what that looks like. Sometimes that can even be, nature of shift work, various things, whatever that looks like operationally to actually do that emergency response task. And then when you look at organizational stress, these are all the other factors that are coming into play around organizational policies, organizational culture, leadership, those factors that influence that side of the stress. So that's sort of a simplified explanation of a very complicated concepts.
Thank you, Robin. Aria, I'm hoping that you could tell us a little bit about how you've seen organizational stressors show up.
Right. So I think one important aspect of organizational stress is perceived organizational support among employees. So simply put, perceived organizational support is the extent to which employees feel that their organization values their work and cares for their well-being. So importantly, perceived organizational support or employee perceptions of support are informed less by the operational demands and stressors that were just mentioned. So they're informed less by those demands than they are by the structural and socio-emotional resources that the organization provides or is prepared to provide in times of high stress and need. So showing a true care and concern and providing supports demonstrates organizational commitment to the employee's well-being, and it goes a long way towards supporting wellness in times of need. And this is really important in high stress and high trauma contexts because as perceptions of support increase among employees, post-traumatic symptoms decrease. I would just add a few concrete examples maybe in the communications context of what I'm talking about. So while, as was mentioned earlier, while communicators might expect and accept some level of risk and exposure to potentially traumatic content in their line of work, a lot of things can contribute to feeling a lack of organizational support. And some of that might look like chronic understaffing that places undue burden and a relentless pace of work on those who are present, sometimes being excluded, forgotten, or not required to attend critical incident debriefings or similar meetings after events. Otherwise, not feeling like other PSP recognize your work as vital to public safety. Seeing disparities perhaps in the benefits and pension plans that one has access to compared to other public safety personnel when you actually know that you are providing a similarly vital aspect of frontline work. And then, of course, the stigma in the workplace about acknowledging the profoundly emotional and difficult work of being a communicator, and sometimes having your emotional reactions to the work be perceived as a sign of weakness or lack of fitness for work.
Thank you, Aria. The other thing I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit more about is your research around with communications operators and the distinction that you found between you introduced this concept of surface acting. So maybe you can explain that to us and how it has different effects in different contexts.
Okay, so the term surface acting Actually, it refers to a sociological concept that's used to describe the emotional aspects of work when you are required to engage with the public and colleagues in a way that falls in line with your organization's expectations of you. So I'm talking about, this is emotional labor. That's the sociological concept. And surface acting is one strategy of emotional labor that people use to accomplish those tasks. So not showing too much anger or frustration when you're doing your work, or always displaying emotional control over the interaction while being caring and compassionate. So surface acting, which includes hiding your own authentic feelings and faking the prescribed or appropriate feelings rather than deep acting, which is closer to going with what you're actually feeling in the moment. So when communicators are doing their work and they are surface acting, that has been shown in other workplace contexts that surface acting can be detrimental to health and mental health. Sometimes surface acting is just a required aspect of the job, and communicators do a lot of surface acting with the public when they're taking calls and providing that service. They also, it turns out, do a lot of surface acting with colleagues and supervisors. And it appears that the relationship between post-traumatic stress symptoms and surface acting done with the public is different than the relationship between surface acting that's done with colleagues and supervisors. And what we found in our research was that the surface acting that's conducted with supervisors is actually positively related to post-traumatic symptoms in the workplace. And that kind of hiding and faking feelings increases as post-traumatic stress increases. When people are feeling the emotional impacts of their work, they're more likely to hide those feelings and fake other feelings with their colleagues and supervisors, which actually may be indicative of an organizational context that is intolerant of openly acknowledging the difficulties with the work and kind of prescribes this very emotionally detached, emotionally in control comportment at work.
Okay, so just to sum up, my understanding is that the incidence of post-traumatic stress symptoms is lower when people are surface acting in just doing the job, but it tends to be higher when they have to surface act with their colleagues and with their supervisors.
I would just put a small change to that. So when the surface acting is with the public, there is not a relationship with post-traumatic stress symptoms. But when the surface acting is with colleagues and supervisors, there is a positive relationship with post-traumatic stress symptoms.
Okay, thank you. And just if anyone is interested in reading the full article that ARIA has produced, it's exhibit P-002627. So with that discussion of organizational type stressors, I'd like to pause now over occupational type stressors. I'm wondering, Julie, if you can tell us a little bit about that.
So referring back to Robin's umbrella term, so occupational stressors, and sometimes they're defined differently, but anything to do with your occupation. For example, and Robin, please correct me if you have a different interpretation, maybe the correct one, but it's things like shift work. It's, Megan was talking about understaffing. We know that's a large problem. It's the everyday occupational hassles or stressors that are experienced that obviously build up over time and contribute to the overall experience, especially if then there's an operational stressor, and that would be responding to any calls. That would be, some people put shift work in there as well, but I think that it would be, those are the daily challenges that you would, as a result of your occupation, on a daily basis. Robin, you can add to that if you don't mind.
Yeah, exactly. And then we are starting to learn more, and I use the term occupational environment, and understanding that occupational stress might not just be within the fire department, or that it's the interlinking connections with the community, with their families, with all that, because of the type of occupation that they're doing as well. So it's starting to expand in that way as well, considering all the different factors that make up an emergency responder and what they do. So exactly what you're saying.
And then Robin, I just ask you to follow up on that and to speak a little bit about occupational factors around status in an organization. So your work has been with volunteer firefighters. Is their context different? Does their context tend to be different than professional firefighters?
I would say yes. And the reason is that it's unique when you look at somebody doing that type of work as a volunteer. And what I mean by that is that context of, when you look at those who are firefighters who are paid to do the work versus volunteer, there's things like shift work. They go to the fire hall, they do their job, they go home. There's kind of that bit of separation that exists. They do the same types of work. It's no difference, volunteers and paid. They do the same, they respond to the same type of emergencies. There's no difference in that way. It's trained to the same levels. But volunteer firefighters are on call 24/7. They carry a pager. Some are new technologies. They get texts or phones, but they're always on call every day of the year. So they have to leave their families. They have to leave their work. So this is something they do in their leisure time, or what we call their spare time. So it has a different level to it. So yeah, thinking about the context of, you leave these situations depending on what you do for perhaps your paid work or your other obligations in your life, and you have to leave that to go perform an emergency service in your community. And with that, and the research I'm doing, it's a bit different than maybe other things you might do in your spare time, even as a volunteer. This level of moral obligation that you feel to the work that you're doing. So I know in my research, a lot of volunteers spoke to, they're in the middle of a wedding and they will leave because they feel that moral obligation to respond because they're volunteers. There's not somebody at the fire hall necessarily to respond like there would be in a paid situation. If I don't respond, who's going to respond? They'll leave their work, whether they're being paid or not, to leave that situation. Some might not even go on vacation out of fear of leaving their community, especially when we get into rural communities where there are less resources like that. So just a little bit of context to volunteers. And then the other side of it too, just to note, is that unlike other, especially when we look at paid emergency responders, firefighters particularly have to fundraise for their equipment, particularly in rural communities, to do the work they do, to pay for their personal protective equipment, to pay for fire trucks, to pay for to fund what they do. And that's very unique to that situation. So that's why you generally see that your local fire hall is putting on bingo, for example, things like that.
Thank you. Before we leave this area of definitions and basic concepts, I wanted to check in with Deb and Mary. We'll be hearing much more from both of you later, but on this area, I just want to make sure, is there anything you'd like to add, Deb?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Krista.
And Mary?
One other concept I wanted to bring up is collective trauma. And when you have a community that's impacted, it's collective trauma. And also burnout. Burnout's a big issue that can really have a rippling effect in a person's ability to work or maintain, the workload or the empathy that they need to provide to the people that they're serving.
So how might collective trauma show up in a workplace?
Whatever that entity is that you're referring to is part of a community. I mean, your community right now is grieving as a community. So it's not just the responders that are impacted, it's the community that's impacted. And I think when things complicate things further are other tragedies or any disagreement that's going on within the community contributes to a community's ability to recover. So, the recent shooting that you had is just a reminder of what you all went through at the time that you're trying to recover. And COVID, that's another factor. Depending upon when the tragedy happens, if people are then more isolated because they have to stay at home, or they can't have a hold a funeral for their loved one because of COVID, or the necessary rituals a family member or community has, after a death. So there's a lot of contributing factors to both the ability of responders, and I think of it very broadly. I'll talk a little bit about that later, but the community's ability to recover. And, early identification and early interventions are key.
All right, thank you, Mary. I want to turn now to two types of prevention. So there's a concept of primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. And just, I think it would help us if we understood what that is exactly. So I turn it over to Alex to explain that.
Thanks, Krista. I'll start, but I'm actually going to then ask again my colleagues to add to this. So when we talk about, it's like, I mean, you can take any concept and you think about looking at primary, secondary, and tertiary. And so you have these levels where what do you do before an event happens? That's really, and I mean, if you think about for an organization or a community, as Mary discusses, if really to make them the best prepared to handle any kind of a tragic or severely disruptive event is to have beforehand looked at what are the needs of that community, if something like this happens. And unfortunately, so much of what we do is more afterwards. So that's primary prevention. And then secondary prevention is actually once that event has occurred, you don't wait for people to, for example, show symptoms of PTSD. You try to intervene. And again, I really want to go back and stress this concept of the whole community to be looking at. So we're looking at what happens to public safety personnel, the first responders, but also what happens to all the other people, the families, all the other people affected in that community. And I think one of the important reasons to do that is to help prevent, again, something that was referred to where you start having schisms and different things that start to happen in that whole community because they've been so affected, so impacted. And because overall, we want to find a way to give people the opportunity to go through those stages that they need to go through of trauma recovery, or in another way of looking at it is stages of grief that everybody needs to go through. But obviously, depending on what your role was, those stages will be different. The first responders who went into that situation and the families impacted, those stages are going to be somewhat different. But how do we help them all to go through that so that that community, however we look at it, whether we think it's the community of Canada or the community of 𝒮𝒜 or the community of first responders, that we help that community to recover. And I'm going to pass it over to Julie too, because I think I got a little bit kind of down a rabbit hole.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
So exactly what obviously Alex said, primary prevention is what you had already said, the risk factors, the protective factors. What can we put in place to develop that resource, both exactly what you said, community, individuals, organizational. We talk about mental health, reach out if you need help. But let's reach out before that. Let's start talking about it. Just this morning, one of the roundtable members had some bags and a jacket, and somebody said, "Do you need help carrying that?" And she said, "No." We don't like asking for help. Community members, first responders, we're not good at it. And now we're saying, so the secondary prevention, that's where we're expecting people to reach out. It's early intervention. As soon as you notice that maybe someone you love or know or work with is struggling, then you want to, have that resource discussion. But we want to do it in the primary. So primary is risk and protective factors, individually, community, socially, relationship-wise, at the organizational level. Where do I get that support? Secondary is the early intervention. So that's early. So the tertiary prevention is how do we mitigate the effects of a mental health condition, maybe prevention of becoming chronic, or how do we facilitate rehabilitation, going back to work if you're not, or getting back to feeling good or feeling a new good for you. Primary, and Deb, I'm going to mention, she provided us with a lovely analogy, but primary is protective and risk factors. Get that plan in place. Secondary, early intervention. And then tertiary is talking about preventing chronicity, rehabilitation, focusing on recovery. And Deb, I'll leave it to you if that's okay.
We were chatting prior to assembling this morning, just, sharing our perspectives, and I noted that I teach this primary, secondary, tertiary typology in my classroom, one of the courses I teach, and as we like to do with students, we like to provide analogies and metaphors to help them understand, have it resonate, hopefully, more accurately. So what I use in this context is the idea of a river or a stream, and on the primary side of things, sort of anticipating that there could be people who would go too close to the edge of the river. So awareness building, maybe you should not do that because there's a safety issue there. But if people do go too close, as people will, falling in, you rescue them, but say, in the future, let's talk about swimming lessons or life jackets. So providing them with the skills and the capacities required that should that happen again, they know how to support themselves and save themselves, essentially. But if they fall in and they don't have those skills and capacities, float down the river, the metaphorical river, provided they don't drown, which is not the outcome anyone would want. There could be, at the tertiary level, the intervention of hospitals, ambulances to save and rescue. So hopefully what we want is more, and we use this term a lot. I know it's not my profession, it's not the only one that would, but more upstream, upriver, if you will, approaches so that people have the capacities and the skills they need, that they either don't get into those situations in the first place, but should they, that they have the opportunity and the capacity to ameliorate the situation.
Thank you. I hadn't heard that metaphor before. My best friend says that she's my lifeguard. Yeah. So What I want to do next is pause over each primary, secondary, and tertiary and look at the types of prevention, the types of care that fall into each of these baskets. And each of you have deep experience in these at these various levels. So that's where we'll spend the rest of our time until the break. So I'd like to start with Megan to ask you to speak a little bit about the, you mentioned in your intro this morning, I think you called it before occupational stress, but if you can just talk about prevention and the work that you do with emergency responders.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm a clinician first and know enough about research probably to be a little bit dangerous, but have fantastic research partners across the country that I work with. And the genesis of the development of the before operational stress program, and we do use operational and occupational a bit interchangeably as we deliver the program, really emerged from my experiences as a practicing clinician several years ago, where I was frankly spending all of my time in tertiary care, really trying to help emergency responders regain mental wellness when they had developed fairly debilitating trauma-related symptoms, commonly post-traumatic stress disorder. And in clinical practice, myself and colleagues, we would talk about certain common themes, which would be, you know, educating emergency responders about what was happening to them in the context of this injury they had sustained, oftentimes led to conversations of them saying, I wish I had known this before I started my career, because if I had, perhaps I would have been better able to protect myself. And, you know, those conversations, along with conversations about oftentimes how stoic these emergency responders would come into treatment contexts, presenting this notion that being stoic was actually equated to being impenetrable or not impacted by the work, and that in some respects that was almost an ideal that people were striving for. And those were variables that were particularly influential over saying my and our research team's hypothesis is that there's something that is problematic about that may be contributing to these really high rates of injury we're seeing in certain emergency response sectors in our country. So the thinking and some of the hypotheses went, well, what if rather than waiting until someone becomes symptomatic for a post-traumatic stress injury, what if we actually tried to put some structure around the primary prevention of educating and providing mental health literacy, of normalizing the reality that most folks working in emergency response are going to be exposed to hundreds of potentially psychologically traumatic events over the course of their careers, hundreds if not thousands. And perhaps, you know, we can help to some extent enhance the proactive psychological protection people can develop in skill development, in understanding the context and the factors that they may experience in the dissemination of their duties that are unique in public safety and emergency response. So those kinds of experiences really influenced this, you know, sort of recognition that in high psychological risk environments like emergency response and other frontline sectors, I think rather than trying to perpetuate this potentially historical notion that this is the job and this is what you signed up for, and so therefore your job is just to endure, the conversation or the approach now is to say, well, let's acknowledge the fact that there are unique risks that you face, and there are reasons why you face high psychological risk. And so therefore, let's understand those risks. Let's have that be part of the orientation or the understanding of what the work may involve. And then let's be focused and deliberate in having a multifactorial approach to both potentially primary prevention efforts, so skill development, building awareness, helping people to understand what changes from a mental wellness perspective might look like for them, have clear understanding about secondary prevention. So like has already been discussed, when people start to notice maybe that they're being impacted by the work that they're doing, that there are pathways to care, there's pathways to having conversations. Sometimes we'll see that that's where peer support programs and peer support teams can come into play in that sort of bridge between primary and secondary prevention. And then from a tertiary care perspective, let's make sure that when people are identifying that they need help, there's effective, culturally competent help for them to be able to access. So I think what we're really understanding increasingly is that there is this need for a continuum of care that samples across primary and secondary and tertiary prevention, and that potentially with some of these pieces into play, we may be able to see mitigation of the impact of these high psychological risks. So circling back to the before operational stress program, it's really intended to be in that primary and secondary piece to potentially, in clinical practice again, what I was seeing was people who had just held on for as long as they possibly could. And finally, when they reached out for help, they were facing inability to work. Oftentimes their relationships had suffered. Oftentimes they were having, maybe difficulties in their relationships with their children and their spouses. There were often comorbid mental health conditions, oftentimes substance abuse problems that had developed. And I think if we can understand that the trauma and the adversities that our communities are unfortunately probably going to continue to face is going to have this call to action to the folks doing these jobs. To me, that just doesn't seem like a workable hypothesis or sustainable approach to say, just try to deal with it as long as you can, and then really, be prepared to face the devastation that this can bring to your life. So I'll end there, but those are some ideas on those three ideas.
Thank you, Megan. Mary, I'm wondering if you could follow up and talk a little bit about the work that you mentioned in your introduction. I think it's called Preparing for After.
Yes. As I said, we visited and interviewed these communities that have been impacted, starting with the Oklahoma City bombing. And, much of what Megan said is so true, that communities, are not prepared in advance. And of course, I think the responder community in particular, there is this delay. We sarcastically call it the hierarchy of grief. So when a tragedy happens, certainly you're focused first and foremost on the families and then the survivors who are injured. But what we see is this rippling effect, the circle of impact. And, when we were talking earlier about defining a responder, there's a lot of people that fall outside that concentric circle. I'm thinking, the medical examiner's office, the students that are, working in those labs. You have the chaplains and clergy. You have the people that were there that day. The first responders are it's the person that's on the train when the bomb goes off, or in the school or whatever. And, there's often not this recognition of that they are responders too. They mobilized, to help. And so, we're finding even government leaders that are now tasked with, trying to help the community recover. All of the community has these additional responsibilities, and your time and energy is really taken away from your job to help the community, recover. So I think there is a rippling effect. One of the things that we found too, and I think it's still today, is there's a stigma around mental health. And so in particular, people that are trained responders, I'm talking about fire and police, counterterrorism experts, they have the training and the expertise. and they know that their life might be at risk. But that said, when you have a small community, like your community in Nova Scotia or Newtown or Uvalde, there's no training that you can put in place that's going to prepare somebody that's responding to see their neighbor's child, murdered at a school. And so there has to be some recognition of the impact that can have, on these people, even if they have training, the impact of, when individuals that are trained and have some responsibility for responding are responding to something that is absolutely impacting them directly. And we see after 9/11, depression, anxiety, and PTSD are in the top 10 conditions still today. And I do believe it's because there is stigma around accessing help. And so there is this delay in these people coming forward, even though they recognize their symptoms, a delay in them coming forward to ask for help. So I think that it starts, pardon me, certainly with the leadership. The leadership has to send that message that, this is something that they have to be aware of, and there has to be support. I absolutely correct Megan, and the substance abuse, the spousal abuse, the job loss, and the suicide rate after so many of these tragedies. So I think those are the consequences of not really being proactive and making people aware that mental health conditions are very serious. And the sooner you ask for help, the better prepared you're going to be able to maintain your job, to maintain your relationships, and to recover.
Thank you, Mary. So reflecting on what Mary's just shared about the stigma that often comes up and the hesitancy to get help, Julie, I'm wondering if you can talk a bit about the role of psychoeducational programs in assisting with some of that.
I completely agree not to undo all of the work that we've done in terms of reducing stigma. It's still, and to speak to Mary, I'm not worthy to reach out. There are still so many people. I wasn't directly there. I had nothing to do with it. They feel guilty that they need those services. So there's a lot of people still in silence, ashamed that they feel they need something. So, compounding that. And after all of our traditional rituals are over, it's further compounded because now they're even more isolated. So we have people who don't think they're worthy showing up to, community events or something after the incident, but then it's gone. And we tend to forget, how long-term, what a process this is. If you think about, a lesson I learned, I was 18 and a friend of mine lost his father pretty tragically. And I remember being 28 and asking him, does he ever think about his father? And his response was every single day. So, so the help seeking, I think, as far as primary, I always say that anything we do to provide supports in terms of mental health in first responders, highly visible, easily accessible, multiple entry points. So we have to have services. Some people, I don't want to go to that community center and discuss anything. I just want to have a conversation with somebody I trust. Well, if I don't trust that person, well, maybe I could communicate. We like people, we don't like people. Multiple entry points to provide lots of options. And, our employee family assistance programs serve an incredible resource. But then if you have one experience, and I will never use that again. The message in terms of leadership is I always ask, how many times do you give out your EAP number? Oh, all the time. We have a magnet, we have a pamphlet. But do you actually go to someone saying, what has worked for you in the past? Are you willing to try this? This is what it'll be like when you call the number. You know, I always ask leaders, have you ever called that number? No. So this is what it's like when you call the number. And, you know, as equally, if not more importantly, I'm going to check in with you in a couple of days to see how you made out. So I think we have to play a more active role in providing it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall and hope it sticks. I think we have to do a better job of facilitating, looking for supports, both at the primary, who would you go to? And I always hear, I'd go to my friends and family. But as you said, Krista, do you have a specific lifeguard in mind? Because when you start to have difficulties, that becomes much more, you start second guessing yourself. You think, I hear it all the time, first responders, I don't want to burden people. Are you honest with your therapist? No, I don't want to burden them. So it's we have to be a little more active in providing. And this is obviously in the community as well. Our children, we all know the mental health rates there. Community members, obviously from traumatic, we have to have those discussions about the specifics of whether it's the primary or secondary prevention tools and resources that we have. I think we have to do a little homework ahead of time. And that tertiary prevention, as you said, we have to keep at it. It's not that we do this until the next big thing comes along. This is a long-term prevention strategy.
Thank you. Deb, I'm wondering, I'm sorry, Alex?
Did you want to go first? I just want to add something to this discussion that started with Mary and continued with Julie about stigma, because I think this is such a, if you think about it, when we think about conditions or problems with our brain and mind, how do we think about those conditions and problems if they're in our heart or in our stomach? We go and we get help, and everybody expects us to get help, and nobody says it's because you're weak, or because there's, something inherently wrong with you. This is what we do. You get chest pain, people know what, they have some sense of, I've got to go and get this checked out and I need some help. But there's so much, I think, shame-based thinking, which is another way to talk about stigma for all of us, including those leaders who are putting in place the programs. But, they're doing their best, but, what do they actually think about these kinds of mental health issues or problems that people, so I think there's still so much shame around this for all of us, and that it's something we really need to consider, continue looking at and thinking, how do we change that and correct it? Because in a way, we're looking at, again, secondary or tertiary stages when the person's suffering, and then we're saying, well, you should go and get help. Yeah, but I've had my whole life, everything in my environment has taught me, including often my profession, my organization, that if I have a symptom, if I develop nightmares, if I start fighting with my spouse, that's a weakness in me. I'm ashamed of it. So I think it's, how do we change that? And then just another little analogy I wanted to add. Before we sent troops to Afghanistan for 6 months, we trained them for 6 months. They spent as much time in preparatory training for that mission as they did overseas. So, if you think about, and that was not mental health training. That was so that they would know the kinds of situations they're going into. We understand that. But in terms of mental health, somehow it's hard for us to wrap our mind about the fact that we need to put things in place for that primary prevention to occur. Anyway.
I'm so glad you waved me down there. It's so important what you just shared. Deb, to take it to you now, I'm wondering, in your work with families and your other work around prevention, maybe just tell us a bit about that.
There's two things that I would say, but first of all, building off the contributions, valued contributions of my colleagues on the table here. Your comment, Julie, about how it's a process, it reminds me of resiliency, and how, this is where we land in our research, is how do we take the results of our work and develop and implement and evaluate programs within the community that focus on resiliency. We conceptualize resiliency as a process, so it's not a one and done, one-shot deal, and you've got the magic that will prevent, make you immune to future trauma. So an analogy that we can all relate to in the hopefully as we crawl out of COVID is there's not an inoculation that we can get for trauma, that it is a process, and it involves more than the individual. And this is the piece that we like to promote through our work as well. Is, Mary mentioned something about concentric circles earlier. We have to push the focus beyond the individual and responsibilize. I'm not sure if that's actually a word, but it makes sense to us when we think about what we hope will come out of our work is let's remember that it's not just about the toughness of an individual, but about the collective capacity of communities and families, which is where I come in, to support those folks so that they have those lifeguards and life jackets, et cetera, at the primary and secondary level. So that was my immediate thought coming off the comments of Alex and Julie. But did you want me to talk about families now, or is that to be saved for another point in our proceedings?
I think that primary begins to bleed into secondary, if I'm understanding this, so that families have a role both in early,
Exactly.
maintenance, sort of life, and then early intervention. So maybe you could help us transition
to the families?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, earlier this morning, Alex mentioned that an integral factor in supporting individuals experiencing trauma is social support. And I totally agree. And an element of the social support system that I feel is important, and which we spend our work in the spend our time in the Families Matter research group focusing on, is indeed the family unit as a very significant source of social support. But there are things that family members have to work their way back from. They are indeed integral to maintaining or helping emergency responders deal with their traumas. But they also warrant a lot of support in their own right. They are in a parallel track with the emergency responder, coping with the impacts of this experience as it affects them. So I can refer to some of these impacts, but they fall under the umbrella of vicarious trauma, which is also experienced by families. Alex mentioned earlier that helpers, can obviously experience this, but so do families. Secondary trauma is another term that's often used in the literature to reflect this point. But what it all boils down to is that perhaps often unintentionally, there's a crossover or transference from the emergency responder to the family system, such that a lot of the behavioral changes and the impacts of their trauma are absorbed within that immediate proximal context. And in order to be able to cope with that, the family members, and most of my work in the military context has focused on spouses and partners. I've interviewed hundreds of spouses and partners over my career to this point. And they talk a lot about what we call anticipatory vigilance, adapting their expectations, within the family unit, often being the conduit if there are children involved, helping everyone be sensitized to what, in this case, the emergency responder will need in order to be able to live well that day or that hour, whatever seems to be most significant at that time. While they're doing this, they're also coping with something that is referred to in my literature as ambiguous loss. So while they're monitoring symptoms and trying to create a space in the family system that will be supportive of the person living with trauma, They are mourning. They're grieving the loss of the person as they once knew them. That's the ambiguous loss. They're physically present, but psychologically and emotionally absent, or present in a way that is not optimal, not in the way that they are accustomed to. So I'm sure it would not surprise us to know that the fallout for this for a family member, and this includes spouses, partners, and children, and extended members of the family as well, is a lot of anxiety that burbles up because you're dealing with this. You are experiencing your own. I understand that hypervigilance is a consequence of trauma for the person who is traumatized, but there is this secondary anticipatory vigilance as well. That means that almost every other part of your life that's unrelated to the primary trauma is also infused with anxiety. Somebody mentioned gender and how gender enters into this story. We see this in the literature that particularly female-identified family members internalize a lot of what's going on and say, if only I could do this, if only I knew how to do that, if only I was a better partner or spouse, my loved one would not be going through this. So they take the blame. And I think those of us who identify as women are socialized to do this more frequently than perhaps others. Sometimes there's anger. The family member can resent the prominence of the emergency responder context within the family system and the repercussions it has on their everyday lives. I've also heard a lot in my interviewing about isolation, particularly social isolation. The family member may feel unsupported by the organization, a point that was brought up earlier, but particularly by those who are connected to them in their proximal environments. They may feel that the work that their family member does is not well understood by others. So they feel marginalized and they feel, you know, why will I put this on everybody else to talk about how we're experiencing this? They may also feel that their contributions to maintaining some level of equilibrium in the family system are not being acknowledged or recognized, even by the primary person who is traumatized, as well as by everybody else. They may feel that they and their loved one are being subjected to unwarranted criticism and harsh judgments about, you know, why aren't you doing this better? Just be resilient, just be stoic and move on. So those would be some of the familial consequences of trauma that I think need to be addressed as a springboard to supporting families, if we understand families to be an integral part of that primary and secondary and maybe even tertiary support system that traumatized people need.
Thank you. So I think it's important to acknowledge that we started by considering how families and spouses can support emergency responders, but you went on to acknowledge all of that they need support too. Mm-hmm. And I just want to pause over that because it's a little bit different, but equally important. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to move away from the family piece of it for the moment and turn to Aria to talk a little bit about now talk about employers and what role they might play both in preventative, so that kind of primary prevention, as well as secondary early intervention type.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So I think kind of the way I've been looking at it is that organizational supports, from my perspective, the way I've been looking at it, I recognize the, primary, secondary, tertiary has a very important role to play in the structure of how we look at supports. But I think I've been looking at organizational support more so in a way that it is the framework or it's the context that all of these support programs are operating in. So I would say that it's a more general perspective and way of looking at it. Organizations on the whole, I think, openly, on an ongoing, consistent, regular basis, openly acknowledging the difficult work, and like others have mentioned, it's very important in preparing and educating individuals on what trauma response can look like, and also eliminating the stigma so that people can speak openly and freely if they like. It's about workplace policies that include those who should be included in these support systems, and then workplace practices that actually follow through with the policy, rather than falling back on old cultural artifacts and silence and exclusion and that kind of thing. And it's about truly valuing the work and recognizing the vital contributions that everybody is making, so that employees do feel recognized as part of the picture. Organizations taking explicit, concrete responsibility. So earlier it was mentioned responsibilization. I concur, that's a great word. So that organizations do take responsibility for the care and keeping of employees, and demonstrating that commitment in the everyday workplace processes that are going on. And then also very important, for organizations to provide evidence-based supports. I think in a lot of cases, supports can be provided without that evidence base. We don't always know that what we're doing is working, and it's important to kind of build that capacity and knowledge and understanding from the get-go, so that we know that the supports that are in place and are being provided are actually helping.
Thank you very much, Aria. I want to turn from employers now to peers. So we're kind of looking at the different groups of people who might support emergency responders. Mary, I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about the peer supports for responders that, over the course of the years that you've been doing this work.
Well, peer support really provides an opportunity for those that are from, either a stakeholder group, so the families with families, or responders with responders, and so on and so forth. It gives them an opportunity to connect with people that have a shared experience. And so what happens over time, that what we've found is the longer the time from the event, the less likely people have support from those people that understand it. So oftentimes, I know you talked about, the family and the spouse, the responders go in the case of 9/11, they were there for 9 months. So they spent more time down at the site than they did at home. And you find this division in that relationship that's, I think, caused by the wife's isolation and lack of understanding about what their family member was living through day to day. And of course, in a lot of cases, the responders are not able to really talk about the graphic nature of what they've experienced. So it's the ability to talk with somebody that lived it, that understands it, that saw what they saw, that feels how they feel. And they have this not just shared experience, but this validation of how that's impacting them. Now, in some organizations like, the police or fire, these are cultural groups. I mean, they have their own culture, and it's very difficult for a clinician to go in unless you're part of that network, that you have a trusting relationship with them. Similarly, even in corporations, I know they had the story that they had the therapist office set up, and it was in a location that anyone that went in could see that they went in. So you have to be thinking in terms of, how can you make this confidential support if there is a therapist, but then of course, how can you facilitate the peer support? And I would say that whether it's a responder organization or a corporation or a government entity, you really have to take into consider the family as a whole, because I know we're just doing a workshop in a couple of weeks of, how does somebody live with somebody that has PTSD? It's challenging. So, I think that you have to, they have to have a supportive family outside that peer support group. And of course, a peer support group should not, it should be, augmenting if they need mental health care, if they need to be seen by a psychiatrist or a clinician, and if they need to be on medication. So, but I do think it's important, and I think it gives an opportunity for people to heal over the long term.
It's helpful to think about that you need different kinds of support. It kind of forms a package.
It's a holistic approach. The other thing that I'd bring up, because I know it was mentioned about evidence-based care, but I think it's really important not to assume what people need. We do an annual survey of the people that we serve, and we want to know, are the programs that we're providing helpful or not? What's their availability to participate? And then, of course, what other services do they need, or what other topics? And I think psychoeducation combined with a peer support network and availability to mental health care, confidential mental health care, is really the way that you have to think holistically about, meeting the people's needs. And I think the psychoeducation can also be focused on, eliminating the stigma.
Yes, thank you. Julie, I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about your work in developing peer support networks.
So when we talk about peer support, there's, again, as we see in mental health, it's very difficult to tease evidence that it doesn't work. So we're going out of the assumption that peer support is helpful. We don't maybe know what degree or when or what the required training may be, but we go under the assumption we all have peers. We have all used peer support. In terms of a formalized peer support, it's, again, Mary, you just said we can't assume we know what people want. A national peer support network would involve somebody who wants to talk to somebody about the experience they've just been through, but I don't want to have to work beside them every day. Somebody else will say, I want a peer who I work beside every day, who I know that they have my back. So there's even very different, I guess, ways that people think of peer support. Again, it should be, and I'm taking you back to primary, it should be part of that primary, paired with psychoeducation. You're starting out in an organization, whether it's first responder or any place where it's high stress, you're met with a peer. I'm going to, we talk about mentoring. So you want it at that primary. Again, it's another multiple entry point if you feel that you need that help. So it's, so there's a lot of different, there's a lot of value in peers. It's just the training that we have to figure out what kind of training does a peer support network need. Is it low-level psychological techniques? Is it communication skills? Is it learning boundaries? Is it obviously you have to have a knowledge of the resources available? If you're moving into that secondary, tertiary, you have to have the knowledge. I mentioned earlier about an EAP program, employee family assistance or employee assistance program. A peer will be able to say, you know what, I called it, and this is what you can expect. You know, it's, I hear so many different, the best, most basic example of someone being exposed to peer support who had no idea what it was. They were listening to a police officer, and the police officer said, you know, yes, sometimes I'm angry. And that could be, you know, the term, surface acting. You know, do you ever tell anybody how angry you were? And it was just like a novel concept. And he said, absolutely. And so you could just see this relief that I'm not alone. You know, all these feelings are quite normal. You know, it's obviously the event that's abnormal. So as far as peer support network, it has to be a coordinated effort. It has to be something that's well thought out. But I say it's an invaluable contribution on that process of, you know, taking care of ourselves and each other at both individual, peer, and organizational level.
And I would like to pick up on something that came up at one of our small group sessions earlier this month. We heard some of the paramedics talk about the peer support program that they had in place, and their frustration really with that system, and feeling like what they'd just gone through, that the individuals who had been identified as peer supporters were just out of their depth.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, with bad experiences, we need to take those bad experiences as to what we're doing and build on them. And how do we change that moving forward? So, you know, you hear that about therapists a lot. I went to therapy, never again. You do try again, and you do kind of learn and move forward. You're exactly right. I hear that all the time when I respond to a critical incident. It's like, don't bring them near me. You know, somebody who has got 30 years on the service is approached by a 2-year service saying, I took a course. What do you want to talk about? That's not a great idea. And that's why, you know, again, it's matching experience to experience. Officer involved shooting. There's a network, there's a peer, and obviously they have to be in the right space to be able to, you know, provide that support. I've been there. I've been where you have been. And so we pair them up that way, you know, rather than just kind of having people want to rush in to help, and we all do, or we wouldn't be doing what we do. And so I think it has to be a little more, again, coordinated. And, you know, when you're putting people in that position after such a, you know, it's an acute stress reaction, acute traumatic event, you have to have people in there who are going to be of perceived as great value. And so, and I've heard that, I've heard those discussions, and I think, you know, yes, we have to be a better job at being more strategic. There's a great network of peer programs all over the country, all over the world. I just think it needs a little tweaking, as to be a little more strategic.
Julie, could I add that we actually have, our peer support groups are led by a clinician. And we also do an assessment when somebody joins a peer support group to make sure that they don't need a higher level of care. Because the last thing that you want to do is bring somebody into a group that's going to disrupt the healing. And so, you know, I think probably our peer support groups might be a little different than, you know, a peer network. It's led by a clinician, and there's a intake that takes place prior to them joining the group.
I just wanted to add a little bit to what you were saying, and kind of 2 points. The other thing we have to remember about emergency responders is the ranking system, so our hierarchy. So kind of like you said, 2 years, 30 years, but also officers, chiefs, deputy chiefs, that's a very different experience than a frontline, and I'll speak from firefighter because that's what I know, firefighter experience. So having those peers, especially when you get to those higher level officer positions, who do I go to? Who can I speak to that has this experience as well? Because as you go through the ranks, that becomes less and less. fellow peers. And then on the other point with peer support, and this is from a practical point and kind of going back to what you're saying, Julie, is informal peer support happens every day with emergency responders. And so, you know, whether it's your lifeguard or whatever it is, that person you go to, my fellow firefighter, that's who I'm comfortable with and go to. They might not be the token peer supporter of the fire department or fire service or emergency organization. So I believe that everybody needs that training, because I think every first responder in general as well, you're going to run into a situation where you're going to have to support your fellow peer. And I think we miss that sometime when we think more formalized peer support. There's also that really important informal peer support that is occurring on a regular basis that we also need. So it's a whole spectrum when we come to peer support.
Thank you.
Could I just add one more thought on the informal peer supports?
So we are quite late for our morning break.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Normally I would say absolutely. So let us take a short break, and then we'll follow up with Aria and Deb, because I know you both have thoughts.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you so much. So enlightening so far, and we'll take a 10-minute break and be back. Thank you.
Oh boy, that's just bad. Busted themselves again with the script. Do you want me to do that now, or shall I get into it later? What was it? I can't remember. Got to go back and sample these ones. They absolutely screw themselves. Small group sessions, that's what they're doing. They just sit around and rehearse what they're going to talk about. That's why they've got the notes. The people know the questions. They're like, oh yeah, I'll deal with that later. And they're getting busted all over the place in here. Good for you guys picking up on a lot of stuff. The sewing of the words, the hand gestures to distract, shut it down. I loved what Krista did there. No, don't talk. We'll move away from the family topic. Let's get the hell away from that, man. Don't bring that into it. Why would you do that again? Oh, that's right. Because that's your mandate. Oh, but it wasn't ever. And the gig's up. The gig's been up for a long time. Diaper change. I think it's a diaper change time. A diaper change. And I don't mean to be so cynical. We have so much shit. Might as well just laugh at these fools and expose them. No somatization. No, the lifeguard. The lifeguard is very important. What was the other one? See, they've got all these. Lifeguard is certainly one, because then you feel you're guarded from life, right? RCMP guarded you from life. They'll just bring these narratives in. The gender stuff, they brought that in. They brought in the medical confidentiality, right? Because that's what they're using to shut down certain pieces of information, which aren't supposed to be shut down. I'm probably going to have to remember I turned that screen off. Otherwise, you guys will be muted. Better ask for this top line, guys. I don't know how many people have been I didn't put it out yet on the tweeters. The top line. If there's no lawyer in that addressee bar, oh no, because that's an RCMP blackout. That's not mass casualty. So let's see the solicitor-client privilege in here with the lawyer. And then that lawyer can be subpoenaed at a later point in time. And he could say, yes, I received an email, at this date and time regarding information that was to do with Leah Scanlon and Brenda. But I don't think that's going to come out. I mean, I'm always digging things around. What's this one I was putting together? Oh, yeah, it's the 3-minute service calls. Not going to be a problem. Same bullshit every day. Yes, but we get the documents, right? Kind of. It depends on if they're starting to pull this game. Medical confidentiality is going to come really heavy. See, they're putting the seeds in because Lisa's coming up. 2 support people? Are you out of your mind? The lady is currently. Oh, did she plead guilty? She was a known suspect. Has never been treated as a suspect. Has never been eliminated as a suspect. The warrants read. Weapons trafficking. Her brother and brother-in-law were involved in that. He pled guilty. One who has now since retracted it. I believe that was a very strategic legal move once again, because it was last moment for Friday. I'm trying to remember. Anyway, simply as family lawyers try to explain blacked out documents is their job. Tony, stop gatekeeping, okay? If you want to do that, the lawyers watch, and I have connections in there, right? So don't worry about it. It's all good. You're helping, right? Okay. So it's really good because the lawyers are watching, so that it's helpful to them. Don't worry about what I do. This has made us all very cynical. It has, but it's the process that it is, right? Or perhaps, Tony, I don't know, maybe you don't want me to get into evidence? Is that, first I was being cynical, and now it is because I show evidence. So I shouldn't talk. Is that the problem? I'm not understanding. Just ask. When I saw this, I thought lawsuit, there's a lawsuit with Lucky and Scanlon. Possible, but again, in order to maintain that, they would have to show this addressee line. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything, right? Lisa went through restorative justice, but there are some interesting things that have developed on that end. But those things will come to pass, as they should. Break. What wording should we change? Sanitization, yes. I forget whose document this was. I'd have to go through because of the chats I have with people. Let's see, what was this one? Oh, yes, okay. So remember how I just got summarily dismissed, of course. No, dash cams. What are you talking about? What are you talking about over there? Okay. Well, this would happen to be from Harvey's statement. Okay. Harvey's member notes. My apologies. No in-car camera footage. Okay, so why would you feel the need to say that if there were no cameras? But of course, right? Again, very helpful, right? Love to see the evidence. I have been furnishing. Perhaps you can refresh yourself with, I don't know, maybe ODIHR is tracking that. A few thousand hours of videos now. I have a lot in the background. Now, moving around, in-car footage. Not sure why you're being argumentative. Colors. In-camera footage. So prior to this, of course, that was why, numerous times people have watched that actually literally go down. Say the text was another one. Vance asked about the in-camera footage. That was all because of here, right? And those people would definitely, family members would attest to that, because the lawyers all know. So no camera footage. All right, fine. So he stated it right from the start. Now, Todd helped us with this one, right? So this is from the RCMP in-camera, in-car digital video system document, which I can get, or Todd can send me a link or something. Okay, so there's a variety of reasons that the recordings will automatically start. Automatically started when police vehicles' emergency lights and sirens are activated. Well, I'm thinking that there's a lot of emergency lights and sirens. I've read about them being on. In fact, Dion Sutton, I watched a video of him. I was sent. Very interesting. He's got quite an accent. I was smiling when I heard it. Well, to me, certain people know in here, because I visit with them on the phone, and I love their accent. So to me, maybe I sound like I've got one. Vehicle speed is over 140 kilometers an hour. Vehicle is involved in a collision. Member turns on the wireless microphone, or when in-car digital video system is manually turned on. Anytime the system is turned on, previous 30 seconds automatically saved. It also does uploading, wireless export. So I think that might be real time. So in fact, you possibly could have stuff down in Shuby, Mark Carr, right? So, and I'm presuming, no, maybe not lights and sirens at that point. I'm not sure. Anyway, now here's Harvey's speed, 159 kilometers an hour. So what does that mean? If we look back at their system, well, that means that his car footage would be working. So though he says that there's no in-camera footage, his car log is on file. I would say, and I believe he will be asked because it was brought to certain people's attention. That's something else. The car. What color was Brown and Melanson's car? You know that this has always been a bone of contention, right? We've had silver, brown, silver, gray, and brown, right? I think kind of. But we've also had black. Black came up in Peterson's statement. Black also came up over here. Violet O'Reilly's statement, witness down in Onslow. And she's talking about the shooting, the four-door car. They're not usually black. Another introduction of a black car. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
And grab your popcorn. Who is it that didn't know the study? How many people, Ontario police officers, didn't die? I asked earlier. Todd, you know. Very curious. Cherry picking for studies. Sounds very interesting. Of course, because many members, at least in the RCMP, Many suicides are attributable directly to the force and the treatment of the members. In car footage, veteran affairs, PTSD, mental health, yes, military sexual misconduct. Very interesting. Military sexual misconduct. Not that that happens at all in the RCMP. They don't have any kind of problem with that. No, nothing to see here. So there's the link to the car digital video system. And it was very easy to prove, which I did some time back, right? I don't remember which video that was. I think I did it a couple of times. Thank you to somebody in the background who sent me a little bit of stuff. And thank you, Todd, also. I don't mean to single Todd out. There are lots of people. Just never know if I should identify or shouldn't. You can always tell me, too. That would be helpful. You know, send me something and say, hey, yeah, I'm okay. You know, you can say my name or whatever. Some people don't like that. So should get the video of the PC hitting the deer. Cough, cough. Yeah, maybe. I would think that they would have turned on everything manually at that point. Or not. Could have been like Las Vegas. Just turn those cameras off, please. 200 plus kilometers an hour. I'm not sure what they're governed at, but he must have something extra special, I think. You know, oh dear would know, though. That kind of stuff I'm not going to recall the speeds. So I will stop sharing screen and share the appropriate one so I don't get buzz on my phone numerous times, which thank you very much. If I didn't have that, then I would really be in a mess. Okay, so I'm going to close that one. There we go. Okay, I've got it set up right here. I have seen a guy in gray by the MCU. Major crimes heavily involved right away. Jerry, Angela Howerlock, Angela McKay, all down there very early. Terry.
Thank you, everyone. Krista?
Thanks very much. We'll just wait for our virtual members to rejoin. Hello. Deb, I wanted to pick up with what we were talking about, peer support.
Okay, just a quick point that flows from the previous contributions, and that's about cultural competence. I think it came up in the introductions that one of my colleagues emphasized the significance of that point. So I've had the privilege of working with colleagues at the local operational stress injury clinic that is facilitated by the Nova Scotia Health Authority and by Veterans Affairs Canada. Worked with clinicians there to develop a family psychoeducation program. And one of the things that we've noted in our formative evaluations of that program so far is how important it is for the veterans who are living with trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder most notably, and their family members, is to have someone have a context where people get it, right? They understand in this case, the military backdrop to the trauma. So if we're thinking about, building the plane and flying it and landing it in the future, I think having that lens of cultural competence will be significant.
Thank you. And Arya.
Right, I was just going to also add a quick note on the informal peer supports and what Robin had been saying. I was just going to echo that I agree that training for all is probably a really important part of it. Some of the other work that I have done with the traumatic impacts of working with video evidence of violent crime. In that context, informal peer supports came up. That was qualitative research. And what we learned was that in that informal context, there are peers who are providing that support. But over time, as we've heard as well today, there are the cumulative traumas that are occurring, and in some of those instances among peers, sharing those experiences and really getting into the details of what was happening can be experienced even for the peers who are experienced as kind of compounding trauma in the peers who are trying to provide that support. So like others also mentioned, Julie, about being strategic and well thought out, and providing training and making good matches, and making sure that everybody's in the right headspace to do that work are all important.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to a slightly different conversation. We started off this morning distinguishing between occupational or operational type stressors and organizational. And so in this last piece of time that we have today, I'd like to accomplish a couple of things. One is to think about organizational stressors and barriers to getting the types of support that we've been discussing. And then secondly, we'll turn to sort of the where are we headed, and sort of finding meaning in the nature of this very difficult work that emergency responders often do. So to start off, I was hoping that Robin, you could talk to us a little bit about what kinds, especially given your volunteer experience, what kinds of challenges do organizations face in providing the support that responders need?
Yeah, so I think it goes back to that unique volunteer context, which does create, there's definitely opportunities, but there can be a lot of barriers when we're looking at these sorts of things. And I just wanted to note too that when I talk about volunteer firefighters in the fire service, I'm not talking about a small segment of the fire service. They actually make up 83% of the fire service in Canada and over 90% in Nova Scotia. So when we talk about firefighters, we're generally usually talking about those in the volunteer context, which is really important. I just wanted to make that note. So there's kind of three areas I would say with the volunteer context with organizational resources. And one of the most significant barriers for volunteers is that there's no consistent structure that exists across the province that says these are the resources available. Because when you think about fire departments, mostly, I mean, there's always it depends situation, but when we look at the volunteer fire service, each fire department is truly its own entity. And depending on that area or where you are in the province, it depends on that fire department, that small fire department, to make up the resources for their people. So there's not necessarily a provincial or municipal kind of structure that exists. And firefighters are in the business of firefighting, not necessarily creating all these organizational resources. And when you think about the fact that they're volunteer and they do this in their spare time, again, that creates a lot of barriers in that way. So when we think about the organizational constraints, there's accessibility, affordability, because I will go back to when I was saying that they have to fundraise for their trucks and equipment. So when we get into other training and various resources available, we can understand that that can be very difficult for our volunteer fire service. And then appropriate. So, I hear different terms talking about organizational structures, and we're like the employer, the workplace. That's not what exists for volunteers. It's not their workplace. It's not their employer. So it's a very different structure and framework in that way. So when I think about appropriate, when we think about services and supports and resources in that organizational structure, it's not like everybody's at the fire department on shift today, and we can just, okay, we're going to do this training today. These people are doing this in their evenings and weekends. And so those are the opportunities to have these resources and trainings and other supports and services available. So it creates delivering those and having those available becomes complicated when you think about the fact that they're taking the time out of their spare time to do this. And so again, going back to family, taking the time away from their families, taking time away from their actual employed work that pays for their livelihoods. So lots of complicating factors there, and that's just kind of the tip of that.
Thank you, Robin. Megan, I'd like to take it to you. Same question, probably from a very different perspective. What challenges in your work have you seen that employers or organizations face in trying to support their emergency responders?
I think the challenges are numerous. I very much come from the perspective, and I see every day in clinical practice, that the leaders I work with and the organizations that I work with, by and large, care tremendously about their employees and the responders who are doing the work. But the pressures that are faced by emergency response organizations are frankly tremendous. And so I think there's an absolute sense of competing demands. Where and how do we put our resources? Where should we put our focus? With a limited mental health budget or budgeting for mental health training, with a very limited budget, we want to make sure that we are, deploying the most effective skills and interventions. And we're oftentimes tremendously confused about what those should be. And so there's sometimes a challenge in terms of knowing what are the supports that would be most effective. I hear a common thread, whether I'm talking to a new member of an emergency response organization who's been on the job for a year or less, or I'm talking to a leader, who's at a high degree of rank, who has 25 years degree of service. I hear a common theme or a common challenge of this experience of feeling dehumanized in the work. And I think there's a significant challenge around how to reconcile in the holistic nature of an organization or a system that this is a human-centric industry in significant respects, and how can employers and organizations bridge the gaps between differing experiences and differing expectations, so that really that human quality is at the core of how employees within an organization are relating to one another. And I think that's sort of out of sync with oftentimes the task and tool, response-driven, reaction-driven demands of these occupations. And so, that's a significant challenge. I want to support, I want to validate and humanize the people who are doing this work. And yet we're not necessarily set up in that respect. In many respects, we're not sort of permitted, or what our communities or what our councils expect of us is not necessarily that angle. So I think the challenges they're really multifactorial, and therefore, as we've been talking about this morning, they really do require a multifactorial set of interventions and potential solutions. But I just hear all the time this disconnect and the sense of really not being seen for the contribution that I'm making, and that really erodes the sense of connection and investment and, frankly, protection that people feel in the context of their organizations and their jobs that they're doing. And I think there's an oftentimes inclination to try to figure out why that's happening and what's to blame. And that's probably a bit of a simplistic approach to a complicated problem. So I suppose, when we think about how are we maybe going to continue to address these challenges and think about how to continually improve upon what we're learning and help this, inform organizations moving forward, I submit, and my strong yet humble opinion is that we really need to spend time focusing on the relational factors and how people talk to one another and how they're connecting in the struggles that they're facing. And again, that's just historically not really been the fabric of how these organizations operate or have developed over time.
Thank you so much, Megan. I want to pick up on a couple of those pieces, the humanity of emergency responders, feeling seen, as well as the relationships. And I want to pivot a little bit and take it over to Those who become leaders in the organization are humans as well and engage in relationships with the emergency responders in their organizations. Can you, Julie, tell us a little bit about life from their perspective and considerations for their care?
I always hear leaders, I have to make sure the people who I'm responsible for are well and safe. What do you do for yourself? What do you mean? Whether it's, I don't feel entitled, I don't feel I should, I've reached this level, I should have that down pat by now. We have the same problem with specialized units in policing. You know, who is more at risk? The constable on the road, the forensic identification team, the child exploitation team, you know, the TRU or the ERT or emergency response teams. Again, Robin, when you said it, and there's been calls, we have to enshrine mental health throughout everything we do. So if that's occupational health and safety, a standing agenda item on meetings, put mental health in there. And you have to start talking about your safety plan, promotions, you know, to get your inspectors or your superintendent, you know, that put that as an aspect of your advancement. So by the time you do get to a leader, it's part of that. I know that there's a call now for support for senior leaders, and I've done this and I've seen it myself. You know, they feel that's something that happens later. And it's almost like you're stealing from the cookie jar and there's not a lot of cookies for everybody else first. Feed everybody else first and then I'll pick up the leftovers. We have to acknowledge that it's everyone. We have to provide these resources, put these plans in place ahead of time for everyone. And, you know, when you're talking about peer programs, it's the same thing. It's the ranks. You know, obviously the numbers aren't there as you go up in rank, but that's why it's a national, we need a national group that will be, you know, be able to provide those supports for people in any unit, at any rank, so you can match them up accordingly.
Thank you, Julie. Related to this conversation about organizational factors, systemic factors, I'd like to ask, I think, what's a hard question right now. What if you could take one barrier away, what would it be? Which would it be and why? So to put it slightly differently, if an organizational factor was removed or mitigated, and could make a big difference to the well-being of emergency responders, what would it be? So, Alex, can I start with you?
Sure. I guess I'll go back to something that we spoke about earlier, and that is that very strong feeling of shame around having a mental health issue or symptoms. And if we could remove that, because again, I think a lot of very, very well-meaning people who are working very, very hard for their people, but you know, they have those same kind of feelings and internalized beliefs about mental health. So I think that would probably be my number one. Thanks.
So it sounds to me like you've identified a cultural factor. Yeah. Okay. Robin?
I can't choose them all. I would say, because, and this is coming from the volunteer firefighter lens, I would say the consistency. So that way that there's the consistent support, and I think provincially, so that no matter where you are at in the province as a firefighter, you have the same access to the resources as everybody else. I would say it would be really important.
And just to expand on that a little bit, when we spoke earlier, you talked to me about how experiences can really vary from one fire service to another.
It can very much vary, and it depends on the funding and the resources they have. It depends on the value that it's put. So some fire departments, it's mental health is critical, but it's about But then where do we go from there? How do we get these resources? Other departments, it may not be on their radar yet. And it depends on the leadership, it depends on knowledge. So having that consistency would create so that that's not happening. So it's not so piecemeal across the province, because truly for the volunteer fire service, there is only one consistent resource, and that's the critical incident stress management team through the Fire Association of Nova Scotia. But that again is a volunteer group, and they only do one very specific intervention, which is the debriefing. So so having more of that type of resource that's for everybody, no matter where you are, I think would be really important.
Thank you. Deb?
So for me, the crystal ball, blue sky change that I would hope for would be developing mechanisms organizationally that will enhance the visibility of the work that's done and the validation for that work, both within the units where that work happens and within the communities where it matters. So for me, it would be visibility and validation.
So connected to Megan's point that people tend to feel dehumanized?
Exactly. Mhm.
Okay.
And unacknowledged.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Julie?
I would go one step further from Alex's and say we have to start actually having the words come out of our mouths in the workplace about taking care of ourselves. So operationalize everything, all the anti-stigma campaigns, all of the training. What does it look like when the words come out of your mouth? How are you doing? When you talk, it's still people, I don't want to say the wrong thing. So we need to start practicing and creating structure and vehicles to be able to have the words to come out of my mouth. These are my supports. I don't feel so well. I need help. We have to get those words out of mouths, from in our hearts, as you said, into our mouths. So that's what I would say. Operationalize it.
Thank you. Taking it to our virtual friends, Aria?
I would say that removing kind of the unofficial or assumed hierarchy of, I don't want to say importance, it's not the right word, but of value that's placed on the different work that different roles do, so that it speaks to that validation piece, so that everybody who plays a part is getting the validation that's required for that work.
Thank you. And Megan?
Something that comes up for me often and did in our session on Tuesday and has again today is a notion, I guess, that no one person has the monopoly on suffering, and that there's this sense of, I see kind of, I guess it talked about, I refer to it as trauma relativism, that, there's an entitlement to support or access to care if it's been bad enough. And more often than not, people conclude for themselves that, I'm not deserving enough. And so therefore I should just find ways to deal with things on my own. So, I've spent certainly the last 10 years, and I think we've seen tremendous progress in the field as a whole on addressing stigma, on making it more normal and accepted to have conversations about psychological wellness. I don't think we're all the way there yet by any stretch, and there's more work to be done there. A lot of that work that I've seen happen has been very much at the level of the individual responder, or perhaps the individual family member. And a barrier or something that I'd like to see moving forward is that we really continue to shift towards a very holistic approach towards supporting the mental health needs of emergency responders across this country. That psychological safety within these organizations becomes table stakes, and that we are teaching our leaders and our emergency responders in equal measure about the duties they need to deploy, about how to have conversations with one another that are driven by empathy and that support opening. Because again, I hear this all the time, this desire to be helpful, this desire to be support, especially from leaders. And I think we need to really keep looking at how do we help people understand how to have those conversations in effective ways so that they can feel a greater degree of empowerment, and they can feel a greater degree of comfort in really connecting at that level, human to human.
So the role of education and training to help shift culture and to bring internalize those values in the organization so that leaders are capable of supporting.
Capable and feel competent to, feel like they have a degree of confidence in a sense of, how to have conversations themselves, how to model, self-awareness and self-regulation, how to have reciprocal conversation, how to set boundaries, that we need to help our leaders understand that obviously there's the practical organizational aspects of their work, but in the context of organizational health and safety, psychological safety, culture, in equal measure, we need to be spending time on how do we have conversations, how do we show up, embodying compassion and empathy as where we start from versus as afterthoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Mary?
I think one organizational factor would be the buy-in from leadership. And I'm talking about the buy-in from the government, funding to support these programs. As somebody said, we're all providing peer-to-peer support, and to make sure that when people are providing peer support, that they're trained and they're not going to do harm. But I do think, and I have seen some movement, is for the leaders to become champions in all of these organizations and agencies, to have standards and protocols and procedures, and to be the ones that are really setting the tone for their organizations, to make sure that their employees, continue on. And, we've seen so many instances. I know after Newtown, a lot of people that responded never went back to work. And that's a consequence of not having the training and the funding and the policies and procedures in place, to respond to these tragedies. But I do think it needs to start at the top, and there has to be funding to provide these programs, which is, of course, coming from the government. So I think once that's in place and the leaders buy in, then they're going to be much better prepared to make sure that their employees and all responders have the support that they need.
Thank you. I'd like to change topics a little bit now and start to look at whether there is, where we find hope in this work. I think that, obviously trauma is by and large traumatic, right? But can any good come out of trauma? Julie?
We had that discussion yesterday about post-traumatic growth. So, the evidence, the material, the article that's part of the evidence about the Swiss Air volunteers, helping out in the recovery mission. They look for meaning in what they do, and they look for hope. And, the time where you do that varies, obviously. Some people do it right away. Some people think, well, this is the good that comes out of this. I now have a gift that, whatever I've been through, somebody will know that I've been through something similar. And just by the look that I have in my face, that it'll be that lifeguard, it'll be that life raft. So I've heard that very early on. It's sometimes difficult to look for hope. I think in terms of, post-traumatic stress injuries, I think that people are quite nervous to talk about, will you feel better? Is it something you have for the rest of your life? Those symptoms, the experience, yes, but do you have those symptoms? Can you cure it? Those are questions that, are very difficult to ask. Putting hope in terms of the meaning of the experience. I think there's value in that. And again, it varies of when people are ready to do that. Sometimes it, obviously it seems an impossible task to feel any differently than you do in that moment. And that moment can go moment after moment. So I think it's an individual experience, obviously, like grief. But I do think that there's value in working at and attending to the meaning that comes from it, in terms of the our humanity, basically, and why we're all here, basically, and how does that integrate into the overall experience.
Thank you, Julie. And Megan, I think this is a concept you and I have talked about a little bit as well.
And I think it's so important. Frankly, something that keeps me involved and able to do this work is what I have seen for people who have experienced absolute devastation and absolutely devastating losses in their life as a result of trauma, come to a different place through the process of healing, of appreciating some change in their lives, and being able to say, if I hadn't gone through this thing and faced all I had to face and confronted all that I had to confront, I wouldn't have the same deep gratitude for the relationships I continue to have. I have a purpose that I wouldn't have had, or a sense of my place in the world. So that is what motivates me. That is what keeps me showing up to this work, because unfortunately, we know that whether it's a single acute incident, or whether it's multiple exposures to traumas over time, trauma is unfortunately a universal experience in the context of human civilization. And so the notion that we can actually grow, and there is hope to be found, the sort of notion of the phoenix rising from the ashes in the recovery process from trauma, I think that's really important for us to be able to hold on to. At the same time, these things don't occur in a linear sequential, in linear sequential passages of time. This takes idiosyncratic experience and time for individuals to work through. And so, especially right now in the community in the East, this is still very, very raw. And I think sometimes we can run the risk of, because growth is possible, we don't want to run the risk of dismissing that pain is real. And in growth, and in the post-traumatic growth literature, and what I've seen in practice, is that pain and hope can actually exist in space together. And that's part of how we help people continue to grow and heal from these kinds of events, is really to create this space where two seemingly opposing factors can be true at the same time. I can be devastated, and I can also know that there's a place for me to be hopeful, that I can continue to recover or learn things or develop in positive ways. So I think we have to be so sensitive and so careful about not going too quickly with this type of process. People need to feel just profound and consistent and accurate validation and empathy for the experiences that they've had, and for the losses that they've suffered. And there's no rushing through that. And then at the same time, there's place in conversation to, acknowledge that, there is a place where things can change, where they can come to land differently, where we can find ways to grow and develop and find wisdom that we couldn't have had we not been forced to confront the loss and the trauma that we've been forced to.
Thank you. Mary, I wonder what you might offer to this topic.
Well, I agree with everything that Megan said. I do think that out of great grief and trauma can come hope. And it's really because once resets your priorities, right? You know, people that have suffered an incredible loss make changes in who their friends are. They start setting boundaries with what they'll tolerate or not. I think it brings the community together in a way that you can find great strength. I've seen it change people's lives in the sense that after one accepts the loss, that's where I saw really the turning point. Once I accepted the death of my son, I was able to move forward. Now, that said, you know, the 5th anniversary, the 10th anniversary, the 15th anniversary, the 20th anniversary, other tragedies still have an impact on you. But that said, you know, I think the advocacy efforts that so many people, you know, become involved in. You think about here in the US with the 285 shootings we've had this year, and all the people that are fighting for gun reform, building memorials, you know, commemorating the life that was lost is really important. And again, you know, bringing the community together because it was a communal loss. And, you know, it brings people together. It rebuilds relationships. You really see who's supportive and who's not. And so I think having that shared vision, we've seen in our research, giving back. So many people, well, like myself, I started an organization, did other things, but people created, you know, things in memory of their loved one. You know, they planted, you know, they planted fields of trees or flowers. They supported things that were important, you know, whether the person was a swimmer or whether they were a Boy Scout, you know, they.
Mary, we've lost your audio.
But then you see the community come together as well. So I do have hope that your community will heal as well. And, you know, I just, you know, want to say what an honor it is to be here with all of you today.
Thank you so much, Mary. I'd like to take it back to folks at the table. A similar question. Deb, maybe you can speak a little bit about hope and also how that might tie in with some of the resiliency work that you do.
Yes, thank you, Krista. So yes, I'm very moved by the contributions of my colleagues, and would say that, you know, I use the construct of resiliency, which I think has many things in common with the notion of post-traumatic growth. And to Mary's point, I think hope, to the extent that hope and resiliency are interrelated, it will involve a collective effort, engagement across the sectors. I come back to a point I know I've noted before, but I think it's an important one, that it has to move beyond the boundaries of the individual. You know, when we think about resiliency science in particular was kind of stuck there for a while, and I defer to the folks at the table that have more of a clinical focus on this. But what I think I know about that is that, you know, developmental psychology was one of the first to identify that there are some individuals that, for some inexplicable reason, have a capacity for resiliency that defies all the odds. And is that about an innate trait? Is that about something that's internal to the person? It may be, there may be a function of temperament, but it may also be that in the lives of those people, there are other factors, there are other support systems, beginning with the family, which is of course my primary interests, but also at the community. And when we're speaking of emergency responders, and with my history in the military community, we also have to tackle the more ephemeral aspect of this, which is the ideological piece, you know, that those meaning systems that are everywhere and nowhere at the same time that guide they're embodied within the lives of people who serve, be it as emergency responders or military members, that there's so much good about those meaning systems, but they also can get in the way of people working toward developing and maintaining resiliency. So I'd say hope and resiliency are intertwined, but it's not a singular effort. It has to involve a whole bunch of people across all kinds of sectors.
And just to be sure I can really understand, can you give us an example of where a meaning system might get in the way?
Well, in the military context, which is, I have spent years, gratefully involved as an outsider within that system. And so I'm mindful that I am coming into this conversation as a civilian, but as someone that has sat at a lot of tables with military folks over the years. And I know Robin and Alex could speak to this more directly, is that notion of having the right stuff, of being tough, of being able to forge through, which is an imperative when you realize that the ultimate ideological goal of the military is combat readiness. So to be combat ready, you need to be able to be strong and resilient, but that sometimes is a deterrent to recognizing that, yes, I will be, and I probably can be, but it's not all about me. I need to be able to pull in other supporters, including families, but also the chain of command and other players in the system.
Okay, that helps. We have just a few minutes left, so I'd like to make sure each person has the opportunity to contribute one more thing. And it could either look like I wasn't able to ask each of you this last question, so if you didn't get a chance to weigh in, this would be a chance, or any other point that you hoped.
I think, and to build on really what I think others have said here, the rest of my colleagues around hope, is that aspect of finding meaning making, that is so integral to people being able to have a sense of hope. And one of the things I'd add to it, which again comes from the remarks of others, is how those in the community help each other to develop that sense of meaning. And I'll give an example from a different tragedy, just because I was so struck by it when I read the article around the Swissair disaster. And this was basically a recovery of really body parts at sea. And the folks who were doing this work many of them had this feeling like, what are we doing? We didn't save anyone's life, right? It was an airplane crash at sea. And so it was really going and finding whatever remains there were to bring back, to be able to catalog them and so on, to identify people. And so the folks doing that work, they talked in this article very eloquently about a lot of the feelings they had. And one was, well, what good did we do? Because we didn't save anyone. There was no one alive to save. And one person talked about how what was so incredibly helpful was they would come ashore at the end of the day where they were doing this kind of horrendous task. And the family members of those who had been in the crash would be there and would thank them and say to them, no, you did something incredibly important. You did what you could do. Yes, I mean, no lives were saved, but you did what you could do, and that has helped us. And so when I think about it, and I don't know how this will play out within this terrible tragedy, but when those different members of the community can come together and help each other find meaning. I think that that is a way to hope for the future. So thanks.
Thank you, Alex. For convenience, I just want to note that that Swissair article is Exhibit P-002631. Robin?
I just wanted to go with that hope piece as well, and just from a practical kind of perspective on it as a first responder, former first responder, and that's one of the things that comes within the recovery, and Mary spoke to this, the learning and the advocacy. And when I look at the fire service and the resources that we do have, that's what it's come from. And people that have been in recovery have become champions who have pushed forward these resources, even though we don't have a lot, this few resources we do have, whether that's small peer support groups in the community to help each other. Even the critical incident stress management team for the Fire Service Association came from those who have had these experiences and pushed those resources and advocated for that based on their own experiences. And I think that's a really important thing as well. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Deb?
Well, I'm very grateful. I feel like I've had lots of time and space to share the things that I thought might be helpful here this morning. But I guess I will just say as a capstone comment, again, showing my allegiance to the need of incorporating the family perspective within these conversations is don't forget about the families. The family is the launch pad and the landing surface for so much of what the work that's done, the good work that's done by emergency responders. And they are integral to the mental health and well-being of those individuals, those workers. So yeah, I just want to put a line under that one, and thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Julie?
I think I would reiterate actually practicing for help. Celebrate when you do ask for help. In terms of hope, celebrate with each other. You know, for about 2 minutes today, I wasn't afraid. Celebrate that. Celebrate that you do have hope when you do have it. And celebrate when you have conversations with each other about how we take care of ourselves. So actual practicing everything that we've learned and just start operationalizing, whatever you want to call it, practicing, really connecting with each other on that psychological health and safety, mental wellness piece, whatever you'd like to call it. So I'd like to say just practice asking for help.
Thank you. Aria?
I would like to say, as a civilian and outsider, this is very rewarding research and advocacy work that I've been able to participate in. So I would like to thank all of the public safety personnel who I've been able to engage with and form relationships with over the years for allowing me that access and giving me that trust in this kind of work.
Thank you. Mary?
I just want to stay with the theme of hope. And, it's my hope, and I think everyone that's been involved here today, that the community comes together and heals. And, you have to know that we're all thinking of you and we're all here to support you in any way that could be helpful. I think you've gotten through the worst. I mean, the horror and the loss and the shock that goes with that. And now you're going to be moving forward, and there's going to be ups and downs, and it's going to take time. But you can, with the proper support, move through it. And so just to say again, offering my condolences and to the whole community, and just know that we're all thinking of you, praying for you, and we're here to do whatever might be helpful.
Thank you so much, Mary. Megan?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reiterate my sincere, humble thanks for being invited to participate today. This has been a tremendously meaningful conversation, and I also share my condolences with the community. I think my final point, and what I would underscore as a theme that we've talked about today, is that, and while this is somewhat simplistic in its generalizability, we heal in the context of relationships. When we are in pain, a very common reaction we have is to pull away and to turn into ourselves and to isolate. And we simply know that the downrange effects of that are not particularly helpful or good. And so in many respects, we have at our disposal the best asset that we need in the process of recovery, which is each other. And so again, while I understand that there are many things that get in the way of connection, pathways to connection are tremendously important in the ongoing healing.
Thank you so much. So it goes without saying how grateful that we are that you made the time and brought yourself and your work to us so that we could understand and make meaning ourselves as we go further down the road with the Commission's work. And I'll pass it over to Commissioner MacDonald.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you. As I've said to our panelists to date, I would so enjoy being able to carry these conversations on much longer. I've made some notes and have taken some great advice from all of you. I would just like to say that one of my takeaways from today, when we first started with our commission work and created, I don't know if you call it our graphics for our commission work, we started with the ripple. And we've talked so much about the ripple impact of the mass casualty and how it starts with those most impacted and spreads out into the community. And today, what it's layered on even more for me is that the terms that you all use in terms of direct trauma and then indirect trauma, vicarious trauma, the accumulated trauma, and then Mary added on the collective trauma. And so when we look at where we started with our graphic for the commission, you've layered on again another layer of learning and understanding. At the end of your presentation today, you talked about the importance of hope. And I just want to thank you so much for doing that, because if people don't have hope, they don't have anything. And if you take away hope, you take away just about everything. And so I would like to see, based on what you have all shared with us today, that by the end of our work, those circles start with champions and support and help and spread out in the rings of hope. So thank you very much for that. And I didn't mean to summarize the panel, but for me, that was the greatest takeaway. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Stan?
Thank you, and thank you all so much for the work that you do and for the time that you've taken to be with us and to so thoughtfully put together the strands of your research that also are so integral. And Alex, you mentioned it, and I think Julie and perhaps others, the way in which COVID is an overlying context of what happened in Nova Scotia in 2020 and everything since, and the isolation that creates and the challenges that creates for everyone in the various ripples. The other thing that I really appreciated, and especially having you here, Robin, is the light on people that you don't normally sort of think of immediately as first responders, but certainly the volunteers that do this work tirelessly and with such dedication, and the civilian first responders as well, who are often the people
first there, but last supported in some ways. And so it's really appreciated that has been part of the conversation today as well. So thanks all of you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, Krista, for, as always, a wonderful job facilitating this most interesting and important panel. And of course, thank you to Nicole Elizabeth for her very important work in the lead up to today. It's all greatly appreciated. I've said it many times, panelists, and it bears repeating that under the heading of hope, or maybe I'll call it gratitude, a common experience that we've had as commissioners from day one is that when we've asked for help, people have stepped up. People have, and that's so gratifying in our work. People have stepped up to help us in any way they can, and today is a great example of that, and we're greatly appreciative of that. If I could, as I did on Tuesday, just refer to you all by your first names in the order in which you introduced yourselves today, but Megan and Aria and Mary and Deborah, Robin, Alex, if I can call you Alex, and Julie. You know, we've had lots of difficult conversations, and today was difficult as always, but they are so important and they're so helpful for us when we try to formulate recommendations. And you bring your expertise to us, and you bring your personal experiences to us, but I think what's most striking to me is you bring your caring to us, that you all really, really care, not just about our work, but about all those most affected. And that's so helpful and so important and so enlightening. And thank you. I'll conclude by saying thank you by you all concluding with the concept of hope. And thank you particularly, Mary. I'm sure your fellow panelists will understand if I single you out and say what an absolutely example of inspiration you are. And thank you. Particularly for sharing your experiences for us. But we are very grateful to you all, and thank you so very much. And we will we'll take just a 45-minute lunch break, so we'll come back at 1:20 with the next panel. So thank you all again.
I'd like to grab some of those samples that he's done. Does anybody remember where they happen to be? I'll sample them out at lunch, or if Odier's already sampled them out, that would be great. Of McDonald's dumping on families, just so we can kind of play it at lunch and in the beginning and at the end, you know, and he's like, hey, you know, I thank you ever so much. The corn, hey, you get out of here. Actually, well, I've got some of it. Give me one moment, please. There's Mr. O'Brien's. I want to get that one. There's a few of them. I don't take notes. I can't, unfortunately. Well, we can go and find it here. One moment. Because he's very appreciative, and he cares about the people that are there who are talking about nothing, which of course is just the snow job, right? The war room dreamt up back at the beginning of all this. Cover up their, what was it again? I've got the wrong ticker going. Where is it here? Balin ticker. I wish I was more organized with the computer. Anyway, doesn't matter. The truth will set you free. These people will live in infamy with their shame. And that's what these sessions, funnily enough, to me, are about. I know it may sound a bit quirky. It's actually about them. It's about the shit that they're going to go through. They're going to go through a lot of shit. People are really angry at them. Not angry in a violent way. They despise them or pity them. In my case, I more pity them. They're just deplorable people. I don't even know how they even can carry the title human person. I don't know. I don't know how you can get a law degree and carry yourself like that. Be a judge, frankly, and without a QC. I don't even know how that happens. That's a special one. That must be in the works. He'll get his QC. Once upon a time, QC and KC used to mean something. These things, now they just give out awards to whomever and whatever, right? April 22. And I saw there was an article about more deflection about some award for the Diamond Jubilee. They just give those out. Funnily enough, the one that's covering up is the police award given to Leather 3 days afterwards. Hello, which he doesn't even qualify for, at least not as an RCMP member. So yeah, lots of old biddies get the Diamond Jubilee, and if you live in a community and you do something and you donate money now, you definitely get it. It's pretty sad. I was at an event for somebody, let's just say it that way. Somebody that was close to me, we'll just leave it there. And this person was being honored for something, right? And so I was there, and the person who kind of, I think they'd organized it, kind of. Oh, they had a lot of awards. And I was trying to figure out why. Because they kind of ran through the biographies of a few people, and I knew most of them, or of them. I definitely knew some of them personally. And I was like, how the hell I don't know this person. Well, I didn't start with that attitude. I was like, what did this person do? Because I heard their biography as they read it out. And I was like, well, that didn't seem particularly like they had done a lot. It's more just about that they were a developer and stuff. Sure enough, I looked and they didn't really do much except donate a lot of money. And they were being honored for something. And I was like, okay, that's the way, that was a long time ago. Now, that was the way it works, right? Once upon a time, you actually did get an award for something because you earned it. Not because you covered up stuff, or you carried people's water, or you donated money. You actually did something good. Nah. QCs. Now, again, that's not a reflection on all lawyers by any stretch, because there are absolutely some lawyers who get QCs now who do deserve them. Very good lawyers, but some of them are like, what? It's like, oh, how did you ever earn that? But if you don't even earn it, I'm like, or get awarded with it, I'm like, Maybe the Regan shit is too much. Da-da-da-da. Okay, so there was a bunch of tweets. Let's see. Let's go back here. Maybe somebody's helped me with the Gerald Regan shit show. There we go. Yeah. And if you dig into that, right, because went through some of that here way back, and then there's a lot more to all that. Start looking into other people in the family where they pop up. Well, there's all kinds of brown envelopes sitting around here. Yes, that's going to be to support people for somebody who's named on warrants as weapon smuggling. Right. Missing during all of it. Not cleared. No alibi. Named on businesses. Most of the bank accounts. I believe credit cards co-signer. Email account, which could be who? Either Gabriel or herself. Oh boy. Not good. Oh, hello, Freckles. You missed 55 minutes of Charlie Brown, of the Charlie Brown's teacher speaking. I'm sorry, I'm failing to see. I find it interesting. They refer to 911 when they try to excuse this disaster. Anything and everything. They brought out so many skirts from the war room. Ottawa. Right away. They're like, well, the fucking war room is going to get fired up. You watch this one go down. They're going to get real, start putting everything in place. MCC. Why did it take so long to build that? And then you had Blair and Furry come out and Furry come out and announce, oh yeah, we've got a review, to which there was nothing, absolutely shredded that. And then just magically, even though it took them months to get that one ready, they had one right away in their back pocket. They just were like, oh yes, we have the commission here too. It will be better. We promise you. But it's called a commission. And it doesn't follow the Inquiry Act. It follows little tiny pieces of it. Yeah. And then they sat there and they wrote out all what was going to go down. Planned dates and times. They look at the schedule. Watch the schedule. Seriously. Every week it changes. For the duration of the Mass Casualty Commission. It changes week to week. A few weeks ago, I told, like I said, I probably repeated this numerous times. I told my girlfriend I had 4 days on basically for the next months on end, and that there would be a couple of breaks here and there, very short, maybe 1 week off or something. Now, and it's altered a third time since then. This week, I believe, was supposed to be 4 days. 2 days. I don't know how they forgot Heidi, but I guess maybe that's like that 14 years and getting her family all messed up. which they still haven't fixed. Sick. Wait, Nikki Banfield is going to actually appear. Okay, yes. Thank you, Nikki, for bringing that up. Nikki's got lots of little tidbits. Thanks, lots of social media. I'm very poor, so I need help there. And Leather and Campbell, that's right. And Bergerman. Mm-hmm. I might have to take some vacation days. Yeah, go down. Have a little sit around. That would be fun. What'd you guys think of Brenda yesterday? I was very surprised. She came on stage, she was pretty, and then it picked up. She started doing the hair thing. She got a little bit more confident, a little more cocky. Did you guys notice, though, the change in the demeanor from the before the break till after the break? That's because you guys are pointing stuff out, and they go in and dump on them. So all of this goes away because they're like, oh, shit, the people see it. Got to move along, try something else. Jubilee is for best of bootlickers. There are good people that win it. That's absolutely, I'm not saying, sorry, that's absolutely not true. I'm not trying to say that way, but there are very good people that win awards, but there's tons of them that just, rewarded for bad behavior. Teaches what? But that's what our society does. In all aspects, pretty much, it rewards bad behavior. Rotten from the top down. Top of the day, says Loretta. Good to see you. Holy earrings, Batman. Batman can't even see through his ears. Wouldn't touch that. Okay. She might be able to catch the August 1st sale at Costco. Depends on if the HRP is on board with that one or not. Their little dream up in the war room. Where's the witnesses with names? I like witnesses with names. Names work good. Sorry, work well. Names work very well. I understand some people, but everybody, then it starts to become questionable. Or many. Posted lawyer statement. Donald. Well, there's a lot of agendas at play everywhere. Fucking crazy, man. Charlie Brown's teacher sounds like a trumpet when she speaks. Okay, I'm missing the joke. No, I can't get it. I can't get it. I don't have the best sense of humor, though. It's kind of a bit darker and twisted. Wit. Dad jokes fail with me. I'm like, huh? Brenda, I'm interested in. Brenda's interesting. Did she drink titanium not to freeze? How about fast and freezies? Fast and freezies. Oh, they did. They put out a statement condemning it, did they? Ambulances. Points on lakes, Saskatchewan. 3rd. Right. Oh, did they? Oh, they better come with a lot of hard evidence, like hard names, lots of them, reports, lots of them, official. Because the fact that they haven't been able to produce that thus far shows there's huge problems. If you need a Word file to say that that's your diagnosis, get out of here. Surely Lisa should have known investigators or the clean tree. Where's the jacket? Where's any of this stuff? Balls. You know that if this weren't something Balin originating or higher up, maybe not even here, a person like that would be convicted in a court of law. Probably. They'd stand a good chance because they have no alibi. They have potentially motive. We've seen motive in certain things here. Opportunity. No alibi. A lot of people have been convicted with lots less that were legitimate. I'm concerned family civil suits, civil abilities moving forward the past 2 years. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm familiar with some of this because I've looked into it and definitely have spoken to my lawyers about it. It's questionable. So, bless law. That's the wonderful thing about law. That's the process, right? You get the government who passes. Sometimes they pass the most fucking, obviously everybody knows that, the most crazy bills. And lawyers are supposed to come along and try and fix that, the lawyers and judges. And so then that's why you get, you go to law office and there's all kinds of book cases. Trust me, I've got enough of them around. Lots of books. All those precedent cases, because somebody comes in and they're like, no, don't like this. We're going to fight it. Go to the Supreme Court, change the decision. Source. Trust me, bro. Trust me. Okay. Very questionable. Is that purposeful? I'm sorry, Snippy, I'm missing your... Hello, Dawn. Long time no see. Well, I saw you in here the other day. How are you doing? Those of you who've been around a long time know Dawn. Dawn was in this at the very beginning. He had very helpful tips on things. Hope you're doing well. Still in the same locale, are you? Only witnesses' names the MCC gives out are ones that they've ruled out already to testify. Some of those decisions that he was saying of people who couldn't. Very interesting, right? Bjorn? Why? Can't he? I'm sorry. I'm not seeing. Is that a trauma thing? Certain sports that dribbling. Oh, what are you talking trash for? That's crazy talk. They gave her a Costco card. What's it with the Costco too? You have Paul at the Costco, and you have Lisa at the Costco. Maybe it's because Costco is on. They planted seeds in people's minds. You know, Costco. Oh, okay, yeah, that's. I know what you're talking about. Those people. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, what is with Bjorn? Why didn't he leave? Confident to carrying around a gun like that. I like the police explanation of that. That was very sad. Same locale. Oh no, Dawn. I'm ashamed. Shamus. Well, Shamus. I'll take Shamus. I'll take it. Shamus, Irish detective, usually of Irish origin. Yeah, maybe not terribly far off. As a component of their restorative justice, LB's family should be made to testify. That's the restorative justice things. Well, those will all come out. RCMP also bulldozed the forest where Lisa. Oh, it did, unless they did. There definitely was some work going on down there. I like the Google Maps too. The Google Maps, has anybody ever looked? Well, not anybody, of course, lots of you have. But if you look at closely at the Google Map, they use older frames or newer. They skip right around that area. I had to actually go back in a video to try and find something once, until I figured out that you can go back in time. Don't mind me with my tech stuff. Dirt. Wonder if Lisa will acknowledge her families, neighbors, families, and victims. Yes, very terrified. Sounds like potentially with the phone, right? Very worried about people around. So just hide in the woods while people are being murdered. Oh, yeah. They've already been there for certain people. Lots of you caught that too. The eyes. Fiddling with pens. Press release. She is also okay. I think I've gotten most. Lisa. Okay, we've got that. I like to make sure I try and get most things because all of your stuff is very good. I'm sad that they moved the video on me yesterday because I'm sure there were people that did want to comment. And there was no chat. I don't think you could vote on it either. I don't know. was almost like it was in interstitial state. They haven't pulled that one out recently on me. I don't know if they're still doing that. On YouTube? I think they are. Gerald Regan passed on, otherwise he would be a commissioner. The tsunami. Yeah, I always wondered kind of about that background. I did kind of figure that it was ripples, but I couldn't. And it's terrible too. It's very hard on the eyes to look at. I find it's because it's fuzzy. I don't know if they've done something to it. I don't know how to describe it. Fuzzy. It's not really fuzzy, but it's not clear. LB wants to wear 10 masks when she testifies. Two handlers. I mean, support people. Or bodyguards or something. Because you need that again. Why? Pixelated. Yeah. Thank you. Costco is headquarters for the RCMP covert ops. The sample ladies are really handlers. I like the return of the samples. I don't like the Costco after all the goo went down, but which they're still kicking around. Move along. Yes, of course. I stay stuck at, like, I'm very anal. I stay stuck at basic things. I have no problem going down the road and getting into other things, but my mind, until I can move along from one point, it's very difficult for me to come to some kind of resolution in my head. So if you can't tell me and show me something, then I've got a problem. I'm sure lots of you guys do too. Well, you guys do. Maybe Brenda can be one of Lisa's handlers. Maybe. Just maybe. Let's find, where did I have that? Hear that they're going crazy still down in Uvalde. That was actually a really good episode of anybody watch Jimmy Dore? Anyways, I look at different things, and I was watching him, and he was talking about there was some development with I think they're harassing one of the mothers now. The chief has been suspended. I mean, it's a whole shit show down there, right? Except Nova Scotia, way worse. Now, and they don't know about it. It's one of the guys brought up, funnily enough, in the show, he brought up Canada and what's going on here. And Jimmy Dore either doesn't know or played like he didn't know, I'm not sure which, and started talking about the truckers and bank accounts and things like that, which obviously is a serious issue, very serious. But the reference was into the RCMP and of course these latest developments with Brenda and the political moves. And so he was talking about his own family tree, Jimmy Dore was. And he said, my family, his grandfather was a cop, his father's a cop, his older brother's a cop. So he has lots of cops in his family. Most of his friends are all cops from Chicago and shit. And he's like, you know, cops, and again, this is not an offense on any member, but he's like, cops walk a really thin line, and it's just like 1 degree from criminality. And of course, lots of them, I mean, obviously he's talking about his family. He's like, fuck, you know, most of them are not into good things too. I was like, wow. Wonder how his family feels about that. Oh, okay. Somebody put it up on YouTube. On YouTube.
I'm breaking.
Is this? Oh, this is CBC. Okay, well, we can watch CBCs. We can watch CBCs, and then we can watch CTVs. I don't think I've seen the CBC one, so this will be good. I don't want to listen to their ads, so we'll just play that through until that's done. There's Charlene. Okay, oops. And we'll share. No, don't do that. No. Anyway, whatever. Share. Okay, so this is.
An outburst of anger at the Mass Casualty Commission. It comes after years of victims' families' complaints that their concerns aren't being heard. And while the liaison officer assigned to communicate with them testified, the anger erupted.
You're under oath there, Wayne.
Assigned to update 21 families on the process of the investigation, Constable Wayne Bent testified he felt he could do the job alone.
I built very good relationships with these people, with all these families.
But some of those relationships clearly fraught, like Nick Beaton, who lost his pregnant wife, Kristen. Bent testified that he couldn't return Kristen's phone to her husband until it was searched for any evidence she might have known the shooter. Nick Beaton shouted that Bent insinuated she'd had a romantic relationship with the killer before he stormed out. Bent said that was not what he meant. Other families say they lost trust in the investigation and the force over sometimes slow and confusing information. Tom Bagley's daughter Charlene asked Bent why her dad's body was found outside without shoes. The answer made no sense to her.
We were told that for my father's boots, which was a main question I had, that sometimes when people get shot, that their boots fly off. That was one of his responses to me.
How does that make you feel?
Like he thought I was an idiot.
The incident left her confused and upset.
We can all say that his story was not accurate. And to be shot down by the commissioners, not okay. I'm extremely upset by that.
The families are also upset there were 2 liaison officers assigned to the family of Constable Heidi Stevenson, who was killed in the line of duty.
They don't deserve any more than anybody else.
Bent says there is no RCMP guidance for how family liaison officers should do their work. He says guidelines should be developed for the future.
Okay, so Shayna, there was more criticism of how the RCMP communicated with the media and the public, released by the MCC today in a report. And it said that the RCMP intentionally held back key details. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's right. The public inquiry looked at the difference between what the RCMP knew and what they said in press conferences in the days and months after the killings. For example, in the very first press conference, Chief Superintendent Chris Leather said at least 10 people were dead, but he told reporters he didn't know exactly how many. We now know that about an hour before that press conference, RCMP believed there were at least 17 victims. But because they had to settle on a number with enough time to get it translated into French, they decided to release the number 10 and plan to update it later.
That makes sense, of course, right? You can't translate it into French, being that a lot of them have to be bilingual.
Andrew?
Okay, Shayna Luck, thank you very much.
Now,
Details in that report also caused a firestorm on Parliament Hill today, leading to the opposition accusing the government of using the massacre to push a political agenda. Catherine Tunney joins us now from Ottawa. So, Catherine, can you take us through the story?
Well, this all comes from handwritten notes of Nova Scotia RCMP Superintendent Darren Campbell. He was asked by reporters about the types of weapons the gunman used, and he was pretty tight-lipped about the makes and models, citing the open investigation. According to his notes, that didn't go over well with RCMP headquarters. He wrote that at a meeting, Commissioner Brenda Lucki was upset that the RCMP in Nova Scotia was not revealing more information about the weapons. And he wrote that some in the room were reduced to tears over the, quote, belittling reprimand. And Campbell wrote Lucki had promised then Public Safety Minister Bill Blair and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release more information. And Campbell said the promise was tied to pending gun control legislation, leading to dramatic moments in the House of Commons today.
The RCMP commissioner said that she had received instructions from the Prime Minister's office and Mr. Blair's public safety office, to interfere.
No such direction was given by any member of this government.
Okay, and Catherine, any response from the top?
Well, Commissioner Lucki addressed these serious allegations in a statement to CBC News tonight. She says, as a police officer and the RCMP commissioner, I would never take actions or decisions that could jeopardize an investigation. I did not interfere in the ongoing investigations into the largest mass shooting in Canadian history. She does not address the allegations that information about the weapons could have helped the Liberals' plans for more gun control. She goes on to write, though, that she regrets her behavior in that meeting and that she should have been more sensitive. Lucki is expected to testify at the Mass Casualty Commission in the coming weeks.
We'll be watching. Catherine Tunney in Ottawa. Thanks very much.
These are Vessies.
Guess it helps if I unmute it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that lady. They may have into other things too. I'm going to stick up the House of Commons debates with the. I've got one done. I just want to stick in the intro for it, and then I'll hopefully stick in the other one. Rebel Media. Anybody follow and do stuff with them? Perhaps you can ask them why they're not, why they were, where the hell they've been. All this time. Silent. That's not, there's nothing to see there though. Okay. Close that one down. You did no response from Rebel. Yeah, they delay in contacting families. You don't say. I loved how they sewered Tara. They don't like her. Trust me. They really, honestly don't. And that's fucking 703, man. It's going to come out 703 at some point. Nasty. He knew. It's all throughout his notes if he reviewed it. 400 pages. Where are they? Got a bunch, but not much. There's lots missing. Okay. Handwritten notes that could have been written anytime. Absolutely. Some of them even say. What was one I read the other day? They were written in 2021. Beginning of 2021. Handwritten notes. What the fuck, man? Seriously, your handwritten notes? It's like revised warrants. The last batch of warrants has some revised ones in it. How do you revise a warrant after the fact? Well, you don't, unless you're editing. I don't think it's redaction removals. I still haven't finished those yet either. Right. Let's see. The McDonald. I like McDonald. I want to get these, so if people remember, I'm sure I'll get a couple of emails, but if you can help me with the she's far away on purpose. Not her own. If people can remember outbursts and those kinds of things, really negative things, I would really like to sample them and put them together. Why Leah Scanlon wait a year to write a letter? Was it a year? Oh, it's probably like the war room stuff. They were, sitting there and dreaming up how to get out of this one. Listen, Brenda isn't the end all be all. Bob pulls strings. Oh, it's almost like that's his name. Bob pulls strings. He sits in the background. He's the one. He's the fucking powerhouse, man. Brenda is Brenda. She's not very, but she's malleable and soft and not, we'll just leave it at malleable. So it's okay. You can throw her under the bus. That's fine. And, move some other people around that you need to go places, which I don't suspect is going to be Leather or Campbell. I think Campbell and Leather are going to probably go poof in a little while. They'll take their moves, but then it'll be, I got to spend time with family. Okay. Share screen. So let's I just like keeping it fresh with McDonald. I wish I could share my screen as he's saying that kind of crap but they fixed that for me, so I can't. This one has more than the CBC one, and it certainly doesn't have the crazy eyes. Not that I'm saying CTV is great either. Where did Wortman's friend ever disappear to? He still does news. Funny how he never really has talked about it other than that one interview, I think. Was it Todd Battis? Went to school with him, friends with him. Oh, yeah. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Good evening. There was an outburst of anger from family members at the Mass Casualty Commission today. It was directed at the RCMP constable assigned to deal with families whose loved ones were killed in the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Heidi Petracek is covering the inquiry for us and has the details.
No interruptions, please.
He's under oath. He's to speak the truth.
He's under oath. Yes, he is.
Scathing words from the man whose wife and unborn child were killed in Nova Scotia's April 2020 mass shooting, directed at the RCMP constable tasked with communicating with families after the tragedy.
No more interruptions, please.
That's after Nick Beaton's lawyer pressed RCMP Constable Wayne Skipper Bent on statements the family says he made to Beaton after Kristen's murder.
You told him that we needed to rule out specifically some sort of relationship between his wife and the perpetrator or some connection between them. Your evidence here today is that you never said anything of the sort.
I would have told him that we are looking at everything. What is the relationship as to why he was and wasn't looking at certain people?
There's no evidence Kristen Beaton ever knew Gabriel Wortman, the man who murdered both neighbors and strangers in his 13-hour rampage. Bent said he merely meant police were looking at any possible connections. Beaton left the inquiry in anger.
No, this is enough. This whole bullshit show.
And to be shut down by the commissioners, not okay. I'm extremely upset by that.
While some families have told the commission they had a positive experience with Bent, the daughter of Tom Bagley says, in her opinion,
Who? What family had a positive experience with Bent? You don't just say some families had a positive experience, like, oh yeah, who? That's not my understanding thus far in reading. There may be one, I can maybe see one or two who just seem kind of not really interested in going anywhere with any of that. But no, Bent treated everybody like crap, but he was siloed. Keep everybody in-house underneath him. Everyone. Right. And that was the whole introduction of Tara, which will be gotten into at a later point. Because he wanted to drive, there's wedges, and you can see them in the notes in other families and stuff. And then we pick one. And that's not the way things should be done, right? I don't want to get into too much of it because I have to walk a careful line, but because I try and not, I try not to offend or get upset, any family upset. And there's been a lot of shenanigans that have gone on all kinds of angles. But the wedge, like, you're going to continue to do that, right? Documents now look like the RCMP kind of are friends, like they're nice to Tara. Not so. And so then Bantu reviewed his notes the night before. Oh yeah, I think it's in my notes. I think it's in my notes. Bullshit, it's in your notes. What is this guy's name again? I'm forgetting. Service. Seems to be on a first name basis with him anyway, because he does a lot of cleaning of certain places. So he definitely knows who did the cleaning. And, but that just upsets the Olivers, potentially. I believe that was the plan, to upset them. And that's not what was going on. So even though they look like they've kind of buried the hatchet on this one, they're still fucking driving wedges. That's why he kept throwing out her name. And I was like, what are you doing? He killed neighbors and strangers. But it's not going to work. So fail on that one too. Ottawa fails. War Room fails. War Room's been failing for a long time. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? He killed neighbors and strangers, but not his partner. No, of course not. What other case have you heard this? Absolute bollocks. Bollocks. Any other case, person would be charged. Absolutely. And they'd say, sort it out in court if you think that you're innocent. There would be a conviction more than likely. And that's just given what we know. Find the ability to have association. Anyways, so who the hell is happy with Bent? Oh, some families are. Don't worry about it, says CTV. Right.
the RCMP's sole family liaison sometimes did more harm than good.
We were told that for my father's boots, which was a main question I had, that sometimes when people get shot, that their boots fly off. That was one of his responses to me.
Ever since the tragedy, families have raised serious concerns over the agonizing delays in getting information about their loved ones during and after the shootings. Bent says he wasn't in charge of official next of kin notifications, but did his best to tell them what he could.
Part of the role is to make sure the information is timely and that it's sensitive. How can you do that with so many crime scenes, so many victims with one person? Clearly.
Silo, Mr. Bryson, silo. That's why he's there, doing everybody. So if CTV wants to be, say, some, okay, what are they basing that on? They have access to tons and tons of documents. I think they have full access to relativity. I don't know that for certain, but I'm pretty sure. Which means they've got like the highest below commissioner, certain lawyers on the opposing end, and lawyers for the families. Relativity tiers people, so it's very hard to understand exactly who sits where. I just kind of guess, but I believe the press has access to all of it, and they have since the start. So they're basing that comment, some, on something that they've seen. So produce it. Here's the following families who are okay with it, and the rest of them are not. There you go. Seems simple. No, can't. Seems like a fairy tree story again.
Really, you need a team. To suggest that he was content to deal with everything. Well, we see the fallout.
That fallout certainly felt at the inquiry today. The families in attendance today left before Bent's testimony was over, a sign of their frustration. But Bent did say that the RCMP needs to put a policy in place describing just what a family liaison is and what the job entails. He says right now, as far as he knows, there wasn't one then, and there isn't one now.
Stop shitting people too. What is Bent? Bent serves in MCU. He is an investigator, major crimes. Why was he in there as a liaison? Why is he in there? And he even knows his end date, which is very interesting. He's assigned to this for a long time, like a long time. So how do you know that? Number one. Number two, it's not true. Repetitive lies. Bingo, bingo. MCU, right? So that's what he does. He investigates. That's why he was digging around in families, asking certain questions, making certain accusations. I love the one notation. Has a good memory. Why would you need to worry about that in your notifications? Really? That's a red flag. Watch out for this person. Oh, they had the watch out list right away. Bent's not a GIS. He's not, they have liaison officers for this kind of stuff. He's MCU under Jerry. Jerry, who was down there, what time was he down there? 12:20, I think, or something. Major crimes heavily involved right away. Angela Howerluck down there. Boom. Angela McKay down there. Boom. I still haven't even really figured out who Brown and Melanson are, because I don't believe that they're GIS. I think they're something else. But I haven't figured that one out. Anybody have any thoughts on Brown and Melanson? I like how they go and investigate certain components of this one. First of all, they're at almost every single scene. I'll have to work out which scene it is that they're not at. I'll just go with, for now, that they're almost every single scene, including Big Saw, questioning very important key witnesses. Everything to do with Hunter Road is them. Really? Really? I pulled up the statements. I was running across them. you're talking to every single witness on Hunter Road that's involved on a key level. Okay, that seems like siloing from Fire Hall, from Lisa, from Carr. Right. And they were being assigned by specific people. No witnesses, kids, etc. mentioned in female Clinton heard male voice talking as well, LB. There's some major discrepancies in Clinton's statement from what the RCMP maintained. So that's going to have to get fixed. Literally haven't seen someone shot out of their booth. Minus, yes. Well, the missing shoes thing is not a new one. Not that I'm going down on the tin foil thing, but and that's one of like a host of issues. I don't know. I'll have to check, but I'm fairly certain that other things would have been raised, and not just the boots. And there's more to the boots. Why is it that all of them are just like, well, the boots just seem to be missing, and Ben's like, you're shot out of the boots. A lot more. Brown Melanson, our special services liaison for multi-operational ongoing issues in real time. Okay, interesting. I wonder what their background is before that. Go Gadget boots. So, CBC CTV forgets to mention family liaison is not a legit RCMP office. It's DOJ victim services folder. Yeah, and see, he handled victim services for a long time too. He had everything. Everything was underneath him. Then it got divvied later to victim services. It was all just investigative. Some of the, I could tell talking to some of the families back then. I'm like, the questions he's asking you are very probing, very fishing questions, like big time. He's subtle about it, but you can tell. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Man, go and pick on the person that has no alibi. He wasn't, and still isn't qualified. Qualified for what? For what? He's very qualified as an investigator. Very. Is that what he was doing? 400 plus pages, aka intelligence gathering. Yes. Yes, absolutely. The one notation says it, like there's so many stuff in those notes. They are pretty eye-opening. And it gives you a background look at some of the tactics that are going on. You can see them. I don't know. I should because I do speak to families, then I'm more familiar with background. So then it makes it, I see things probably that maybe other people wouldn't, but I certainly do see. And maybe with that caveat, you will see it too. Again, just take that as a possibility. Never take my word for it. Just take that as a possibility. Read through his notes and see if you can see where there seems to be some of the shenanigans going on. Favoritism, lists of people. It's not really obvious, but if you know what you're looking for, you'll see it. I believe. I'd be curious if others do too. And I mean, they talk about protecting people's confidentiality and stuff. those notes actually, not that it matters, because I know that people don't, they're not going to run around, at least I hope, and there are some things in there for sure that he has no problem airing certain pieces of laundry. Frankly, though, nobody cares about the laundry. They care about how you treated them and why you were there and what you were doing. That's what they care about. But they have no problem doing that, which would be, in some cases, I'm sure, not, I can't speak on other people's behalf, but I would think wouldn't be, maybe they wouldn't want people to know that. Like, no problem there. But hey, you have to hide Costco, girl? Come on, get fucking real. Tom Hanks likes his shoes. What are you talking about? Lost her shoes as well. Lisa Banfield wasn't shot though. Dawn. Her shoes just happened to end up in the woods. No coke though. Don't worry about that. Wedges come in handy when felling trees. Yeah. Yep. Divide, conquer. It was divide, conquer, divide, conquer, divide, conquer. It's always been that way. And if you think about it, I wonder if I can come across that article. Give me a second here. Okay, here's one. Okay, I have to stop this one and share this one. Think about this. The families and other groups, lots of people use Facebook. I don't understand it particularly, but whatever. People do. I think people may live to regret that down the line, but whatever. That's just my opinion. We'll leave it there. RCMP confirms it bought tool that unlocks hidden Facebook friends. November 23rd. Right? And so you have the family group. They want to know, but it was specific to Nova Scotia. There was a piece that came out specific to Nova Scotia, and I was like, the fuck are you guys doing? But then, of course, it makes sense. They're running around trying to figure out who's saying what to whom. I think it was private messages or some balls that they were unlocking in there. Just for Nova Scotia. Do you remember that article? How many family members are on Wide Awake list? You're on Wide Awake. Well, that's not, you know that. Man, we're all on Wide Awake in here. All Canadians generally are, but just different levels. But my family members, absolutely. Got to figure out who's doing what. Why? Fuck off. You don't need to know anything. Let's see if we've got any updates or emails. Thank you very much to a certain somebody who sent something. I very much appreciate it. Okay, it looks like we've got let's see here. So I'm gonna get in trouble. Rah, rah, is back in the news again. New documents raise more questions about political pressure. Okay, looks like CBC's got something out on the YouTube. I don't know if that's just old.
More documents have been released.
They uploaded it today. No, yesterday. Oh, let's see what they're saying. I'm kind of interested. Have to filter out their balls, but okay. Home. Okay. This one.
Raising questions about whether political pressure from the federal government was at play in the wake of the Nova Scotia mass shooting. Catherine Cullen is with us this morning, live in Ottawa, with details of a letter from a now former civilian member of the RCMP. Catherine, good morning. Tell us about this particular letter.
Well, Heather, this letter does support that allegation that RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki was applying political pressure to members of the Nova Scotia RCMP in the wake of that terrible mass shooting. In fact, the person who wrote the letter, the former head of communications for the Nova Scotia RCMP, describes this pivotal conversation with RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki, leaving her, the letter writer, with feelings of disgust because of that pressure. Now, folks will recall that, of course, all of this turns around the allegation that Commissioner Lucki, in the wake of this shooting, put pressure on members of the Nova Scotia RCMP to release specific information about the guns used in the shooting. This, as the federal government was trying to pass new legislation to limit gun usage in Canada. In this newly released letter by Leah Scanlon, the former head of communications for the Nova Scotia RCMP, she writes, and the letter is addressed to Commissioner Brenda Lucki, quote, "You informed us of the pressures in conversation with Minister Blair, which we clearly understood was related to the upcoming passing of gun legislation." Scanlon says in the letter, it was clear to her team that they could not release that information because there was an investigation underway. She also describes the whole exchange with Commissioner Lucki as a very negative one, that there was pressure put on them in terms of the broader communication, that Commissioner Lucki talked about letting down victims of the shooting. And Scanlon says in the letter she felt personally attacked in that meeting. She describes the entire conversation as, quote, "appalling, inappropriate, unprofessional, and extremely belittling." We should say, Heather, this letter was written about a year after the conversation in question. We've seen other documents that relate right back to the date of the conversation. It's only becoming public now, though, and it certainly was written well before any of these allegations came to light publicly.
There have been strong denials already, Catherine, that there was any political pressure. How is the government responding now?
We received a fresh statement from Minister Bill Blair's office yesterday. It says, in part, at no time during his tenure as Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness did Minister Blair or his office direct the RCMP in any of their operational decisions, including during and immediately following the tragic events in April 2020. The statement from a spokesperson says that it was clear that the minister was clear that the decision of what information to publicly disclose regarding any investigation, as with operational matters, is solely at law enforcement's discretion. So a denial there. And as you say, Heather, we have heard from Commissioner Lucki on all of this as this information has come out through documents released by Nova Scotia's Mass Casualty Commission. She has said she did not interfere in ongoing investigations.
Catherine, thank you. Good to have you with us this morning from Ottawa.
Okay, so yeah, no, there's a lot going on. A lot more than meets the eye. That one I kind of understand from inside. Tons more. So it's not what's being necessarily peddled out in the public from any media outlet. I don't think I've really heard anything too much about it. There seems to be, and that's the way the RCMP works. It's a political machine, you know? So who is really, Brenda is expandable. I would say this is a distraction for what's going on really underneath. They're very desperate at this point. Look at how many cards they've pulled. How many people have got jangled? How many political people's careers have ended? They just will not go there. And Brenda, well, frankly, you can move her out of the way and put somebody else in. So, but that's where I'm coming at it from. That's my understanding. I still haven't quite figured it out yet, who's doing what. I have my suspicions, but I've already shared those. Now, there also is an article from, thank you for whoever's keeping track of that, because that's important. I hope I've got the tab open so it'll make sounds. Where's that? Oh, you son of a bitch. Is it playing? Are they back? I really need to clean up my potty mouth. That worked. Oh, no. Are they back? Oh, no. Fuck. No.
Northern California and Kentucky, where I did quite a lot of
our conversation today, I'd like to start with some of the fundamental ideas that I think will help us to ground our conversation. And Jane, if I can turn back to you and to the significance of the fact that Mi'kma'ki is treaty territory. Why is it important when we're discussing rural policing and community safety in Nova Scotia to begin from an understanding that Nova Scotia is governed by peace and friendship treaties that were entered into between the British and the Mi'kmaq between 1725 and 1779?
Thank you, Emma. The treaty history of this territory is vitally important for all our relations at all times, and the governance of our interactions as settler people with First Nations communities, and the living and breathing resources that are around us, the tangible and the intangible. The peace and friendship treaties or pre-Confederation treaties, they've had to be litigated an awful lot for their validity to be upheld. One of the key cases was the James Simon case. James Simon was charged in a traffic stop outside of Shubenacadie First Nation, close to Shubenacadie, and he had in his possession a rifle and shotgun shells. These were violations at the time under the Nova Scotia Lands and Forests Act, and Simon had argued that those acts, those regulations didn't apply to him because he had a right to hunt and fish under the 1752 Peace and Friendship Treaty. And the treaties all work together as a covenant chain of treaties, and they're living treaties. They aren't ancient documents, they aren't ancient relationships. They are very much in force and effect today, and it's very important for everybody to have some sensibility of what they mean. The Treaty of 1752 was signed by Mi'kmaq Grand Chief Jean-Baptiste Coe and the Crown. Now, the Nova Scotia province at the time of Simon's case decided that the Treaty of 1752 isn't valid. They found him guilty. So that interferes with his ability to provide food for himself. It interferes with the ability for him to exercise his treaty right to hunt. At the appeal, Bruce 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒯, who is a highly regarded Nova Scotia lawyer who has defended many Mi'kmaq treaty cases, argued that the Article number 4 in the 1752 treaty that reads, Indians shall not be hindered from and have free liberty of hunting and fishing, has to be taken into consideration by the courts. In 1985, the Supreme Court of Canada agreed with that and affirmed that the right, and this is of course post-1982 and the inclusion of Section 35, all vitally important, that James Simon definitely had the right to have those firearms and to be able to hunt, even though he was off reserve at the time. And it was a breakthrough case, and it was foundational for the Mi'kmaq Nation because it really reinvigorated Treaty Day, which is something that's written into the treaties and has to bring the members of the province, the government of the province, and the Mi'kmaq Nation together each year to ratify, honor, celebrate, exchange gifts, and make sure that the treaty and its meaning are sustained. So that big case really challenged settler denial. And then there were subsequent cases. Of course, the Marshall decision in 1999 by the Supreme Court focused on another aspect of Treaty of 1760-61. And those treaties have been found that Mi'kmaq people have the right to earn a livelihood. So also something that really has to play into the dynamic of how people allocate resources, how development occurs, and just pretty well every facet of engagement.
Thank you so much. Karen, if I may turn now to you, your report identifies that rural places and rural communities have been somewhat neglected within scholarship and policy discussions about policing and community safety. What is different about rural places and rural communities, and why does it matter that those differences are often overlooked when policies are being set?
Thanks for the question. So it's complicated because rural is not just one thing. There are certain things that most, if not all, rural places share, and those are that they are less dense than urban places, and they usually are some distance away from a more dense place, so from an urban place. And typically the less dense you are and the further you are away from an urban place, the more rural characteristics you'll have. But beyond that, each place is fairly unique. There are rural cultures that stem from those factors of isolation and lack of density. There are, social practices and norms and values that are different. There's I think a different level of self-reliance and problem solving that you see in people's propensity to look to neighbors and family to help solve problems as opposed to institutions. And some of that is cultural, but some of it also just stems from the fact that it can be easier to turn to a person rather than to drive to the nearest service, because that's often what it entails. So rural places they're different in that way from cities. They're also very different from one another due to the fact that they are isolated, and so different cultures pop up. They do share some barriers in terms of access to resources and public services. And one of the rural communities have to contend with the same thing that all of us do, no matter where we live, and that is the tendency toward centralization of services, of everything, and bureaucratization. And but that feels different in a rural community when you're further away from those centers of decision making and services. So that's how they're different, and it's important that we know and understand rural communities and have rural voices at decision-making tables because they are different, and because if decisions are made in a centralized way, there's a greater tendency for them to have an urban bias. And I was trying to think of some examples, like really stark examples of urban bias in policymaking and what can happen when there is an urban bias. And usually it's subtle because it usually is a manifestation of that, of centralization, as opposed to like not liking rural places. But one example I was thinking of was around EI, like anytime employment insurance is tinkered with, rural communities feel it differently because there are higher levels of multiple job holding in rural communities. There's higher rates of seasonal employment. And so things that maybe in an urban center we might look at and say, well, that's a problem. That's an unemployment problem. The labor market's not functioning right. We need to do something to this program to fix it. In a rural community, it's how you survive and how we need people to be able to survive in rural communities to do, resource extraction jobs or seasonal, say, tourism jobs. So that's just one example, but usually it's more subtle, and it's just that centralization kind of tendency that rural communities are fighting against. And I guess I'll get a chance to talk, and we'll talk more about how it affects crime and community safety.
Indeed, we will. Thank you very much, Karen. Anna, like Karen, you've identified that research and policy tend to overlook rural policing or to depict rurality in stereotypical ways as a relative idol of social harmony. What characteristics of rurality are important to you when you're seeking to understand, for example, a place like the Shetland Islands where you might be seeking to do ethnography? And how does that help you speak to the literature in police studies?
Thank you, Emma. Well, as Karen says, it's very important not to be stereotypical about what a rural community actually is. There are some features, however, which are very important in trying to understand rural policing and its interactions with rural communities. And some of those features, again, will vary between different communities and have slightly different kind of manifestations depending on the demography and other characteristics of the communities. But for example, the size of the community, the rural communities tend to be small. They tend to be isolated in the sense of proximity from larger residential areas and the resources that come with that and the power that comes with larger residential areas. There tends to be lower residential mobility low residential mobility, which means that communities are more static. And as a result of that, there's certain characteristics that occur in small rural communities, which are about interdependency, communities relying on each other, and also a kind of strength of supervision, often described as social controls, whereby communities are watchful and aware of the relationships within them. So a phrase often described in the Shetland Islands, for example, is that communities police themselves. So people kind of tend to keep order. And that's partly because there aren't many resources available, and partly because of the risk of disruption in communities, which are small and interdependent. And of course, those communities, those social controls also create exclusions. So within each community, there will be people that don't fit and who are excluded by those communities. It also, the stereotype, as Emma mentioned, is one of cohesion and close-knit, tight-knit kind of familiarity. And in fact, and that can be a very important self-image for people in those communities, but also it can conceal fragmentation and fragility within communities, whereby people, individuals and groups are excluded or seen not to fit. That can often be racialized as well. So Black, Indigenous people of colour, for example, can be excluded, seen as out with the community relationships. So those very strong social controls and the interdependency and the way that communities rely on each other are hugely important for the way that order is maintained within communities, both the way that communities control themselves, but also in the way that police services need to interact with those communities as well, which may be something that we come and talk about later.
Thank you very much. Rose, you've conducted ethnographic research with police in detachments in rural Atlantic Canada. What does doing ethnographic research allow you to see about those rural communities and how they relate to the police services that they receive?
It's actually really interesting because you get an opportunity to be a part of a different way of life and in a public safety role, and to see, you see firsthand what the challenges that come with that work. You can see you're one of a community and of a small community, so you get ingrained in that community that you're living in. Like I've stayed, for example, in an RCMP home in a particular region, just as my own for like a month on end, and you get really embedded and you get to know people in the community. So you recognize the closeness and familiarity in the ties that arise just by being in a rural space for a prolonged period of time. Like every time you go to a convenience store, you see the same people. So you also are able to put together what it means to actually be a law enforcer, which is not just a law enforcer, it's also being a peacekeeper, it's also being a social worker, it's also being a knowledge keeper, a knowledge mobilizer. So you see these different roles and how they come out to play in these diverse regions where police are really everything. Often there's no fire service, not even volunteers, so they're responding to fires, they're responding to parenting issues, they're responding to everything you can think of because they're the resource. So you actually get an opportunity to see the complexity of the role. And when I was there, I was able to also see the challenges that occur in terms of resource allocation. And it led to, these tensions and impossible problems, because what measure can you use to determine the ratio of police to persons when you also have to account for geographic space and those other challenges? So it led to a lot of insight on it, and the stressors that occur and how they look different in rural communities in comparison to urban, and the impact of events because of the familiarity with the people. There's a variety, and in ethnographic work, your life takes on the life of what you're doing, and it really allows you to not only develop a deeper perception and appreciation of the different roles, it also allows you to see the nuance and challenges and live through the tensions and the frustrations and other things. So it's a unique perspective. And then at the same time, I was conducting interviews, including over time longitudinally, with a lot of sometimes the same officers, sometimes different officers at all ranks. So that ethnographic work in combination with the interviews really allowed me to see how the tensions arise and how experienced differently by people at different ranks. And I was able to see a lot of situations where you're kind of, for lack of a better way of saying it, damned if you do and damned if you don't. And that was really insightful, because I don't think I would have been able to grasp that in full just from the interview data, where when I was there and I could actually see someone responding to a call on their own, but then unable to proceed because they had no partner, and then unable to not proceed because someone was in danger, and those tensions and how you navigate them, and the fact that something's going to go down somewhere and someone's going to be found accountable. And when you actually watch that and how that impacts a person, it really puts a new perspective on what rural policing is. And how that's shaped, and the different, I had the good fortune of spending a lot of time in Indigenous communities and seeing the different needs and the tensions in relationships. And then I also got to witness the tensions between being an Indigenous officer and policing a community where there's some mistrust, and the tensions that puts on a person who's stuck in those like kind of two roles at once. So it was really beneficial. I wouldn't change it. It was great, but I don't think I would do it again.
Thanks so much, Rose. Dan, you've spent a career of 30 years policing, mostly in rural and remote communities, but I know you've also worked in urban communities. In your experience, what would you have to say about what we've heard from the researchers so far about rural policing? And does it gel with your experience? And how has rural policing changed over the course of the 30 years that you've been engaged in it?
And you want that in 3 minutes. Okay. 30 years, we often look at the training, equipment, the technology that's required for police to do their jobs effectively and safely. And in those 30 years, the landscape has completely changed. Our training has been ramped up in order to meet the demands on the crimes that have escalated. Before when I joined, I didn't know what a cell phone was or an email. Now we are responding to calls for service that actually originate from international jurisdictions as cyber offenses have increased, targeting our elderly and our youth. Same with the equipment, the technology, again, ever changing, hard to keep pace with, and the costs have increased significantly. Rosemary mentioned something about being everything to everyone in a remote community, especially. So, for instance, I've responded to calls where there's a dispute over a remote. The parents are having a hard time keeping control of the family unit, and there is often nowhere else to turn because of the isolation and some of the social programs that are sometimes lacking in the rural and remote communities. I think it was Karen who mentioned regionalization and the problems sometimes that's been associated with that. And that's when I provided my introduction, the importance of the district commander is so vital in that communication, because in Nova Scotia, under the Police Act, there's supposed to be police advisory boards in each of our communities, which are key for the commander to define the priorities for that specific community. And I was the commander in Kings County, which is basically New Minas, Kingston, Wolfville, Berwick. And I always stress to the police advisory boards that, yes, it's great to hear the nice things, but I need to hear what's not working. And because we only meet quarterly, we can't wait 3 months to get that negative feedback. I need to know what's going on poorly today or tomorrow in order to make true advancements to meet their priorities. And I think I've already commented on it, but or someone else, maybe it was Anna, that the finite resources. So it's not like the RCMP, and even sometimes new members to the RCMP believe that, well, if we need more members, that we can just bring in more members as need be. But there is a finite number of resources underneath the contract. We are a contract service provider. And so we've got the finite number of resources. I've already mentioned the complexity has increased for investigating crimes, and also the expectations from the community continue to increase as well. So I often sit back and wonder what's going to give, where's the balance, what's going to make this resolvable for all the parties. Again, the police are often challenged because we are placed in the middle between our funding partner and the community's expectations, which sometimes we need to be evidence-based. Sometimes I've gone to town halls where it's just strictly visibility. They would like an officer on the sidewalk, checking doorknobs. And I understand that because I grew up in a small town. But things have changed over the years. We used to have lots of other services. Doctors would come to our houses, you pull up to a gas station, you have everyone come out, check the tires, check the oil. Things have evolved, and I'm not saying necessarily always for the better, but that balance is continually needing to be maintained.
Thank you so much. Rick, I know that in your research, you look closely at public perceptions of rural policing in Canada. What can you share about how the rural public perceives the police services that they receive, and about trends within these public perceptions? Is there diversity within the attitudes in rural communities towards policing and their experiences of policing?
So when we look at national sort of studies in Canada, the latest information from the General Social Survey tells us that rural people and urban people, rural residents tend to have a more favorable view of the police in terms of their trust and confidence and performance. But those are national averages, and they really mask a lot of variance within the nation. So we'll find incredible differences between the provinces and how rural people in different provinces feel towards the police. We also see differences within those provinces. So when we take closer looks at different components of provinces, there's differences. So there's incredible variance in the way that people look at the police. What we're seeing in the past few years is a decrease in the public's trust, confidence, and their perceptions of the performance of the police. And some of those issues were brought up by Dan. I mean, he was talking about the complexity of the job has increased, the expectations of the public have increased, and the public, it seems to have less, the expectations are higher, their perceptions are lower. Those took a real turn after George Floyd's death in 2020. And we found, we did a study and we found that perceptions of the police dropped significantly throughout the country. Almost every large police service dropped in terms of the people's confidence in the police, their trust, and those changes have been maintained for the past 2 years, and we're really questioning whether that change is stable or not, or whether we're going to go back to that stable sort of positive perceptions, or whether this marks a decrease. But those decrease was significant and almost immediate after the George Floyd death. So there has been changes in the perceptions of the police, and I think maybe a little bit later we maybe talk about how that's not only restricted to Canada, that's happening everywhere in the world. The expectations on the police are very high, and the ability of rural police organizations to meet those expectations has not improved in terms of the resource allocations that they've received. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you so much. Signa, you led a research project called Project Factor, in which Indigenous and settler academics looked closely at the death of Cree man Colton Bushy and the ensuing trial of settler farmer Gerald Stanley, who was ultimately acquitted of murder and manslaughter in Bushy's death. What did you learn about rural policing and the relationships between Cree and settler communities in Saskatchewan from this work?
Thank you very much. Your question is about what did I learn about rural policing, and I must confess, perhaps the biggest effect of all of that was what did I learn about me in organizing that. I learned that how we ache about an event matters. And I learned that that ache in witnessing an event impacts how we will trust relationships that try to take care of the effects of those events. And I put it that way because that sort of pop-up think tank came from a set of stages that I noticed were important to me. One of them was the bigotry I noticed in the media about learning about some issues. The ways I found the law was explained by the media, by members of the general public, some trained in law, some not trained in law, that I found myself disagreeing with and not sure what to do. And the other sort of effect on me about that sort of led to wanting to think about the issues better was the concern that other circumstances in the future would not be as cooperative, would not be as respected, because the angst, the anger as well, and the lack of knowing the standards that were functioning with each stage of events wasn't clear. And in particular with rural policing and that event, I found that all of us involved, including myself, as a practitioner of law, as someone from that location, as someone who's had moments of trying to figure out tensions within a family about how you feel about the RCMP. because I'll just put it as a note. An RCMP officer bought my grandmother's house, and it was really weird knocking on the door and meeting a cop at the entrance to a house I grew up in one day. Was so regularly based on, and this, I don't like sounding like a black letter law lawyer very often, but it was so much to do with property law. And so much to do with this idea of what will I do as a person who lives here, and I'm not trusting how functions are going on, and how is the space I'm located in going to be safe? And trying to answer that question then had so many sides to it. How people might feel about self-protection, how people might feel about how others enter that space, how, as an individual, I understand whether I can control who enters my space in a way that I'd expect. And I found with this think tank that if I, as a practitioner, could not explain that very well, and was in fact completely surprised by the fine tunings of property law governing space. If I did not know it well, how could a police officer for that space who's not trained in law know it well? How could a neighbor know it well? How could a visitor know it well? How could a delivery person for Costco know it well? And that lack of base knowledge about what I'm allowed to do or not do in space so impacted individuals' relationships with each other that were very understandably quite stressful because of the event. But then figuring out how to have relationships after that was that much more unstable because of not knowing how the responsibilities of being in a location functioned. And I was blown away with how I, as a lawyer, if I struggled with that, how would the rest of my family not trained in law struggle with that? And like I said, how would a police officer struggle with that? We did find after events, Emma, that the RCMP did a lot of learning themselves about that issue and had a number of sessions in communities explaining that idea of, you know, how do you control your backyard? How do you say no to someone who's going to enter it? And it was like a whole new subject area to so many of us that I think we thought we knew it well, and no, I shouldn't say nobody, but many of us did not know it well enough. Thank you, Emma.
Vigna, thank you very much. I'm now going to shift to a slightly different topic, although related to the conversation we've already been having. I'd like to talk a little bit more about rural communities and how we as researchers, as policymakers, as commission tasked with understanding rural Nova Scotian communities, can understand those communities and those who live there well. Karen, your research really focuses on questions about the sustainability and the livability of rural communities and how the lives of ordinary people interact with the policies that govern them or that shape their lives. Why is it important to include rural residents in the research that you're doing on those questions?
Well, I think it's important to include rural communities because they are important. You know, rural and urban communities are interconnected. We're interdependent, and you know, not only because we depend on rural communities for resources, for recreation, for wilderness, for all those kinds of things. And so it's important to understand them. You know, like I've been saying, there's a tendency towards centralization and bureaucracy and all of those kinds of things that make policy into a kind of something that rural people experience anyway as like a blunt object that is meant to, do everything for everyone, but then the particularities of rural life often don't fit. And so, what I find as a person doing research in rural communities is that that's the recurring theme. And no matter what I'm actually interviewing about, that's what comes up, across different kinds of topics. It's just this feeling that whoever is making decisions doesn't understand rural communities. And so I think there's a need for rural research, obviously, but there's also a need to think about how to institutionalize a rural point of view or a rural lens. There are all kinds of ways of doing that. Some of them better than others. But just as we've, increasingly tried to incorporate, say, a gender-based analysis perspective in the development of policy, we need to think about rural as well. And I think really the way to do that, to borrow from one of my colleagues, is to just think about place. It's not really about rural. It's about ensuring that we think about geography and place as space and culture put together in the design of everything.
Thank you. And as a follow-up question, based on your research and your research methodologies, the policy advice that you draft, what role should rural communities have in deciding how police services are delivered in their communities and in overseeing the delivery of police services?
Well, I think that there has to be some, I don't have the precise answer, but I do think that there has to be some way of dealing with I guess the negative effects of all of the things that we do to increase efficiency. So the negative effects of centralization and bureaucratization. Those are good processes in some cases because it's a way to ensure that there's, maybe an equal level of services delivered across different parts of every province. But there needs to be ways that that local autonomy is built in. And that attention to communities' unique circumstances is built in. So, that can be, a matter of having like rural advisory boards or a rural strategy in any kind of policy development, or even an overarching rural development strategy at the provincial level. And I just did some research with a colleague in Victoria that looked at what the state of rural policy, like where does rural policy live in Canada. And there's great variation across the provinces. But one thing that stood out is that most provinces don't have a rural development strategy, nor do they have a dedicated body looking at rural issues. It tends to just be kind of like peppered throughout and not really in any meaningful way, with the exception of up north. They tend to do a much better job of that. So I think we can learn lessons about how to, institutionalize, make it just impossible to not think about or consult with rural communities in decision making. And I think that the end result of that would be that not only would some responsibilities and discretion get relocalized, but so would the resources. Like you can't do one without the other. The trend, if anything has happened at all, it's been that the responsibilities get downloaded without the resources. So local communities need to have some control over the resources that they need. They need to be able to spend them the way they deem best.
Thank you so much. Anna, I've got a couple of questions for you too. And the first thing I'm going to do is pick up on a question I asked Rose a few minutes ago. So you too, of course, have conducted ethnographic research in rural communities. What does doing your research in that way help you to understand about the questions that you're studying?
Well, it's in my work, I became part of the community relationships and community networks. So I experienced myself to some extent a lot of the things that community members were describing to me about being subject to supervision and control, about people watching you through binoculars as you walked around, about having no privacy at all publicly, but also the way that that changes once you are behind closed doors, because the controls work while you're in public, and when you are in private, obviously the supervisions don't exist. I also became aware of the complexity of community relationships and the way that the way that it led me to challenge the stereotype of what a cohesive island community might look like, and actually understanding some of the fragilities and the tensions within those communities. And so understanding that what is often described as social organization or social controls, the way that communities are held in check by their kind of informal, watchful gossipiness around each other, that works to some extent. Superficially, communities get on very well, but actually there's quite a lot of tensions underneath the surface. So I learned those things too. And what's really important, I think, in this methodology is understanding then, sort of trying to understand what communities feel like by experiencing it yourself, but also then doing the same with the police and realizing that there is quite often a mismatch between what the police feel themselves to be doing and the way they understand the world and the way that that's actually perceived by rural communities themselves. So it's that kind of experiential sort of understanding of these relationships that's so important in ethnographic work.
Thank you. And then the next question still for Anna. Like Karen, you think about the dilemma of centralization versus localism, or what Dan referred to as regionalization versus localism. What are the trade-offs that play out with respect to that dilemma, and how might police services and communities navigate those trade-offs?
It's a really good question, a really complicated question. We're seeing this particularly in Scotland at the moment, where regional police services have all been amalgamated into a single national police service. So this has been a really important issue for us, as well as in a lot of Northern Europe at the moment. The same issues are undergoing a kind of at the forefront. The Netherlands also have now created a national police service, and it's happening in lots of Scandinavian countries. There are moves towards that. And the arguments about centralized police services are important ones. They're about efficiency, they're about economies of scale. So particularly centralized police services are able to have specialist units, for example, specialist equipment, which smaller regional police services struggle to get hold of. There is more specialist experience just because these are larger police services. There's also national governments quite like centralized police services because they think it gives them more control over what those police services do. So there's some important kind of questions about political accountability that comes into these moves too. So there are some advantages for local rural areas in that these specialist services exist. And it needn't be the case, research has shown, that centralized police services necessarily detract from local needs and local provision of services. However, the research across Northern Europe and Scandinavia shows that actually that has happened in all of the areas which has had these centralized pools. And the difficulty for rural areas particularly is that there are a couple of things. The first is, as Rose has described in her work, and we may come on to this, about the models of resource allocation tends to be based on urban models. So if you're looking at supplying officers or equipment, depending on crime rates, for example, or numbers of staff, that's not going to pay off for rural areas, even though we know that there are particular problems in policing rural areas, such as long distances and the sorts of things that Rosemary's already described, which we can, I'm sure we'll come back to. It also means that if you don't have local rural officers, then it reduces local knowledge. And what all the research, including mine, in rural areas and policing shows us is the importance of that. If resources are centralised, that makes that much less likely. Police officers are going to be pulled away. And the second real problem is about who sets policing priorities. And urban centres are powerful because they have more money, they have higher crime rates, they have more staff, more resources, and so on. So the resources tend to be set according to urban needs rather than local rural needs. And that can be a problem. In Scotland, the phrase which people are trying to counter, which has come across with the formation of a national police service, is this idea that one size fits all. And of course, one size doesn't fit all, and rural communities have very specific needs. And the reason that matters on a day-to-day policing is that often this is reinforced by performance indicators, what officers are judged on and what they actually do in their day-to-day practices. And again, if those performance indicators or national performance frameworks or whatever they're called are set up to encourage these national policing priorities, those things probably aren't going to fit with rural areas. So they may be, for example, in Scotland at the moment, how many tickets are you giving out to speeding offences? How many stop and searches have you done? What would suit local rural areas better is how many schools have you gone into today? How many people have you spoken to, for example? And the third problem about centralised services is a cultural one, which actually, this again, needn't be the case, but research has shown that the cultures of policing in rural and urban areas are different, so that you tend to get a more enforcement type approach in urban areas, which again can be encouraged through performance frameworks and so on, and those are completely inappropriate for rural areas. So those are the risks, those are the payoffs. And again, they're not inevitable with centralised services, but all the research shows that there is a tendency towards those kinds of problems unless there is a concerted effort to redress them locally.
So if I can pick up on your last point, Anna, and ask you the same question I asked Karen, what role should rural communities have in deciding how police services are delivered and in overseeing the delivery of services?
Well, it's a really difficult question in relation to policing. All communities should be consulted on the way that police services are delivered. It's hugely important because, as I said, the police may have a very different idea of what their priorities should be and how they're doing, as opposed to how communities understand them. So that's always the case. And so rural communities should, of course, be consulted. And particularly in rural communities where there is a greater need for partnership work, multi-agency partnership work, because of a lack of resources more generally across the board. So partner agencies need to work together, and communities should be, and often are, partners in these kind of discussions about priorities. The reason this is complicated is that the difficulty with consultation in policing generally in terms of the public is the people who put themselves forward to be part of those consultation frameworks are quite often atypical just by virtue of doing that and needn't represent the whole community. So what can happen, unless there's attention paid to this, is it can reinforce dominant power relations within communities and some of the exclusions that we've mentioned earlier. So real care has to be taken about who is consulted and what those structures of consultation are.
Thank you so much. Dan, if I can turn to you, do the insights that Karen and Anna have shared resonate with your experience as a detachment commander and as a senior officer in rural policing?
Thanks, Emma. And yes, for sure, especially what Anna was just talking about specialized resources. And in my intro, I probably should have mentioned that. So I'm the district policing officer, and predominantly I oversee general duty, some specialized officers who are plainclothes, our general investigation section, street crime enforcement units, community policing officers, school safety resource officers. But then Anna highlighted there's crimes that are above that capacity or skill set or the length of time that's required to dedicate to an investigation. So within the RCMP&H division, those are support services, predominantly our major crime units, traffic services, police dog services, our forensic ident sections. There's probably about 30 of those resources in Southwest Nova, but they don't fall underneath my chain of command. They fall underneath headquarters, but they are embedded within our districts. So there's a lot of value for that information and knowledge sharing. So for a member on the front line, for instance, might partner on a homicide file with major crime, develop that skill set, and also the major crime investigators can share their knowledge and abilities. And absolutely, the local communities need that ability to provide input as to what policing looks like for them. If they're not able to do that, it's basically designed for failure. Police are always going to be challenged. We're not going to meet the expectations. So again, that communication piece, I can't stress enough, starts at that police advisory board level, mayor, councils, chiefs and councils, their detachment commanders. Sometimes, obviously, we're all humans. Relationships don't always play out the way that everyone wants for them to play out. But that's normal. And so when a mayor or a chief reaches out to myself as the next level of command, I welcome that. It's just a matter of usually setting a meeting between the right stakeholders and getting to the heart of the issue. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you very much, Dan. Jane, if I can turn to you, please. You live and work in rural Nova Scotia, and you spent much of your life and your academic work conducting community-initiated research that particularly focuses on the intersection of Indigenous knowledges with community strategies for implementing.
The whole thing is scripted. Just look at them. They're not even hiding it anymore. They just read. Thank you for that.
Research about what Mi'kmaq people and Indigenous communities think about the role that they should play in deciding how police services are delivered in their communities and in overseeing the delivery of police services.
Thank you, Emma. What we're learning is that increasingly the capacity for decision making is critical. I just want to refer back to Karen and the idea of inclusion. And Mi'kmaq people, Indigenous peoples across the country, historically, through colonial processes, have been absolutely excluded from every decision-making process. And the impacts have been absolutely devastating. And today, that's no longer acceptable whatsoever. So our research has really pointed to communities want to take the lead. They want to be able to identify the priorities that are important to them. They want those priorities to be developed and recognized by stakeholders and then properly resourced. And nothing can be imposed further. Whatever the cost offloading certainly has happened in Mi'kmaq communities in terms of policing. After the Marshall Commission, the Marshall Inquiry Commission, it wasn't a recommendation coming out of the commission, but it was the desire of the community to be able to take control over policing matters because of just how offensive the wrongful conviction was, and very much police tunnel vision that impacted that. And so the chiefs of those communities came together and built a program of tribal policing. And it had many of the challenges that Dan identified in terms of sharing resources and figuring out jurisdiction and being able to accommodate the number of calls, because what happened when you put in a tribal police service or a service that the community really, really wanted, that the community was really invested in, the call rate went sky high. And so the demand on services and the expectations of the community members were also exponentially growing. And because they were so poorly resourced from the outset, I think Rick identifies being set up to fail, that really important police service, which was building trust, which had Mi'kmaq members who had local knowledge, who had, in the inclusive decision making and the really caring for the community priorities, disintegrated after 5 years, which was just another disaster. So our work right now is really focused on what are the incremental approaches that need to be made, because that change came rapid and was, I think, insufficiently experimented or rolled out, and it just the demands became too high, its own success. And it really, caused a lot of interpersonal damage for those people, those members who had to experience that great loss. There was a lot of grief attached to the collapse of the Unama'ki tribal police. I hope that gets at what you were asking of me, Emma.
Yeah, it certainly does, Jane. And I think I was going to pick up on the story of the Unama'ki tribal police in a little while, but I'll ask the question now that I was planning to ask, and that is really, what lessons would you share with the Commission out of the failure of that attempt at reform?
The significance of resources, the significance of anticipating community expectation and community demand. So being able to understand the underlying issues of when a community is going to want to engage with police. I think that the question of community expectations is a critical one to be able to master, because if you've got a demand for police services that aren't actually gelling with what the police can actually do and offer, and the trust issues are going to disintegrate really rapidly. So I think it's critically important that that work be done together so that everybody's fully informed about what's possible and what's not possible, and work together to build responses to the most important things. We've noticed a lot lately that the enforcement is occurring at the cost of prevention, and communities are very unhappy with the lack of engagement, the lack of visibility, the lack of meaningful building up of services, being really responsive. And it is in part because of the resource shortfall, but it is also because of the changing complexities of policing, that of the nature of crimes that are occurring as well. So patience and due diligence in really bringing together people who can represent thoroughly the unique circumstances of the community and the community priorities, and then the nimbleness in not creating a rigid structure of both engagement and opportunity for sharing. And that I think those things, if those are lessons that we've learned. There are all kinds of institutional challenges there. There was a lot of discrimination. There was non-recognition of the authority of the officers from other police services. There was a level of systemic challenges that really impaired the ability of that force to lift off. And I think those questions certainly have to be brought into the fore. You can't do anything in a vacuum with regards to Indigenous rights and Indigenous rights implementation when it comes to autonomy and sovereignty in those kinds of services.
Thank you very much indeed. Rose, if I may turn to you. You've also conducted ethnographies and interview-based studies with rural communities, and particularly focusing on rural youth and their experience of policing and engagement with police. I'm hoping that you can share with us some of the findings from your work with rural youth about the lives of young people in rural Atlantic Canada and their relationships with police.
To be honest, what I found across a lot of different regions in rural areas, if they have relationships with like their school officer, because they get to know their school officer, they may have done DARE, they may have done different things. The officer comes to the classroom, goes to the grade 6 leaving ceremony or a grade, that sort of stuff in Newfoundland. So they'll get to know them, but the youth don't think of calling the police when they. And one of the challenges that the police brought up and youth have brought up is they don't think of police as the person to call for help. They think of the person who is the authority figure who gets them in trouble. And this is something that police officers clearly do not like. And this is something that you try to change with youth. I've had officers tell me straight out, when they pull up and a parent says, oh, put on your seatbelt, or, the officer's going to take you away for disobeying. That creates tension and animosity and changes how they want to be perceived. They want to be a beacon of support and help, they don't want to be in this authoritative position. And a lot of the dynamics and relationships between police and youth are often as what the parents' relationship are or perceptions are of the police, and that gets translated down. Many of the officers I spoke to spoke at length about thinking they would be more involved in communities working in rural areas, not realizing that they were significantly under-resourced and didn't have the time to be able to fulfill those obligations and that kind of objective of what they signed up for in the work. So it's not, and when youth are involved, they tend to pick up and deal with the same youth repeatedly and not really see other youth as much. And that can also be challenging because as youth get and their families get better understanding of our youth criminal justice system, they learn the loopholes which can make the policing of youth who are in kind of like in conflict with the law, a bit harder to police in many ways. But one of the key was that unless you were at a school or had kids in the school. Now, if you had officers who had kids going to school, they would know the kids, their kids' friends, they would have a bigger relationship, more rapport, and it would help them to do that more. If you had officers who were more removed, they would have less connections, because the reality is, and I know this isn't exactly what you're asking, but it's so under-resourced in rural areas, and they're responsible for such a large geography and a diverse geography that you really don't have the time to spend just in a community. So if you're here in Newfoundland and you're policing this entire region and it's 200 kilometers, by the time you get to all the little communities, you'd be doing it every day, all day long, all the time. So there's really not that kind of time. So I found that the relationship that on both sides, I found that youth didn't think about it as much, and officers really would have preferred to have a stronger, more supportive role in the community if it was possible. And many of the people their time coaching teams, volunteering in different spaces outside of work hours where they're already overburdened with work and experiencing work role overload, simply because of the lack of resources. Because the one thing with the RCMP that, again, I think is really relevant this year is they don't backfill when someone's on leave. And without that backfill on the shifts, they're even less resourced. So, I would do interviews and the shift is 7 and I'd only have 4 people because 3 are on leave, and I would do the interviews. But what are they going to be able to do? Like, even our interviews were constantly interrupted because of the nuance. And that's why I spent so much time in the detachments. To do an interview, I had to be ready for everything that happened. There's additional challenges too with youth. Like, if you pick up a youth, you can't leave them alone. You can't put them in a cell. You have to wait for a guardian to come. So you'd have an officer in a 2-person detachment pick up a youth, and then they can't leave. So if something else happens, it's the backup that's a detachment away, an extra 2 hours away, that has to go respond to that call for service. So there's a lot of factors that are creating tensions in relationships, but these tensions are not the prerogative of the officer or the youth per se, but a direct result of the nuance of the occupation and how it's resourced in rural regions.
Thank you so much. Signa, if I can turn back to you. You've already alluded to the fact that the Stanley case really prompted a conversation in those communities about property, about trespass, about self-help, and about the role of police in that community. Having watched that play out and watched a parallel conversation play out in the nearby Cree community that Cotton Bushy came from, what role do you think rural communities should have in deciding how police services are delivered in their communities and in overseeing the delivery of police services?
Well, as someone who has relatives who have members from 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒯𝒜 First Nation married to the mayor of a village of 200 people, I can't help but think it's absolutely necessary for a good family dinner. But I would think that there are ways to think of it in jurisdictional terms that are very important too. As in, how do you understand when, in particular, reserve space is right beside rural space? There's a boundary there, but there's going to be some functions, whether it's me going with my auntie to bingo, or it's some type of fire emergency, or it's a high school graduation. Those boundaries are porous just because of social relations. So thinking about how those communities help make decisions on how police are residing in that area and functioning with people is really important. I would say, and I don't mean to overemphasize this, but I feel like it's a fundamental for how I've noticed some observations is that the policing can have a great role in helping all neighbors, all family members, all friends, all grumpy colleagues you work with, all those people you wish weren't on your hockey team, whomever it is, understand how land functions in law. What does it mean if an RCMP officer is in reserve space as compared to farm space, as compared to town space? What does it mean when someone says they're a landowner, which is perhaps one of the biggest fallacies that has to be sort of confronted often, not only with first-year law students, but how people understand what they can do legally to feel safe. That's a hard one to talk to people about, but it's really necessary because that helps define what they think they should be able to do as a response to any moment of nervousness. That actually can be different on reserve land as compared to rural space. And so particularly using the role of policing to help do that type of educating and communication is really important. With the Stanley case and the side effects of it, I felt really, my heart just broke for all the sort of damage control RCMP very kindly tried to organize to try and help bring up the base knowledge about control of space. Did great work. It was really, really hard to do because of the hard feelings amongst community members. And what I found myself reflecting was that that type of idea of having conversations in communities with rural policing functions and Indigenous peoples and learning about the differences should have happened 30 years ago, and it hadn't. So it was a really, really stressful moment to have akin to town hall meetings when everyone is feeling so understandably raw and realizing that they've had the wrong perception for years, that in a non-stressful situation is okay. It doesn't matter whether somebody hasn't explained well the idea of land title. That's okay. But when you're trying to decide what to do if someone is driving fast up your driveway and you don't recognize that car and the car's going to side and you're wondering if the driving is violent, is that person going to be violent? It's really, really hard to have a good conversation about what trespass law is. It's too hard. And so I think there's a great role for not only talking about how property law and reserve space is and how that's different from rural land space, but just thinking of that as handy as knowing how a mortgage functions or how your life insurance policy might work or what are the basics of traffic safety. It's so fundamental. And then when you have it and you're perhaps dealing with a stressful situation later, your reflexes about what you can do for your own safety are more accurate instead of facing a lot of scrutiny that's going to make you upset because you're making the wrong move. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm about to move on to a new topic, and I wonder if I might suggest a break.
Sure. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, all panelists so far, for an excellent conversation. And we'll take, we'll try for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Train wreck. Oh, no. I mean, this isn't at least, kind of admissions. It's just a total disaster. Freeland's land? Freeland's mom. She must have somebody in the family that's RCMP, I'm thinking. Oh, to Osgood. Oh. She works at Osgood. And a historian. She has worked at various Crown government. Okay, well, that helps. Wow, she's got a BA with honors, Master of Arts, Bachelor of Laws, Masters of Laws, and a PhD in something. Not sure what. She's worked for various Crown governments, a national law firm, singular, hopefully, you only work one place, a national Indigenous organization, and various universities. Okay, so lots of grants. Her areas of interest included Indigenous governance and history, Canadian history, law, and economics. And I wonder what her kind of where she worked law. I'd be curious. See what area of expertise. It sounds like some kind of real, I don't know, civil trespass. I don't even, game theory, legal history, and torts. Oh, okay. She has taught First Nations University of Canada. I didn't even know we had such a thing. University of Alberta, University of Toronto, University of Saskatchewan, Osgood, University of Ottawa. These are Indigenous studies, Canadian studies, and law lecture classes and seminars, published various subjects, including use of history as evidence, the slavery of Indigenous peoples, learning about Indigenous methodology, insolvency law, bankruptcy, Canadian legal profession, Indigenous members' recent responses to pandemic and First Nation communities. Current projects include Research on future of federal insolvency laws. Okay, so she's got a bunch of grants. And the duty to consult and accommodate the constitutionalizing of sustainable development and the role of imposed colonial borders on rural regions' political evolution. Wow. She's part of the Ontario Bar Association since 2015. How long did she practice? She's going doing her master's and a doctorate. Okay, the last 7 years. Interesting. Okay. Numerous boards, Public Legal Education Association, Saskatchewan Community Legal Services, Saskatoon Inner City, Ontario Bar Association, Ontario Bar Association Foundation, and looks like something. In 2021, the Office of the Prime Minister selected her for the Supreme Court of Canada Appointment Advisory Panel. Wow. So she's going to help pick a Supreme Court justice or justices. Very interesting. Representative for the Canadian Bar, as the representative for the Canadian Bar Association. Oh my. In 2022, Federal Minister of Heritage appointed her expert advisory group on online harm, which will be making recommendations on future legislation pertaining to privacy. Oh, good. Well, hopefully she has nice things to say about Project Wide Awake, constitutional rights, and internet regulation. Oh, yes, we've had some good laws about that coming up. That's very interesting. And sorry, I should have put that window up. The truckers, colonizers. Oh, okay. Here she's got an article here about. Not that I want to go off topic, but then I shouldn't really. I think we got enough of that going on. I try and stay generally on topic. Oh, now if I stop this, is it going to? She wrote a piece on the truckers. Interesting. Truckers, colonizers, and the Royal Proclamation. The trucker protest, while awful, illegal, and unjust, is a manifestation, not an aberration. Recently, I was walking my dog. A half-ton truck with a large Canadian flag drove past me in a suburban neighborhood where I live. Suddenly, I was nervous. Why? I don't know. Maybe she has a thing against trucks. White cars, I don't know. And then just as suddenly, I was calm and recalling the phrase that starts with plus ça change. Of course, I was frustrated. Like everyone else, I was troubled by anyone who thinks the occupation of downtown Ottawa, I guess she lives in Ottawa, let alone legal. My energy level is challenged. Getting around town the city is awful, and my anxiety is over the apparent self-confidence of the protester grows every day. My poor, hard-working students who live downtown are choked by fumes, can barely sleep, yet still do their work for me with vigor and smarts. Still, as I walked my dog, I realized that much I might be frustrated at the protesters, I ache when I see the reaction of some counter-protesters is shock over what is happening. In the city where I now live, People are astonished about how protesters could break so many laws while simultaneously and wrongly claiming constitutional legitimacy. That has a fairly, well, there's a very good legal arguments for that, but anyway. The gasps continue. How could police activities seem so consistent, yet even appear to favor protesters? How could protesters get away with such insidious moves as using children to make their point, claiming Indigenous circles approve of the occupation, and not respecting the rules even when reminded of them? To be sure, the chaos is hard to absorb, but people's astonishment is hurtful too. More than 250 years ago, as more and more newcomers made their way to North America, they brought with them the assumptions about how law should work. They regularly acted in their ideas about farming, trading, land use, climate, territory, and spiritualism should rule. They did not pause to ask the standards and what standards and laws were already in place, or whether or how they should abide by them. They did not slow down enough to think that maybe these were already existing frameworks helped with peaceful relations, a sense of cooperation, even mitigated tension over different views. Well, this is an interesting read. I'll drop it down there. She had an encounter with a truck, with a half-ton truck with a Canadian flag, whilst walking a dog. Okay. Let's see what else we can find here. And for summaries, past exams. Research interests, law and economics, Indigenous governance, legal history. I can't see a resume. I don't know where she was working prior to being a... Oh, is this got it over here? Oh, I can't open it. Maybe somebody else can. I guess she didn't check the crime statistics during the protest. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really want to get too far off topic, but she seems to be an interesting one for sure. The Lisa Mask lady, she's good for... I like how they're all reading and stuff. I think she liked... I couldn't quite follow where she was going with that. It seemed to always go back to trespass. I suppose that's the case that she was fighting or something, or involved with the impromptu pop-up think tank. I don't know how you quite do that either, but I guess you just kind of phoned a few buds and got something together. Who is the mask lady? I didn't get that. I couldn't tell. Look kind of like Lisa. But then again, I don't know. I think she's probably at Costco. Okay, so it's not Anna. Was it Jane? Chair of Anthropology. Or was it Karen? Or Rosemary? I don't know. Book smart. Yeah, I should just not go there. Buzzwords, yes. Lots of people can throw a word around. They don't necessarily know what it means. They just kind of stick it together. It's quite common. Politicians do it all the time. Look at the RCMP. To write her articles. I don't know how many articles she's written. The mask lady is Karen. Okay, thank you. So let's see. Karen is Associate Professor, Sociology, Department Sociology, Social Anthropology, Dalhousie. Okay, that's always good. Dr. Foster holds Canada Research Chair in Sustainable Rural Features in Atlantic Canada. Oh, there's no federal money coming there. None. Zero. Zip. Her research is supported by her Rural Futures Research Center. Focuses on rural economy and society with active studies such topics as rural business succession, rural regulatory challenges, and how rural families' caring lives and working lives are intertwined.
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
Okay, so let's see here. This is the rural futures. Oh, what's wrong with my mouse? The rural futures. Rockefeller has a think tank. Just ask Brenda. That's true. And who was the other guest that they had? Rural Research Center. Who is involved with this? Funded by the John R. Evans Leaders Fund grant from the Canada Foundation for Innovation. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Whoop. Isn't this all federal money? It always amazes me the amount of bloat. Like, this is why many governments are the way that they are. It's because there's so many people employed in them. Well, let's see. So this is her group. What was the other thing she's part of here? I missed that. Oh, right. Supports research chair, Vox Code. Data collection software. Oh, nice. With 8 computer-assisted telephone interviewing CATI stations, Voxco data collection software, data analysis software and equipment. Nice. Has a capacity to conduct and analyze telephone online surveys. Oh, okay. So the mask lady likes to do surveys. Interesting. perceptions on environmental change in Atlantic Canada, future ocean coastal infrastructure project, COVID-19's impact on rural and urban employment, farmers markets.
Thank you so much. Dr. Cunliffe?
Thank you, Commissioner.
I want to go fast now.
So Karen, I'm going to turn back to you now and to another aspect of your report. One of the findings from the research that you note in your report is that the social cohesion that's oftenly valorized as a characteristic of rural communities can also at times have the unintended effect of enabling some kinds of crime to take place or not to be reported. I wonder if you could please describe the dynamics that can have this effect and how can they manifest?
Thanks for the question. So yeah, I get into this in the report, and Anna talked about it as well earlier, that the social cohesion that is shown to be a protective factor against crime in general in the criminology literature has a double edge insofar as it, I think in the best case scenario, it makes people try to resolve things interpersonally in rural communities. But in the worst case scenario, it makes people not report crime. One of the areas that I saw this the most in the literature that I looked at was around domestic violence. And so, certain crimes are thought to be shameful, something that you don't bring out in public. And so families will kind of circle around and not even try to resolve things, but just kind of try to downplay what's going on and try to avoid the involvement of law enforcement. So yeah, that's the impact of the social cohesion dynamic. It's funny because it's been shown to be very important as a protective factor and assumed to be a protective factor, but it does have this darker side as well.
And if I can ask a follow-up question, does the literature suggest what it is about domestic violence that means that social cohesion plays out that way with respect to that crime?
I think it just says a little bit about how domestic violence can be looked upon as shameful, and there's also there's a tendency, hopefully decreasing, but to not believe women or to downplay the violence that they might be experiencing, or to think that domestic abuse has to be physical, it has to leave a mark in order to count. And that happens, everywhere, not just rural communities. But yeah, it's the interconnectedness of families, the fact that there are often in rural communities big, well-known families whose reputation matters to them, that these kinds of things just get dealt with quietly or not dealt with at all.
Thank you. Anna, if I can turn to you, as Karen mentions, this is something that you discuss a little bit too in your report and have already alluded to today. Does what Karen's just said resonate with you? What would you have to add to what she's just shared?
Do you mean in terms of, could you just...
In terms specifically of the relationship between social cohesion and the reporting of some kinds of crime?
Yeah, absolutely. Karen's experience is exactly mine as well. Social cohesion is perhaps a misnomer. I mean, what we're talking about here is strong social controls and social relations, which can obscure a kind of diversity of experience and complexity. And what can happen there is that particular groups of people feel unable to express themselves and can feel all kinds of reasons, for fear of reprisal, for feelings of shame, for feelings of disempowerment, for example. And again, what you often find in small rural communities is a gendered power relations in particular. So again, this can people who are likely to feel disempowered are likely to be women, because research also in Australia has also shown that actually there's a gendered power relation to gendered norms in rural communities, which can lead to women feeling unable to seek help for domestic abuse, and can also lead rural communities to cover up domestic abuse, particularly in relation to other crimes. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Rick, if I may turn to you, one of the strands of your research really focuses on or considers the ways in which resource development and the resource extraction industry can impact small rural communities, particularly when they rapidly become larger communities because of resource extraction projects and industrialization. What can you share about how resource extraction in rural communities can impact crime rates and experiences of community safety, including rates of violence?
What we've found is that no sort of two boom towns are exactly the same, or sort of boom communities are the same, but there is a pattern in that as the population increases during the construction phase of resource extraction, building a new mine, building the infrastructure for oil and gas extraction, these cities become, or small rural communities tend to be overcome with a large number of typically young males, and it really just, there's that influx of people has a real disruptive element to the community. So these people come in and they don't have much of a stake in these communities, and the local residents know this. And there is a pattern, and I think there's about 50 studies now that have basically shown that crime goes up in these communities. Now, for the most part, the crimes are the crimes that we expect with an influx of young males. So impaired driving, drug and alcohol abuse, and willful damage. In the United States, they would call it disorderly conduct, and assaults. And some populations are particularly vulnerable, and women are one of those populations, in that the sex ratio becomes really distorted in these communities just with the influx of males. And a lot of women feel very threatened, and we found that domestic violence increases in these communities due to some of the reasons that Karen and Nano talked about. The values of the community change, especially with the newcomers, and these women are often, sometimes they come with the newcomers and the partners, and they're very socially isolated, and might have no income or sort of resources on their own. So what we're finding is that these boom periods of crime during these booms generally last up to a period of years, and as the community settles down and there's less construction and it goes more to just a straight extraction, the community dynamics change and crime goes down. But these are entirely predictable sort of events, and I think that now that there's a lot more awareness of it, there's a real move to make these communities more protect these communities, because we know it's going to happen. And one of my colleagues said, if something's predictable, it's preventable. So we know that these things are going to happen. And one of the challenges is that these things are happening throughout the globe, these resource extractions, and we now have a green economy, and it takes 1,000 pounds of lithium to develop an electric car. And so all of a sudden now we're going through the planet looking for new sources and places to extract these elements, and including in Canada, there's in northern Saskatchewan, they're extracting lithium and whatnot. But so these things are predictable, they are preventable, but they impose a significant challenge on rural police. Generally, the police are slow to respond to these changes. Local governments are slow to develop the infrastructure to accommodate these population shifts, and they're very destructive in the short and long term to these small communities and rural peoples, and have a real disruptive impact on these places. Does that cover the high points?
It sure does. Thank you very much indeed. Jane, if I may turn to you, we've heard some of the reasons from Karen and Anne.
Thanks for reading. Continuing, everybody reading.
Of the 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒯, and if you feel able to speak to it, the African Nova Scotian experience with police and colonial state institutions might also bear on decisions about what gets reported to police and when police are brought into a community dynamic.
Thank you. Well, I think police are often looked to as the very last resort. And so there is often extreme trauma when it comes to reaching out in First Nations communities, particularly those that don't have their own detachments or those that don't have officers that are familiar to the community or any kind of community policing. So there's a great reluctance there. So whenever the encounter does occur, it's usually really, really serious. Something very serious has happened. I can't speak for the African Nova Scotia community, unfortunately, and I'm not speaking for the 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒜 community, but our work has certainly found that the intergenerational consciousness that I believe maybe it was Rose and Karen and Anna and others have raised, certainly there is a fear instilled generation after generation of what those policing relationships are like. We were conducting some field work just a couple of weeks ago with a person that's in charge of a child development center for a 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒃 organization that helps the Jane Paul Center in Nova Scotia. And she was saying that the little kids that come to that daycare are terribly afraid of the police because that's what their parents have taught them, and that's very difficult for them when they're just little threes crying when a community officer was coming in to provide services at the center because of that fear. So that's a big piece of the consciousness that really is occurring. And then there's the desire to not sell out to the state, to avoid perpetuating the colonization. So there is a lot that happens in the community dynamics to collectively avoid reaching out to police because of the optics of it within community and the perceived, whether it's real or not, potential for backlash when somebody does call out, because the consequences of that can be significant for that person's community health and well-being and that family and those networks. That social cohesion that Anna and others and Sigma and we're talking about doesn't, I think, can be really, really troubling and create a lot of problems. One of the key reasons, though, in 𝒦𝑅𝐼𝒮𝒃 communities, I'm not sure if this is the same in African Nova Scotia communities, that women aren't going to reach out for help, is child apprehension and the fear of involving child welfare services in their situations, particularly those of domestic violence. And so we know from our work that's a huge trouble, and just not having anywhere to go either. So you call for help, but then what? And so there's a high contact with people that commit crimes against each other in those small communities, and particularly in communities where there are lots of large extended families living together, becomes very complex, as you suggested.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, it is a gap on this roundtable that we don't have somebody who can speak to the experiences of the African Nova Scotian community. We'll seek to fill that gap in other ways. For the time being, I do want to draw your attention to Exhibit P 002636 by an author named Jessica Bundy, who is a member of the African Nova Scotian community, reporting on some research she did with African Nova Scotian women in Digby and their experiences with police. Okay, I'm going to shift now more to the experiences of rural police than until now we've really focused on the experiences of communities with their police. And so Dan, I'll begin with you. Based on your experience, your personal experience as a police officer, but also your supervisory experience, what are the personal skills and the attributes that make an effective rural police officer? Who should police services be recruiting for this important role?
Thanks, Emma. It's a very broad question. I wouldn't say necessarily the skills and abilities to investigate a crime is going to be very similar in a rural setting and an urban setting. What is, I would say, is most important in a rural setting or a smaller community is the ability to interact with individuals while you're continuing your investigation. And what I mean by we're constantly having to develop rapport, not just to maintain the safety of ourselves, but those around us. We've heard about comments from Karen and Anna regarding domestic violence. The last thing we want to do because of isolation. So imagine a driveway that's 200 meters long. All the neighbors have now seen us drive down the driveway and they know that the police officer's pulling up. And the question is why? So in a small community, it kind of leads to, unfortunately, gossip. So we walk in the door. Quite often the victim might be very apprehensive already, traumatized a number of times before even reaching out to us. So we have to recognize that that's already occurred before we even knocked on the door. So establishing that rapport, being a human, sounds very easy, but when you carry so much weight and authority on your shoulders to investigate the crime, because you have to investigate it from step 1 to step 1,000 in order to get it into the courtroom and a successful prosecution, if that is what the victim is wishing to do. So specialized skills, or the skills and abilities to investigate, I would say are the same, but the smaller the community or more remote it is, that interpersonal relationship or skills that we use to develop rapport with our clients is key. And the people that we recruit, I think, was the other part of that question. I know actually our commissioner was just in town within the last couple of days, and she commented on our procedures for recruiting are being reviewed, and maybe changes are coming in the near future on our exam and our polygraph sessions, because some of the evidence didn't support as to why it was a necessity. And questions in the entry exam more about trying to decipher if discriminatory practices in a person's thought perceptions. And I look at Jane, and when I hear about Indigenous communities and our desire for Indigenous and African Nova Scotian communities and other people of color to want to hire more officers who look like the people that we serve. It can't be overstated, as I have almost 20 years of worked in Indigenous communities, and I'm status Cree. I didn't grow up on the reserve, but prior to even joining the RCMP, and my wife is Manitoba Métis, our stories are very similar. We've both experienced personal, verbal and physical attacks based on the color of our skin. And that's something you can't teach. But when you go into an isolated community, racialized community, you're able to relate to people a lot quicker, and the guards come down, so you're able to establish that trust that's necessary with your client. So we always want to be hiring more visible employees, and that's been a goal of the RCMP for decades. And it's interesting, I was talking with one of our CO's external 𝒦𝑀𝒜 advisory committee members from Sipekne'katik First Nation. And he put it well, is that the RCMP doesn't do a good enough job about selling itself. So we talk about poor perceptions, children having that negative attitudes towards police. If you are a young adult seeking to get a job in law enforcement or probation services, corrections, police, and you Google RCMP right now, why is someone going to want to put their name in to be the RCMP? So his comment to me was, why isn't the RCMP contracting or putting a more robust effort on selling our story? Because our story is actually very good. It's just, I would say sometimes it doesn't always get picked up in the right social media platforms. We are engaging in the local community efforts, our universities. More effort is required. I will admit that, and I look for ways to improve on that. That was a very broad question, though, Emma. So did I get to the heart of it?
You did indeed, Dan. Thank you. And thank you for sharing part of your story with us as well. Rose, if I can turn to you, you and your co-author, Laura Huey, produced a paper with the very striking title, "This Isn't What I Signed Up For." For the benefit of the record, this paper is Exhibit P002638. And another of your papers, also in the roundtable package, considers in particular the organisational stresses, is what I'd really like to focus on, of rural policing, and this is Exhibit P002641. I wonder, from those papers and from your research generally, what can you share about the unexpected challenges that rural police encounter in the course of doing their work, the things they didn't expect when they signed up?
Okay, there's a lot. If we start with the notion of this isn't what I signed up for, a lot of what the job entails in rural areas is not what individuals believe their job would be. So one of the challenges with police work that I think is probably what strikes me the most, and it's not a sexy topic, it's the amount of paperwork. So for example, a vehicle responding to a vehicle collision, there's about 14 forms that need to be filled out. And I literally have sat, and Laura has sat as well, in detachments where we watched people deal with their paperwork. And it was just a bottomless pit of paperwork and getting caught up. And these forms, like every agency within the branches of the criminal justice system wants forms filled out in a certain way. So they're duplicating, triplicating, quadruplicating, and I don't know how to say it with bigger numbers, but they're doing up to 14 times for these forms. And they're spending so much time being, paper pushing. And in those papers, you'll see, like I quote people, they're like, I'm a paper boy, a 15-year-old who can type could do this. And it's just this draining amount, and it's not even investigative. It's just re-putting the same information on forms over and over and over again. So on one side, we have this lack of resources, but we're not using the resources we have well. So I think paperwork is a huge source of stress that is extremely time consuming, that nobody talks about because it isn't sexy. What you see is, the mileage on the cars. I'm talking like 170,000 kilometers, 225,000 kilometers. I got into cars where I was like, oh, okay, this can't go more than 110 because the thing is old. And, they're racing. And there's another paper that isn't an exhibit, but I speak about, driving. And so many officers told me, particularly in rural areas, there's a chance of getting shot for sure, but arriving alive, especially when you're racing to get to an emergency on these back roads, is crazy. It's such a risk. And the resources, the vehicles, and these are all organizational. So we have an organizational stress. So something that's the job content, the job context, that's fixable. When it's an operational stress, it's actual content of the job, those things are going to happen. That's what they signed up for, to police, to respond to calls for help and service. It's all those other things, the interpersonal collegiality challenges that exist, the challenges with management not understanding, the forced overtime, being called in, the being on these shifts. As I said before, I would go in, I'd be in a detachment, and there's 7 people on shift and 3 are on leave. So now you have a busy detachment with 4 people working, and we get 1 kid in, 1 youth, and the officer is sitting with the youth, and you have 3 officers patrolling an area, and they're not even patrolling, they're sitting at their desk doing paperwork because they can't keep up and responding to calls for service. There's so many other challenges. The lack of resources, I can give you an example, and I had given this, Emma, to you when we had talked previously. But, I've seen a person take a stapler and staple their taser onto their belt because they didn't have a belt that could hold their taser properly. And when you're looking at what that means for resources in rural areas, it is challenging. There are it's the organizational stressors. And again, I stress, like, these are avoidable stressors. But if we took the resources and we streamlined the paperwork and the offender, not offender management, sorry, that's corrections, the system, it's the PROS system, right? If we could streamline what's needed to input, make it function, make it work, I would sit there and watch a person struggle. Literally, they would take a picture and then you could only upload it a certain way in the system. So they would spend half an hour trying to downsize the picture in order to put it forward as evidence because the program wouldn't just upload it as is. And then there was the challenges, like, you know, they're driving, their lifeline is their radio, but half the rural areas, they have no internet access and no communication. So they're completely on their own and they don't have their lifeline, which is a severe challenge as well in these rural areas. And I would see they respond to everything. So the calls for service are so significant and so diverse in their elements and what could be going on, that one of the things that you'd see a lot of is people are doing things well beyond what perhaps the role should entail, depending on who defines the role. And it's using up resources. And these things are challenging when you have a youth and parents are upset with the youth and not willing to take accountability, and you have to figure out, and then, you know, you can't call child services to get involved because it's a Friday and they're not open till Monday. And you have the police dealing with all these additional stressors, and they're all organizational. They're not operational. The operational stress is responding to the call, getting in there, getting everyone safe, and getting out safely. The organizational stressors are all the challenges around that are entirely inherent to the system and the structures themselves. And there's so many things that could be alleviated. Like, and again, I stress the paperwork, because if you could reduce the paperwork, you would reduce the stress and you would free up so much time for these other activities that officers, from what I learned, really want to be doing and want to be passing their time. When you look at their roles, a lot of people felt they signed up for law enforcement, and instead of doing that, they were peacekeepers. They were settling disputes. They were dealing with phone calls where people were like, is this a criminal matter? If there's not, is it maybe a criminal matter? Because if it's a criminal matter, could you tell me what I'm supposed to do? If it's not a criminal matter, can you still tell me what we're supposed to do? So it's being an arbitrator, like the land disputes in the rural areas and people fighting over if a tree's positioned on their lawn or somebody else's lawn and who owns the tree. And these organizational things, these are things that can be straightened out, not just by policing, but other services as well. So there's a lot of challenges inherent in what actually is tied down to, and the responsibilities that fall on the job, especially in rural areas where police do become a catch-all for all services and individuals in the community need. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that just starts to explore some of those factors. And of course, this is exacerbated in issues that are deal with domestic violence, right? Because there's a lot of additional challenges and responses. And then, of course, I think we'd be hard-pressed not to acknowledge that in rural areas, officers are often responding to calls for services alone. And we know that the key, the golden rule there is at least 2 people. And if you think of other emergency services or security services, they say it should be 3. But in these rural areas, it's 1 officer going to a call for service independently. And then, of course, there's the tension. They arrive at the call for service, and I'm not sure if I said this to you, Emma, or I said this before, but they arrive and they're in a tension because they either go in and intervene, but they're not supposed to go in alone. If something happens to them, they're liable, or they leave it and then they watch someone getting harmed, and they can't do that either. Their job is to provide the support and service. So how do you manage that tension, and who's liable when these are organizational issues that really trace back to, those big discussions we were having in 2013, 2014 with the economics of policing? Just because an area is rural doesn't mean it needs less funding than an urban area because the population is smaller. And when you're looking at, in Newfoundland and Labrador, we have fly-in areas, that are, you have to get in by, it's sea or snow. You need different policing materials. It's not as simple. Not everything's a drive away. And without the tri-services of support there, they're responding to things as paramedics would, as firefighters were. I was in a detachment, and the guy drove all the way out around this bay, and we could see the fire burning from the detachment, massive fire. And he goes out, and he looks, and it takes 45 minutes to get there, 45 minutes to get back. He got there, and the woods are so thick, and it's all gravel roads. He couldn't find the fire. He got back, and he's like, it's still burning, and off he went again because he has no cell reception. So when he's out there, no one can help him navigate how to get to that fire. So he's sitting there responsible and trying to do something about it, but it's futile. Can you imagine the frustration of a 45-minute drive to look for a massive fire that you can't see? It's really like the resource challenges and the needs. And when we think about that, this stems to so many other realms of society as well. If we don't have Wi-Fi and we don't have communication, cellular service in these rural areas, it really cuts people off in society. So these are just some of the organizational stressors that people are experiencing, which I should also note, this takes a significant toll on the mental health and well-being of persons working in any police service, including the RCMP. And I don't think these are things that people aren't aware of, but I think it's really difficult to come up with a solution that actually is cognizant of the funding challenges that impact policing as well. So all of these things kind of come together and almost create an impossible problem.
Thank you very much, Rose. Jane, if I may turn to you. I know that as part of the Policing in Mi'kma'ki report, you interviewed Indigenous community members who had served as police. And perhaps in your other research, you've done the same. What have you learned from those conversations about the needs of Indigenous police members and how those needs may look different and those experiences may look different?
I'm eternally grateful for the time that the Indigenous police officers shared and their very generous stories. Policing in your own communities creates a whole set of challenges. And even if you're not policing in your own community, but you're an Indigenous officer, and maybe Dan's got this experience out here, the demands on those officers, I think, are heightened. I've heard from these officers that there's a higher level of burnout when you're policing the people you know, and so that there's more off-duty sick, there are more just the fatigue that Rose is talking about and the challenges, the mental health challenges. So that was one thing that was really glaring in our conversations, is the lack of culturally prepared support services through various police agencies. The others are about realistic financial assistance and financial future planning, managing issues of taxation, for example, are things that some Indigenous officers have to take a lot of effort to dig around and find out. There's a thing that happens, and I think this happens in many workplaces, but it certainly does happen in police, where the Indigenous officer is given the burden of having to explain the cultural practices, the history of the community, helping to help officers who have no comprehension of the consequences of colonization and levels of intergenerational harm and trauma, helping them to decipher what it is that's going on in communities today, understanding the levels of poverty and discrimination that are in place, I think is something that officers aren't well prepared for or well trained in. In Mi'kmaq communities, we heard all the time about not wanting to be judged by officers. That one of those reasons that they didn't reach out to police was this deep resistance to being judged by outsiders who didn't understand the community. So as the police officers who are from the community having to navigate and liaison with other officers around the complexity of those things, you can imagine would be tremendously exhausting. I'm wondering if I'm missing something really key. I feel like I am, but I also want to just pick up on a point that Rose made about there is a huge problem right now that's getting bigger and bigger that in mental health calls and not being prepared for mental health calls or well trained in doing mental health calls, but then having to take that person to the hospital so that they can get the assistance that they do need rather than to lock up. The officers cannot leave that person at the hospital. There's no drop-off mechanism. And so that time off their patrol work or their response to other calls is severely impacted, and then there's nobody being replaced on that. So that adds to all kinds of stress for those Indigenous officers that have to do that work and have to do that work with increasing frequency.
Thank you very much indeed. Anna, we've heard from a number of people about some of the challenges for rural police of working in small communities. What can you add on the basis of your research? And I'm wondering if you could particularly speak to, are the challenges different if you're an outsider to the community than if you're of the community?
I mean, it's a really important point and a difficult question. I just wanted to, first of all, start by just making a couple of points in relation to what we just heard, which is really interesting and important. Some of those issues about paperwork, for example, about filling in for other services, about resources being stretched, and the problems of mental health calls in particular are problems which affect police services everywhere. And it's interesting, the complaints about paperwork, I've heard them in every police service I've ever worked in, from the Metropolitan Police down to tiny little detachments in Shetland. And obviously, paperwork's important. It's about transparency and accountability. What those complaints really involve are questions of the culture of policing, about what police officers value and what they don't. And the excitement and the action and the adventure and the sense of mission is something which we see in police services across jurisdictions, across different kinds of demographic areas and rural and urban areas. And the conflicts that Rosemary described so carefully about the feeling that this isn't something you signed up for, again, is something which you see everywhere. It may be particularly exaggerated in rural areas because of the kinds of the slow pace, the perhaps more exaggerated sense that you're dealing with all kinds of things which you don't see as police work. But those things, again, happen everywhere. So I think it's quite important to put that context around it. Thinking about community relations is, I think, in my work, it's the nature of community life that is the distinguishing feature of rural and remote police work. So lots of the things that we have been talking about in terms of the importance of communication skills and de-escalation and working independently are things that you should see everywhere, even though you don't in large city areas. What's really different is the kinds of close, watchful, gossipy, sometimes quite inhibited community relationships. Now, if I can just tell you, this sounds a bit odd, but I wanted to tell you about a fire festival in Shetland. The Shetland Society is organised by an annual fire festival that happens every year. It's the most important thing that happens in Shetland. And at the beginning of the fire festival, it's where people dress up as Vikings and set fire to boats, and it's beautiful and it's slightly bonkers and extraordinary. This is a festival of social control. And at the beginning of each festival, there is a large bill erected. It's written by secret joke writers. No one knows what's going to be on it. And what is on it is a series of jokes and gossipy innuendo about things that you might have done in the last year. And people's great fear is that they're going to end up on the 𝒦𝒮𝒯𝒜 bill. Similarly, when people go to court, what they're more worried about is that their name's going to appear in the Shetland Times rather than actually what might happen in court. What that's about is the risk of embarrassment and the risk of disruption to these close community relations that's so important in the running of small community life. Now, if you think about those embarrassments and you think about the potential embarrassment and disruption caused by a police officer turning up, you can see kind of how catastrophic that could be to people in the community, that they're going to feel under scrutiny, there's going to be a story around there, they're going to end up in the 𝒦𝒮𝒯𝒜 bill, it's going to be kind of significant to them. So what you see is communities trying to bring police officers into those mechanisms of social control that keeps community life in order to some extent anyway. So you see a kind of subversion of normal police-community relationships whereby the police become subject to gossip, to scrutiny. They describe, as many colleagues here have also described, about working in a fishbowl, about stories about you being perpetuated, about those stories never disappearing, about those stories also being about your partner and your children. And so these kind of these are the resources the community have, is to try and protect themselves, is to try and bring police officers into those kinds of mechanisms. Now, the question about why that matters for locals is that locals have, if you are a police officer from those communities, it's particularly troubling in many ways for you, because you have extended family histories which are under scrutiny. People know things about you. So those mechanisms of control can be particularly acute for officers who are local. The other problem about local officers is that they can also, however inadvertently, be part of those dynamics that can be problematic in communities. So without really knowing it, they can reinforce some of those dynamics, or even knowing it, they can reinforce those dynamics. So a very, again, trivial example, working with a police officer in the Western Isles who stopped a car and found out for speeding, only to find that it was his previous driving instructor who was driving it. So he decided to let him go because he's, in the local language, he's a Moor, he's a gentleman, a nice chap. Now, that's a very minor example, but you can see how those extended networks and histories can lead to unjust or inequitable outcomes. If that was a different person, if that was a different person driving the car, would that same issue would have been dealt with differently? So there can be real problems, I think, in bringing local officers in. There can be huge advantages in that they understand local needs. But again, the flip side of that is being invested in them, and perhaps unconsciously invested in them, which is particularly problematic.
Thank you. Dan, I'm going to come back and give you another huge question. When a new member of the RCMP begins their first assignment at a rural detachment, I know they receive a coach officer program, a 6 months or so field training. Once they have passed through that initial period of training, what ongoing training and education do they receive? And in particular, how does the RCMP introduce them to their new community and their new role?
Thanks, Emma. I missed the first question there.
It's sort of what's the ongoing training once they've got their wings, so to speak, they're free from the sort of field supervision stage. What ongoing training and help do they receive?
Okay, so you mentioned that in Depot, 6 months in our training academy in Saskatchewan, and then they, upon graduation, come to the field. There's 6 months designated with a field coach who that person has been trained in the field coaching program, just to make sure that the course training standards, the policies, procedures are adhered to develop that next officer. The initial 2 months, the new member is not considered a member qualified enough to provide backup. So that's important, as we've heard people say regarding backup policies. So that still means if, like, for instance, I think Rosemary mentioned there's going to be 2 members required for certain calls. If that member doesn't have more than 2 months, that doesn't count as a backup member. So you're going to have 3 people there. And then they eventually move on to working on themselves, but the field coach would still be on shift, readily accessible. And within the course training standard, there's various benchmarks that the employee is going to have to meet, whether it's courtroom testimony or preparing a court package, traffic enforcement, maybe exposure to domestic violence files or sexual assault investigations, the ability to engage clients. That is all being assessed. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. And then, so after the end of the 6 months program, they are assigned off and they become a a regular member still within the organization, but there's a 2-year probationary period where it's not the same level of oversight as that they are on their field coaching program, but there still is some oversight by the detachment commander, the on-site supervisors. And at any time in that process, we have the ability, and even after 2 years, we have the ability to spot problems, interact with our employees, and just say, you know what, there's some slippage in these particular areas, whether it's investigations, sometimes it's personal problems that are impacting the job performance. And so we have that conversation as to what other supports might be needed for the employee. And there is a part 2 to your question, Emma.
There was indeed. It was a compound question, for which I apologise. What do you do to introduce new recruits or new arrivals at a rural detachment to their new role and their new community?
So some detachments I know have an orientation package. So before the member even comes into the community, sometimes it's a member coming from BC or the north or coming out of depot. Some detachments have an orientation package. We've heard in this community here how important it is to know the history and the background of the communities that we're working in. Yes, there would be your government structures in place, but in small remote communities, especially in Indigenous or African Nova Scotian communities, there's a large matriarch society, governance. You need to know who has influence in the community if you're going to make inroads. So that if there's not an orientation package, again, we will sit aside with the new member and have that discussion with them.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. I didn't want to jump in too quickly there. I'm going to shift gears again a little bit at this stage and turn to questions of firearms culture in rural communities. And Karen, if I can turn to you first on this question. I know that in the course of your research, you've had conversations with residents of rural communities about the role of firearms in their lives and their work, and what they feel city residents don't understand. What have you learned from them about these questions?
Thanks. So I'll note that none of my research actually looks at firearms, but in the course of doing research about things like rural business succession, it comes up. So last month I was doing interviews around the province with rural businesses, and within the span of 3 days it came up twice. I didn't bring it up, but people wanted to talk about firearms legislation and regulation. And I think the reason why it came up was that we were talking about regulations, again, that seem to come from somewhere else and from people that don't understand rural life. So it's firearms, views about them seem to be in the same package with views about what you should be able to build with what materials, or where and how you should be able to slaughter an animal. It's just one of these regulatory things that seems to come from cities and people who don't know that there are legitimate reasons to own rifles, and that farmers especially, or people with a lot of land, believe that they need them to protect against other animals. So it comes up even though I'm not looking for it. It's not actually a topic I really want to touch with a 10-foot pole when I'm doing my research. But I just kind of building on that and on what we were just talking about, I think a lot of the problems that we've discussed, like the cumbersome paperwork and the decision making that doesn't reflect local needs, are effects of the very same systems that we put in place to try to disembed local services from the messiness of social life. So the stuff that we're worried about corruption, or about people's interpersonal relationships getting in the way of the effective delivery of services, That's what you know, initially kinds of gets the gears turning towards centralization and toward you know, disembedding, I think is the best way to look at it, like trying to get the messiness of social life out of those things. So I think we have to just remember that it's a trade-off. So you know, the issue of having local officers, yes, it introduces some messiness, but the best way forward is probably not more abstraction and more disembedding, but maybe better checks and balances so that neither the local level nor the regional or whatever level you know, is opposite becomes out of control, like uncontrollable by the people living in those communities.
Thank you. Jane, you've shared with us stories that suggest that for Indigenous communities, the questions of firearms and firearms regulation has a different salience. Firearms are integral to the exercise of treaty rights. Indigenous communities have also experienced over-enforcement of criminal law with respect to the possession and use of firearms. And they may also be more likely to be victimised by gun-related violent crime. What should the commissioners and participants understand about these currents for Indigenous communities as they're considering lessons learned and recommendations with respect to firearms?
That's a complex question, very much so. But thank you for asking it. I'll give it a shot. It's very clear, of course, by the Supreme Court has made it very, very clear in the Simon decision, as I mentioned, about the right to be able to hunt unencumbered without infringement. And so the right to be able to access the tools to carry out those hunts are important. In my experience in Mi'kmaq communities, guns are shared. Sometimes they're borrowed, they're shared for the purposes of hunting, very much so. And it's just part of what's done. It's not, I think there might be some underlying, at times, depending on who's possessing weapons, resistance to state regulation on that. But there's the necessity of being able to carry out treaty rights and to be able to provide for families is really very important, of course, and to provide for communities, and food, social, and ceremonial foods are critically important, and being able to access those at any time are critically important. The gun violence within First Nations communities is terrifying for those communities as well. And so there is a sense of appropriate control within the communities, but having communities to be able to come together to influence and come to some sort of sense of consensus, if it's possible, about the way guns should be managed in communities particularly. It has to be paramount. The treaty right has to be paramount. So in my opinion, it's important to consider how the exercise of those treaty rights doesn't get lost in some regulatory framework that undermines those rights in any way.
Thank you. Dan, rural households are more likely to be gun-owning households. How does this affect your approach to policing in rural areas, and what do you teach your general members about how to approach their work in light of this reality?
Thanks, Emma. Well, for one, I grew up on a rural setting on a farming community in southern Manitoba, and my mother's Cree, so I know what Jane is saying. When in Indigenous communities, firearms are part of life. When someone harvests a moose, it's a celebration in the community because it provides for many families and elders. So this is my personal story, though. So, and then it gets touchy sometimes when we're talking about government legislation. So while my comfort level around firearms might be a lot more relaxed than someone else whose comfort level isn't, I haven't viewed a lawful legal possession of a firearm as problematic to myself. I go into houses basically assuming that there is a firearm there. And most of our officers are trained to think that way. for our own safety and for the safety of those inside the residence as well. If we are there for a purpose, like if we've been called for a call for service where there might be a level of intoxication or a victim or a disturbance, we have to kind of restrict people's mobility within that house, because we don't know if they're going to the other room to gather a weapon. It could be a firearm, it could be a rolling pin. A weapon is a weapon. So I'm trying to summarize what Jane said. So especially in Indigenous communities, it would be the overrepresentation sometimes of Indigenous people, African Nova Scotians in our justice system. If there is going to be any kind of variance in laws, there's going to be a strong education component that's going to be required with that. But I would, as Jane said, that consultation piece in advance of any new changes in legislation, especially for gun control, so that the Indigenous communities, there's over 600 in our nation, I would suspect that the government would want some consultation there. Having said all that, and telling you that my comfort level with being around firearms is greater than some, my level of exposure to gun violence is probably more than what I would say the average RCMP member is because of my postings. And I don't mean to stigmatize any certain community. I'm condensing several years of service working in fly-in communities where effects of colonialism, large substance abuse, violence within the community. So I've had my detachments shot at, our house has been shot at, our vehicles, but it's rarely been the gun owner themselves. What has happened, what I've seen, is actually it's the accessibility to the firearm itself. So the gun owner is responsible, but because of a lot of other social factors in play, like sometimes it's cramped housing. If you have 3 or 4 generations living in one house, yes, they have it secured as per the law, but you have so many people coming in and out of that residence that it's hard to restrict the access to everyone, especially if somebody in the house is under the influence and knows where that firearm is. And because you can't keep it a secret with so many people coming and going in a residence. And when I say these things, I don't mean to lessen, like, people have to be held accountable for their actions. I have family members who have been the victims and also the perpetrators of violence. So there's always needs to be accountability. But I understand what Jane is saying. How we come to any new sort of laws or legislations needs to be carefully assessed, and who it's going to impact, not just in urban, but rural and our remote settings.
Thank you. So I'm conscious of time, and I would like to end with my traditional question, but to invite the panelists to speak briefly so that the commissioners have an opportunity to ask questions. Unless, commissioners, you'd like to do questions first and then concluding round.
I think it would probably be best to do your concluding round, and we'll see after that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my concluding question is always, is there something that you came today hoping to share with the commissioners and participants that you haven't had an opportunity to speak to? If I could please begin with Karen on that question.
No, thank you.
Excellent answer. I'm glad to hear it. But other answers also welcome. Anna, if I could turn to you.
I think I've said almost everything. There is just one final point, which I think is important, which is that we've talked about rates of crime, we've talked about low volumes of crime, and we've talked about rural police officers, perhaps more than any other police officers, needing to do a very wide range of stuff. lots of which isn't about crime. Now, that's really important. That's what rural policing is. It needs to be taken seriously. But what it does mean is that if something very serious and unusual happens, it may be that people don't have the experience or necessarily the leadership training to be able to deal with those very unusual things. So when thinking about the organisation of rural policing and the training of rural police officers, that kind of preparation for the unusual or how to access specialist services very quickly is hugely important.
Thank you. Jane, if I can turn to you, please.
I just remembered one of the big things that I was forgetting in the question that you had asked me regarding Indigenous policing and what we've learned. And what we have learned is that in recruitment, retention, promotion, the experience of systemic discrimination, racism, and gender discrimination are profound in the lives of many Indigenous officers, and that really urgently needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Jane. Signa, if I can please turn to you.
I didn't think you were going to turn to me quite yet, so sorry. There is one decision from the Supreme Court of Canada I'd like to put on the table for you, and that's the Keel decision. And it's one where the court talks about the poor work that was done at the trial level about describing a concept that was part of the case. And the concept was self-defense. And why I regularly think about that decision, it has many reasons, but it's one of the ones that acts as a check on me about the urgency of realizing what concepts all of us need to know about more before we're good neighbors, before we marry or then subsequently divorce someone, before we hire someone, before we go to a blocko to have some fun. And there have been so many moments where that lack of explaining base concepts has had such tragic events later on. And whether it is community members not realizing that they're talking about an idea that is part of civil law and they're talking about it in criminal ways, or it's about lawyering that I would take great exception to, and that happened in the Stanley case, that I think about my own family members who don't have training in law and have been so unnecessarily upset with an event because they didn't know what they didn't know. And I am obsessed with that concern probably, but it comes from a place of witnessing harm on oneself that didn't need to happen. And so I just invite you to think of that decision as one that had to go all the way to Ottawa, that was based on a fundamental concept not being clearly explained by people with law degrees, by the media, and that someone's life, someone's family was impacted by that lack of explaining base knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Signa. Rick, if I could turn to you.
Thanks, Emma. Just really quickly, the challenges that we're talking about in terms of rural policing in Nova Scotia or throughout Canada are basically prevalent, throughout the globe. And in terms of police operations, staffing, retaining and recruiting people to work in rural areas, officer safety, community safety, and issues of over and under policing and working with different groups. These problems are not isolated to Canada, and they're prevalent through the globe. And I think there's a real recognition that these challenges are very common. And I think that one of the limitations in our understanding is that we're basically drawing mostly upon the English language studies in the global north, and we've excluded the rest of the planet in terms of their solutions to rural policing and community safety. And I think that we really have to look at those sort of issues as we move forward. And that's all. Thanks, Emma, for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Thank you so much, Rick. Rose.
To be honest, I have lots of things to say, but it's really hard to remember when you're talking. I think one of the things that I think I want to put out, and it's the reality of rural policing, but you have officers who do experience significant stress and are called on to deal with things that they're not necessarily actively training to deal with. So maybe they're trained and they're prepared, but it's not an everyday. Active shooters and these sort of ideas, they're not old. They're not even 10 years old, since these have been terms that are kind of flowing and that people have needed to be trained in that way. And what I wanted to put forth is all of these occupational realities do impact officers significantly. And one of the caveats that we have to think about when we're looking at rural policing is that access to resources for supports for this are very, very few and far between, if existent. And I think that's something that needs to be considered when we're looking at this, because it's not just an incident, it's the chronic realities and exposures of the job, which means that before even incidents do happen, people are already feeling the strains and there aren't the resources necessary to support them. I had one more thing I wanted to say and I'm forgetting it, but it was important and I don't recall. And if I recall, I will put my hand up. But I did want to note that, especially in that rural context, and that in all the work I did and all the time I spent in detachments, I really valued and appreciated what I learned, and I valued and appreciated the nuance of the job and how much support and good is provided. And it also made it very clear to me that at many times the focus is not on those factors. It's not on all the persons helped, saved, and everything else. And I think that's really important, and that's a moral injury in itself. And moral injury isn't a diagnosable psychological or mental health disorder. In the same context, it is very real. And I think those sorts of things need to be acknowledged when we look at resourcing, not just, we talked a lot about operational and organizational stressors, but challenges and barriers to help are also in culture, are also really important factors that require consideration. And I hope that they're taken into account in different ways.
Thank you very much.
Remember
Rose.
the rest.
And yeah, if you remember the rest, please feel free to email it to me and I'll ensure that it's put before the commissioners and shared with participants. Dan.
I'm good, thanks, Emma.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, over to you.
Commissioner Fitch.
Just a thank you for sharing your expertise today, and the field of sociology of policing, criminology, psychology, all of these social sciences that factor into creating a better understanding for how complex policing and community safety and well-being is. And I just so thank you all for sharing your expertise here, and I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioner.
Commissioner Stanton.
Just actually, given the time, and there's not enough time at all to go into all the questions, but I would commend to the public the reports that have been associated with this roundtable by some of the authors are part of the roundtable, and some of them have been mentioned in the discussion because they do provide a very helpful and rich basis upon which to think through some of these issues that we're talking about. So I really enjoyed the discussion. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, and allow me to add my thanks as well, beginning with you, Emma. Thank you so much for putting together such a stellar roundtable of panelists who provided us with such a thoughtful, rich, and enormously helpful advice So thank you, Emma. It's not just for today, but for organizing it. And if I could just thank each and every one of you individually, using first names, I hope it's okay. Karen and Anna and Dan and Signa and Jane, and I know the program says Rosemary, but Rose, I believe they've referred you, so Rose and Rick. Thank you all so very much. Policing in rural communities is so central to the important work we're doing and the challenging work we're doing, and you've really given us some tremendous insight. And I'm struck, Emma, thank you again, by the rich diversity in this panel. And of course, we're talking about the Indigenous perspective, but the rich diversity of the panel generally. And of course, with diversity comes richness, right? That's the real benefit of diversity. So thank you for bringing your in-depth experience, your knowledge, your perspectives, and your honesty in terms of your observations and your life experiences. So if we were to put it on a word cloud, the three I wrote down would be relationships, and its very close cousin, rapport building, and balancing competing interests. So thank you also very much. You've really helped us with our important work, and as always, people have been so kind to help, and we thank you so much for that. And you may as well just hang on a little bit, because Commissioner Stanton, you have some closing remarks. So thank you.
Just briefly, the Artisan Council that we are directed to work under, this morning's roundtable flowed from the paragraph in the Order in Council that directs us to examine issues including information and support provided to families, citizens, police personnel, and the community. And this afternoon's roundtable flows from a few parts of the mandate. We're directed to inquire into the causes, context, and circumstances of the mass casualty, and to examine responses of police and issues including contributing and contextual factors. And here clearly the context that we're exploring is the rural context, which infuses all of the areas of work that we're engaged with. We're also directed in our work to give particular consideration to persons or groups differentially impacted with respect to the mandate. And so that would include Indigenous communities and African Nova Scotian communities. To date, we've heard from 10 roundtables and approximately 60 experts joining to share their knowledge on related issues that we need to consider as part of our work. And we've also shared many commissioned reports about these issues, which are available on the website. And as Commissioner McDonald indicated this morning, our ongoing work will include hearing from more senior RCMP officers and Ms. Banfield in the coming weeks. Thanks to members of the public for their continued engagement, especially today. I just want to acknowledge people coming in virtually. We've had over 17,000 unique views of the webcast, including Canadians from across the country and those beyond our borders. And so you can watch recordings of the proceedings on the website. Next week, we'll be joining you from the Halifax Marriott Harbourfront Hotel, and we'll hear from a roundtable focused on community safety. Thanks all of you again, and we'll see the rest of you on Wednesday. Thanks.
Okay. Well, these people are really sad. The ship is going down badly. They can't even hide it anymore. Though, I mean, I don't think they were doing a good job to begin with, but one day only next week now. Wow. I'm telling you, do you guys remember the schedule? Did you guys look at that point in time? 4 days a week. It was going 4 days a week. Before it cut off, I think, was it when this first fired up, I think it cut off in, was it this month? Maybe? And then they threw on a whole bunch of days, and then they just keep messing with it constantly. It was 4 days. Anyway, whatever. Well, yeah, as was next week. Now down to 1. Okay. Sinking ship, man. You found the emoji for it. I don't know. I don't even know there was one. I was laughing so hard. Oh well, and Jamie said it right. Yesterday was. There's been a lot of tears in this story, right? So it's good to have some levity. Fun at other people's expense, right? Don't know if there was a document drop. Somehow I'm expecting that there may be one. I try and keep it real. I'm not, but I mean, these people are. I'm not using insults. Just they're not 2147. So we're still at the same. Well, for the crap that they're putting out, one day is enough. I don't even know how they can justify that, but it's no documents. No documents. This is rude to all. It's beyond rude. This is treacherous behavior against the taxpayer. Yeah, terrible. I want my underwear back. All right, folks. Well, I'm going to get a couple of videos probably fired out between now and next week. And I really appreciate you joining once again. We're a good family, and it's good to have all of us together. Melting pot of narrative stew. So rich, robust, fluid, and gender dynamic. I was really expecting him to bring out the domestic. I wonder if he was going to say it, and then he kind of thought, no, I won't. Dan Merrill. They got it in there a few times. They tried, but I think they knew it was. Their cards are up, man. Everybody's just calling about everything. They're like, oh, it's not working anymore. They don't look. They don't act stupid. Not that we are stupid. Just anyway. Do have a good, fantastic day. Right, I'll try that. Happy Canada Day. And we'll see you again soon. All right. God bless you. God bless the 23.